Chapter 12:02. The Truth, 1/4 level Emperor Realm and 2/5 level Emperor Realm experts. Zhuo Wen slowly stepped back and looked at the second, third, and fourth absolutes. The fourth absolutes was a 4th level Great Emperor, while the second and third absolutes were 5th level Great Emperors. Especially the second absolutes. His aura was much stronger than the third absolutes. He wasn't far from the 6th level Great Emperor realm. Kid, run. Given your current strength, you can barely fight against a 4th level Emperor realm expert. A 5th level Emperor realm expert is not someone you can deal with. Even if you have reached 5th level Emperor realm, it is still unlikely that you will be a match for a 5th level Emperor realm expert. Xiao Hei's voice suddenly resounded in Zhuo Wen's mind. Without any hesitation, Zhuo Wen took a step forward. At the same time, 3 pairs of lightning wings appeared on his back. He transformed into a bolt of lightning and fled towards the tunnel outside the hall. Second Master, Third Master, and Fourth Master sneered at the same time. None of them chased after Zhuo Wen. Instead, they watched coldly as Zhuo Wen fled. Boom! Just as Zhuo Wen was about to reach the entrance of the hall, a violent energy surged towards him. Zhuo Wen was caught off guard, and he was hit by the violent energy. He spat out a mouthful of blood and violently smashed into the ground in the middle of the hall. Zhuo Wen struggled to get up. His gaze was dark and cold as he stared at the entrance of the large hall. All he could see was a graceful figure slowly walking over from behind the entrance. Her clear and melodious footsteps slowly reverberated within the large hall. They were just like the sound of flowing water, clear and pleasant to the ears. When the graceful figure finally arrived at the entrance of the large hall, Zhuo Wen was finally able to see the true face of the figure. He saw the figure smiling sweetly at him. Her smile was as stunning and colorful as the blooming of 100 flowers. Zhuo Wen, we meet again. Zhuo Wen's eyes narrowed as he stared at the figure. He said in a deep voice, "So it is you, Songdai?" The graceful figure that walked out of the entrance of the hall was Song Sa, who had just finished repairing the teleportation array in the stone hall. At this moment, the demonic aura around Songdai's body became even more intense. Her hair, eyes, lips, and nails were all a strange pitch-black color. In particular, strands of black demonic aura would occasionally linger around this woman's body, making her look extremely intimidating and terrifying. What was even stranger was that the aura on her body gave him an unfathomable feeling. This caused Zhuo Wen to be extremely wary. After all, he had been blasted away by this woman earlier. Although this woman looked harmless, the power that truly erupted from her body caused Zhuo Wen to be extremely wary. "Who are you?" Zhuo Wen's eyes narrowed as he finally asked the question in his heart. Although he had felt that there was something wrong with Songdai from the start, the aura on her body was extremely weak. Hence, Zhuo Wen did not pay much attention to it. However, he now realized that he was way too wrong. This Songdai was really not simple. Regardless of whether it was repairing the teleportation array in the stone hall or the powerful attack that had blasted him out of the stone hall, Zhuo Wen realized that this Songdai was definitely an extraordinary person. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. At this moment, second absolute, third absolute, fourth absolute, and fifth absolute were like 4 bolts of lightning as they swept behind Songdai. The 4 of them lowered their heads, and their eyes were filled with reverence. It was as if they were following Songdai's lead. Guess who I am? A carefree smile appeared on Songdai's exquisite face. The founder of the 10 Extremes sect, the first absolute, looking at the performance of second absolute, third absolute, fourth absolute, and fifth absolute, Zhuo Wen's eyes narrowed. He quickly thought of the founder of the 10 Extremes sect, It was said that the first absolute strength was extremely terrifying. The 7 mansion masters who ruled the panicked great world were extremely fearful of the first absolute and the 10 extremes sect. Even though the 10 extremes sect was wreaking havoc in the 7 mansion regions, the 7 mansion masters still did not touch the 10 extremes sect. This showed how mysterious the 10 extremes sect was. However, what Zhuowen did not expect was that Song Dai, the daughter of Mansion Master Tsang Jie of the Great Song Mansion, was actually the founder of the 10 extremes sect. It is said that Tsang Jie, the daughter of Mansion Master Tsang Jie, is only 17 or 18 years old. However, the 10 extremes sect has existed for almost 100 years. The founder of the 10 extremes sect should be over 100 years old, right? Zhuowen said with a frown. Haha, Zhuowen, you are too naive. Do you believe that I am Tsang Dai of the Great Song Mansion? Originally, I thought that you, an outsider from the panicked world, would be a little smarter, but now it seems that I have overestimated you. Tsang Dai suddenly laughed. His laughter was full of sarcasm. What do you mean? Zhuowen asked with a slight frown. His heart was extremely restless. This Song dish actually knew that he, Zhuowen, did not belong to this panicked big world. How did this Song dish find out? Song Dai did not answer. Instead, he looked at the 4 people behind him and said indifferently, 2nd invincible, 3rd invincible, 4th invincible, and 5th invincible. The 4 of you take off your masks and let Zhuowen take a good look. Yes. 2nd severance, 3rd severance, and the other 2 nodded in agreement. Then they removed the ghost masks from their faces. When their faces appeared before Zhuowen's eyes, Zhuowen was stunned. It was as though he had been struck by lightning. The reason for that was because the 4 of them were no strangers to Zhuowen. In fact, they could even be said to be rather familiar with him. The Great Zhou Mansion Master Zhou Bin, the Great Qin Mansion Master Qin Xian, the Great Song Mansion Master Tsang Jie, and the Great Chu Mansion Master Chu Yu. Zhuowen muttered in a low voice. His eyes were filled with shock. He had never thought that the 10 Absolute sect would actually have 4 of the 7 Mansion Masters, especially the 2nd Severance, 3rd Severance, and 4th Severance. They were actually the top 3 Mansion Masters of the 7 Mansion Masters. Don't make wild guesses. The 7 Mansion Masters are all members of the 10 Absolute sect. As for me, I am the 1st Severance. The so-called Tsang Jie's daughter, Song Dish, is just my disguise. Even the hero assembly was planned by our 10 Absolute sect. It can even be said that the core higher-ups of the 7 Mansion Masters are basically under the control of our 10 Absolute sect. The entire panicked big world is already under the control of our 10 Absolute sect, Song Dish said with a faint smile. After a long time, Zhuowen slowly calmed down the shock in his heart. Shortly after, he pointed at the blood pool in the middle of the hall with his right hand and said, "Then the so-called map of the Great Demon Sect ruins was deliberately released by your 10 Absolute sect. The hero assembly was to attract many warriors from the panicked big world to the Great Demon Sect ruins. The purpose was to kill these warriors who broke into the Great Demon Sect ruins. Then, what is the purpose of killing so many people?" Hee. Of course, it's to sacrifice. I am the remnant soul of the great demon lord. I want to recreate the glory of the past. It is also to take revenge for the people who destroyed my great demon sect. Speaking of this, Song Dish's eyes revealed a murderous glint as if he thought of something bad. Hearing this, Zhuowen frowned slightly. It seemed that the disappearance of the great demon lord was inconsistent with the transmission. He didn't know what happened back then. Moreover, Song Dish admitted that he was the remnant soul of the great demon lord. He didn't know if it was true or not. At this moment, Zhuowen suddenly found that he had walked into a puzzle. Taking a deep breath, Zhuowen continued to ask, "Also, how did you know that I am an outsider?" Haha, the aura on your body is too different from the people of the panicked great world. Although ordinary warriors can't sense that you are different, I can sense that you are not from this world. The moment you killed the 10th extremity, I had already planned this. Songdish suddenly laughed. Hearing this, Zhuowen felt a chill in his heart. He didn't expect that he would fall into Songdish's trap from the very beginning. Songdish was just too terrifying. Whether it was his strength or his schemes, he made Zhuowen feel powerless. He was like a mouse that smelled the fragrance of cheese. The moment he was attracted by the cheese, he jumped in without hesitation and put himself in such a difficult situation. I won't say any more nonsense. With your strength, I think you should know what to do, right? Songdish slowly walked towards Zhuowen as his indifferent voice sounded. Zhuowen frowned more and more, but he slowly retreated. The aura on Songdish's body was extremely sharp and terrifying. From the collision just now, Zhuowen had no confidence in facing such an opponent. "What do you want me to do?" Zhuowen asked cautiously. Songdish sneered and said, "What else can you do? Naturally, you will become the nourishment of the blood pool. With your strength and talent, if you enter the blood pool, the power you will sacrifice will be much stronger than that of ordinary warriors." "You want to sacrifice me?" Zhuowen asked with a gloomy look. "Haha, the blood of an outsider usually has a different kind of power. Perhaps it can restore most of my strength in one fell swoop," Songdish said indifferently. Boom, boom, boom. As he walked, the violent aura on Songdish's body exploded. A terrifying hurricane swept out from his body. The pressure revealed was like a mountain crushing on Zhuowen's body. This caused Zhuowen's face to change greatly. His knees bent slightly as if he would kneel down at any time. 10,000 feet Buddha body. Zhuowen roared in anger. Buddhist light burst out from his body and shot up into the sky. He was tens of thousands of feet tall, as if he could penetrate the heavens and the earth. Zhuowen's body grew even taller, becoming tens of thousands of feet tall. The entire hall was pierced through by Zhuowen's huge body. The mighty Buddhist light shot in all directions, turning the entire hall into a golden color. Boom, boom. Countless rocks fell from the top of the hall and smashed onto the ground. Second absolute, third absolute, fourth absolute, and fifth absolute staggered as they looked at Zhuowen, who had transformed into a 10,000 feet Buddha body. Their faces were filled with astonishment. "You have some skills. However, so what if your body has become 10,000 feet tall? Just crush me." Songjie snorted. With a tap of her foot, her graceful figure dashed out like a dancing butterfly. Billowing black demon Qi soared into the sky and condensed into a huge demon shadow in the void. The demon shadow was covered in black armor, with ferocious black horns protruding from the surface of the armor. Boom! The demon shadow roared and threw out a punch. The mountain-like demon hand blasted out, and Zhuowen, with his 10,000 feet Buddha body, also threw out a punch. Boom, boom, boom. Chapter 12:03. Run for your life. Is this all you've got? Break for me then. Songjie's pretty eyes were filled with malice. Her indifferent voice was just like rolling thunder as it reverberated across the entire hall. Soon after, Songjie waved her jade-like hand before surging yuan power poured out. The 100,000 feet large devil figure roared. The roar that contained the devil figure spread across the entire hall, causing the entire hall to shake violently. Boom! The 100,000 feet large devil figure threw a punch once again. Rolling demonic aura swept out and formed many black hurricanes around the hall. Soon after, a huge demonic fist came flying one after another. Boom! Zhuowen let out a muffled groan as he continuously retreated. His face was clearly a little pale. However, before he could recover, the 100,000 feet large devil figure threw a punch once again, causing Zhuowen to retreat once again. Bang, bang, bang. The 100,000 feet large devil figure threw punch after punch. The terrifying fist force was just like a mountain as it came crashing down. This caused the atmosphere in the hall to become 1,000 times heavier. Zhuowen, who had transformed into 100,000 feet large Buddha body, knelt on the ground with one knee under this heavy pressure. A trace of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Kneel down. Song Jie stood on the devil figure's shoulder and looked down at Zhuowen, who was kneeling on the ground. Her cold voice sounded once again as her delicate jade-like hand slowly extended and pressed down on the empty space. Immediately, the surrounding atmosphere became even more solemn. Zhuowen, who was originally kneeling on one knee, was now kneeling on both knees. 9 flames karmic fire. Nirvana rebirth. Zhuowen roared furiously as 9 colored flames surged out from within his body. Using the power of the heavenly fire, they circled around his Buddha body, causing his nirvana rebirth to become even more powerful. Soon after, the light wheel behind Zhuowen's head was dyed with 9 colored flames, causing Zhuowen's aura to soar several times. Boom! Zhuowen beckoned with his right hand, and the 9-colored light wheel was held in his hand, after which he suddenly swung it. Immediately, terrifying 9-colored flames spread and dyed the entire hall with 9 different colors. The 100,000 feet large devil figure was actually forced back dozens of steps by this attack. His demonic eyes were filled with astonishment. You have some strength, but the difference between you and me is too great. I think it's better for you to suppress me. Song Jie's beautiful eyes revealed a trace of astonishment. Soon after, she clenched her jade-like hand. Immediately, a pitch-black long spear that was tens of thousands of feet long was formed in the empty space. This enormous long spear was held in the palm of the demonic figure's hand, after which the demonic figure raised the spear above his head and suddenly smashed it down. Boom, boom. Even the light wheel, which had been reborn from the 9 flames karmic fire's nirvana rebirth, was suppressed by the black spear. Obediently become my sacrifice. It is your honor to be able to help me regain my former demonic might. Now that I am giving you this honor, you should gladly accept it. Song Jie's jade-like feet tapped lightly on the ground and landed on the tip of the pitch-black spear. His pitch-black eyes stared straight at Zhuowen as his indifferent voice reverberated. Zhuowen's eyes were filled with coldness. He sneered and said, "It's my honor to become your sacrifice. Only your brain can think of such a thing." Humph! No matter how unwilling you are, what's the use? How long can you last now? You will be defeated by me sooner or later. It's better for you to give up resistance as soon as possible. This way, I will give you a quick death. Song Jie said indifferently. Let me think about it. Zhuowen's eyes flickered. It was rare for him to admit defeat. Hearing this, the corners of Song Jie's mouth revealed a devilish smile and said, "Okay, I will give you 10 breaths to think about it. When the time comes, you can take the initiative to give up resistance. I won't do anything to you." Zhuowen nodded and frowned slightly as if he was really thinking about something. Song Jie was not in a hurry. He quietly stood on the pitch-black spear and looked down at Zhuowen, silently waiting for Zhuowen's reply. 10 breaths' time is up. Have you thought about it? After 10 breaths, Song Jie smiled and asked, "Yes, I have." Zhuowen nodded seriously. "Tell me your answer." Song Jie said indifferently, My answer is, Zhuowen muttered in a low voice and punched out. The 9 flames karmic fire surged out and surrounded the golden fist. It heavily slammed against the black spear. The violent collision caused Songjia, who was standing on the black spear, to lose his balance and stagger. "Damn it! You are courting death." Songjia angrily roared as his jade-like hands slammed onto the long black spear. Soon after, the demonic shadow behind him let out a furious roar as demonic aura surged. With a clench of its huge right hand, the long black spear was flung towards Zhuowen. There was no sadness or joy in Zhuowen's eyes. The 9-colored light wheel in his hand suddenly shot out, colliding with the long black spear. Soon after, he let out a muffled groan as he retreated. The instant he retreated, a tiny figure shot out from the huge Buddha body. If one were to take a closer look, wasn't that Zhuowen's actual body, who was wearing a black robe? Swoosh! Zhuowen's real body was extremely fast and almost soared to the limit. He directly rushed towards the entrance of the hall in an attempt to escape. As expected, it's an external avatar. I have already prepared for this. 2nd absolute, 3rd absolute, 4th absolute. The 3 of you stop Zhuowen's real body. Songjia was not too concerned about Zhuowen's real body that rushed out from the Buddha body. After all, Zhuowen had already revealed his Buddha body avatar at the hero competition. Therefore, Songjia had already expected that Zhuowen would have 2 avatars. Therefore, he was not too worried. The 2nd absolute, the 3rd absolute, and the 4th absolute looked at each other. Then, they rushed out and surrounded Zhuowen. 6 pairs of cold eyes stared at Zhuowen. "Zhuowen, I think you should give up. Although your battle strength is very strong, compared to the 3 of us who are mid-level martial emperors, there is still a big gap." 3rd absolute, Songjia, stared at Zhuowen indifferently and said, "Prefecture Master Songjia, what I want to ask is, are the 7 prefecture masters of the Pang Great World controlled by the 10 Absolute sect, or are they originally from the 10 Absolute sect?" Zhuowen asked in a low voice. Songjia and Zhoubin looked at each other and immediately said, "We can't say that we are controlled, but we have reached some kind of agreement with the 10 Absolute sect, because the Lord of the Grand Demon sect said that if we can completely help him recover his peak strength, he will impart the experience of advancing to the high-level martial emperor realm to us, and even help us advance to the high-level martial emperor realm. Therefore, the 7 prefecture masters are willing to join the 10 Absolute sect and serve the 1st Absolute." Hearing this, Zhuowen finally understood why the 7 prefecture masters were willing to collude with the 10 Absolute sect, and even did not hesitate to trick the majority of the cultivators in the 7 prefectures into the ruins of the Grand Demon sect. It was all for the secret of advancing to the high-level martial emperor realm. In the Pang Great World, only the Lord of the Grand Demon sect has reached the high-level martial emperor realm, and we also know that we have no hope of breaking through. If there is no opportunity or guidance from a predecessor, I think we will not be able to advance to the high-level martial emperor realm even when our lives are almost up. Zhoubin added. Zhuowen sneered. "Are you sure that the Lord of the Grand Demon sect will be willing to impart the experience of advancing to the high-level martial emperor realm to you after you help him recover to the high-level martial emperor realm?" Hearing this, Zhoubin, Songjia, and Qin Xion's expressions changed greatly. Although they had considered this before, due to their extreme desire to advance to the high-level martial emperor realm, they subconsciously ignored the possibility of the Lord of the Grand Demon sect breaking his promise. "The 3 of you can rest assured. How can I, the Lord of the Grand Demon sect, go back on my word? Didn't I swear to my heart demon back then? If I go back on my word, I will suffer the torment of my heart demon forever. Don't you trust me?" Not far away, Song Dai, who was suppressing Zhuowen, let out a cold snort, causing Zhou Bin and the other two to come to their senses. Zhuowen, it seems that you want to sow discord between me and them. Unfortunately, your move is not very good, Song Dai sneered coldly. Let's do it. The longer we wait, the more unforeseen things will happen. Song Jie shouted in a low voice. Immediately, the three of them stopped talking nonsense with Zhuo Wen and unleashed their terrifying emperor's might, crushing towards Zhuo Wen's body. Zhuo Wen's expression changed drastically, and his eyes were filled with seriousness. Demonic body, it looks like I can only rely on you. Take the slaughtering abstinence violation blade and carve out a bloody path for me. Zhuo Wen sighed softly. Soon after, a demonic eye appeared on his forehead. Surging demon chi erupted from his body. Demonic clouds soared into the sky, causing the entire hall to tremble. Then, a black figure stepped out from Zhuo Wen's body. This figure's appearance was exactly the same as Zhuo Wen's. However, his hair was black and red. This strange hair grew out and hung down to his feet. His demonic eyes were even stranger. They flickered with black and red colors. At the same time, Zhuo Wen flicked his finger and directly handed the slaughtering abstinence violation blade to Zhuo Wen. Life-breaking. Demonic body Zhuo Wen was expressionless as he gently gripped the slaughtering abstinence violation blade with his right hand. Demonic energy surged into the slaughtering abstinence violation blade, and demonic energy surged out of Zhuo Wen's body like a rain of blood. Zhuo Wen's long hair and sleeves fluttered, making him look like a peerless demon emperor. Rumble! As soon as the life-breaking was unleashed, an extremely terrifying crack appeared in the void. Then, a blood-red blade shadow, nearly 1,000 feet, long fell from the crack. However, on the surface of this blood-red blade shadow, there was a trace of black demon chi, which looked somewhat similar to Zhuo Wen's long hair. The life-breaking used by Zhuo Wen was much more terrifying than Zhuo Wen's. Even Song Jie and the other two's expressions changed drastically. Go! The moment the life-breaking appeared, Zhuo Wen's body stepped out and rushed out from the gap between the three. 3 pairs of lightning wings appeared, and he directly turned into a blue lightning and disappeared before everyone's eyes. Where do you think you're going? Chapter 12:04. Blood Puwoosh. A lightning-like figure shuttled through the dark black tunnel. The tunnels outside of the large hall extended in all directions, appearing just like a maze. This figure entered a concave cave after passing through a couple of rather remote corners. A delicate and handsome face was revealed under the dim light. It was Zhuo Wen's actual body, who had escaped from the large hall. What a loss! Both of my doppelgangers were left in the main hall. Zhuo Wen's eyes were gloomy to the extreme. From what he could sense, the Buddhist avatar was currently being suppressed by Song Dai. It was only a matter of time before the Buddhist avatar was defeated. As for the demonic Tao avatar, although he had the slaughtering abstinence violation saber, and because he was a demonic cultivator, his combat strength was far greater than an ordinary martial artist. Coupled with the slaughtering abstinence violation saber, the demonic Tao avatar's might was extremely terrifying. However, the Tsangje trio were all intermediate Emperor realm experts. No matter how terrifying the demon doppelganger's battle strength was, it was unlikely that he could suppress the trio. In fact, Zhuo Wen could sense that the demon doppelganger was being suppressed by the trio. At this moment, within the large hall, Song Jie's brows were slightly furrowed. She did not expect that Zhuo Wen would actually have a demonic avatar, allowing Zhuo Wen's actual body to escape. This is Supreme Demon Battle Chi? Soon, Song Jie's attention was focused on the demon doppelganger Zhuo Wen, who was holding the slaughtering oath-breaking saber. Her beautiful eyes were startled at first, but soon revealed a strong sense of greed. Humph! Let's get rid of you as soon as possible. After taking a deep look at the demon doppelganger Zhuan, Song Jia waved her jade-like hand. Suddenly, a strange black gas swept out from her palm and turned into a black rope that was thousands of feet long. When the black rope appeared, it was like a black python that wrapped around the Buddhist doppelganger. The moment the black rope wrapped around the Buddhist doppelganger Zhuan, the latter frowned slightly. Just as he was about to break free, he found that the black rope emitted an extremely strange power that tightly bound him, making it impossible for him to break free. Although your doppelganger's body is extremely strong, your strength is still below the Emperor realm. You can't compare with me at all. You can't break free from the black rope I provided for you, Tsang Jia said indifferently. The Buddhist doppelganger Zhuan struggled for a moment and stopped. He could feel that the black rope that was binding him was very strong. It was true that he could not break free from it. The huge Zhuan Tsang Jia trio, Zhuan the demon doppelganger. The huge demon doppelganger was wrapped in rolling demon clouds, cloud demon doppelganger. Zhuan Studio Zhuan was Tsang Jia, Zhuan Studio, Zhuan Buddhist, Studio Zhou, Studio Zhuan Studio is Studio. Demon, Studio Demonic. Demon demanding. When the pitch-black spear collided with the slaughtering, oath-breaking blade, an extremely ear-piercing screech erupted. Zhuan was shocked to discover that the power that erupted from the pitch-black spear had caused his blade-wielding right hand to turn numb. Chaotic mortal world. Zhuan let out a low roar, and the blood-red smoke gushed out from the slaughter oath-breaking saber. A depraved mortal world essence gushed out from the blood-red smoke and spread around. In the depraved mortal world essence, Tsang Jia and the other two who were rushing forward to encircle Ding Hao suddenly stopped, and their minds fell into the real mortal world environment. On the other hand, Tsang Jia's beautiful eyes were in a daze. Apparently, she had also been affected by the chaotic worldly dust. However, she quickly regained her clarity of mind. She stretched out her right hand, and with a roar, the 10,000 feet tall demonic shadow descended from the sky, viciously suppressing Zhuan. Life destruction. Billowing demon battle chi gushed out from Zhuan's body and entered the slaughtering, oath-breaking saber in his hand. Subsequently, the surface of the slaughtering, oath-breaking saber emitted a terrifying blood-red light. The blood-red light surged out for 10,000 feet, forming a 10,000 feet long saber shadow. Boom! The 10,000 feet tall demonic shadow's giant hand was directly smashed into powder by the 10,000 feet long saber shadow. Suppress. Tsang Jia's beautiful eyes narrowed. The demonic shadow let out a monstrous roar, and the pitch-black spear in his right hand suddenly swept out. The extremely black spear tip spun, violently like an electric drill, abruptly colliding with the 10,000 feet long saber shadow. Subsequently, a sharp screech erupted. Boom, 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 boom. What made Zhuan's pupils shrink was that the terrifying 10,000 feet long saber shadow was instantly penetrated by the pitch-black spear. Subsequently, the demonic shadow swung his right hand, and suddenly a monstrous demonic power poured into the saber shadow, shattering it into countless blood-red powder. Bang! The moment the saber shadow shattered, the demonic shadow took a step forward. His shattered left palm was restored to its original state under the effect of the surging demonic aura. His left hand descended from the sky and enveloped Zhuo, one of the demonic path. Slash! Zhuan waved his right hand, and demon battle chi gushed out. The slaughtering, oath-breaking saber slashed out once again. However, the moment the slaughtering, oath-breaking saber slashed out, it was blocked by the demonic shadow's pitch-black spear. Subsequently, the demonic shadows left palms smoothly caught Zhuowen. Zhuowen's brows slightly knitted as he coldly stared at Songjie on the demonic shadow. From the beginning to the end, he did not reveal any fear and maintained a cold expression. Demons were originally heaven-defying cultivators. They were cold and indifferent to everything. Even in the face of death, they would not reveal any fear. Instead, they would remain indifferent. Zhuowen's body was derived from the demonic eye, and he possessed all the characteristics of a demon. Even if he was captured alive by Songjie, there would not be any emotion in his eyes. The moment he caught Zhuo, one of the demonic Dao, Songjie waved his sleeve. Instantly, a sound barrier enveloped the two of them. Songjie stared at Zhuo, one of the demonic Dao, and asked, "Where did you get your extreme demonic battle chi? Looking at your appearance, there is also a trace of the demon battle arts circulation path in your body. If you hand over these two things to me, I can consider letting you live." Demon battle chi and demon battle art? Zhuo, one of the demonic Dao, narrowed his eyes as he stared at the somewhat anxious Song Dai. His eyes were filled with a strange light. Wasn't this Song Dai the incarnation of the Lord of Extreme Demons? And the extreme demon chi and extreme demon battle art were created by the Lord of Extreme Demons. Why did it seem like Song Dai didn't know these two things at all and even wanted to obtain his extreme demon battle art and extreme demon battle chi? Perhaps sensing the strange expression in Zhuowen's eyes, Songjie's expression stiffened. He immediately coughed and said, "Although I am the incarnation of the demon lord's remnant soul, I am still missing a lot of my memories. Although I created the demon battle art, I have already forgotten this part of my memories. Also, this demon battle chi has great benefits for my recovery. If you hand it over now, I will remember your merit and spare your life." Zhuowen's eyes were indifferent as he coldly smiled and said, "The demon battle chi has already been refined by me. As for the demon battle art, it is in my body. You are dreaming if you want to obtain it." Songjie's face darkened when he heard this. He coldly said, "Zhuowen, I know you can definitely hear me. Your two clones are in my hands. You better hand over the demon battle art, and I can consider returning your Buddhist clone to you." "Oh, you're only returning my Buddhist clone? What about my demonic clone?" Zhuowen's chilling voice sounded. Songjie coldly snorted and said, "Demonic clone? Your demonic avatar has extreme demonic battle chi. Naturally, I need to refine it. The extreme demonic battle chi is what I need. If you hand over the demon battle art now, you can get your Buddhist clone back. Otherwise, you will lose both clones. This is the choice I am giving you." Upon hearing these words, the expression of Zhuowen, who was hiding in the groove of the tunnel, became extremely dark and cold. His eyes were also filled with a gloomy expression. This Song Dai was truly ruthless. If he did not hand over the great demon battle art, this Song Dai planned to destroy both of his avatars. "Brat, don't hand over the demon battle art. If this Dragon Lord's guess is correct, once the demon battle art is handed over to Songjie, the latter's strength will definitely increase greatly. This is extremely disadvantageous for you. Moreover, your Buddhist and demonic clones are formed from the demon eye of the Buddha. This is a treasure refined by the fighting Buddha demon sage. How can a mere emperor realm cultivator destroy it? At most, the two clones will be trapped by Songjie." Xiao He came out of Zhuowen's sea of consciousness and stood on his shoulder as she reasoned. Zhuowen nodded. Xiao He was right. Songjie was so eager to obtain the demon battle art in his hands. This in itself was somewhat strange. His thoughts were the same as Xiao He's. He definitely couldn't hand over the demon battle art. "Have you considered it? Losing one or two doppelgangers is all up to you." Song Dai continued to speak to Zhuo, one of the demonic Dao. Zhuowen glanced at Song Jie indifferently and said coldly, "Scram! Don't even think about obtaining the demon battle art." Song Jie's expression froze slightly. Immediately, her beautiful eyes revealed a violent rage. She stared at Zhuowen and said in a low voice, "Good, good, good. Since you said so, don't blame me for being ruthless." As she spoke, Song Fei waved her sleeve again, and the sound barrier was removed. She extended her right hand and grabbed Zhuo, one from the demonic Tao. "The three of you keep a close eye on that Zhuo, one of the Buddhist Tao. Right now, I need to properly deal with this Zhuo, one of the demonic Tao." After Song Dai finished speaking, he lifted Zhuowen and stepped out. In an instant, they arrived above the blood pool. Song Jie and the other two looked at each other. They did not understand why Song Dai blocked the conversation between Zhuowen and Zhuowen. However, since Song Dai had ordered them to do so, they naturally could not disobey. They all came to Zhuo Wen's side and focused their sharp eyes on Zhuowen. Above the blood pool, Song Dai silently stared at Zhuowen and said indifferently, "You asked for it. Now, I'll put your devil avatar into the sacrificial blood pool to refine it and extract the supreme devil battle chi. Then, I'll deal with your Buddhist avatar. Of course, I won't let your main body go." Chapter 12:05. Two pupils at the bottom of the pool boom. Demonic Dao Zhuowen's expression changed slightly. His body was still in midair as he twisted his waist. Grand demonic battle chi surged out in an attempt to escape from the range of the blood pool. Unfortunately, Song Dai's power firmly restrained his entire body, making it impossible for him to twist his body. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Numerous blood, vessel-like branches burst out from the blood pool. They were like countless tentacles as they entangled demonic Dao Zhuowen, making it difficult for him to break free. Bang! The sound of something falling into the water rang out. Soon after, demonic Dao Zhuowen was directly pulled into the blood pool by the countless blood vessel-like branches. In an instant, demonic Dao Zhuowen felt that his eyes were filled with the color of blood. Other than the boundless blood, there was no other color in his eyes. Chi, chi, chi. Waves of blood-colored whirlpools churned up from the blood pool like boiling water. It looked extremely terrifying. Song Dai silently hovered above the blood pool. A cruel expression appeared in his eyes as he watched demonic Dao Zhuowen's figure being submerged in the blood pool. "I must obtain the grand demonic battle chi. Also, you will not be able to take away the grand demonic battle art on your body." Song Dai muttered in a low voice as his pitch-black eyes were filled with a blazing color. "Demonic Dao avatar has been thrown into the sacrificial blood pool by Song Dai." Zhuowen's original body spat out a mouthful of blood as he spoke with a slightly pale face. "The power of this sacrificial blood pool is not bad. It is actually able to affect your demonic Dao avatar. However, I'm afraid that it will not be able to refine your demonic Dao avatar." Xiao He, who was on Zhuowen's shoulder, said in a somewhat grave voice. Zhuowen nodded. After all, the demonic Dao avatar was formed by the demonic eye. If it was so easily refined by the sacrificial blood pool, wouldn't it bring shame to the reputation of the fighting Buddha demon sage? At this moment, demonic Dao Zhuowen slowly opened his eyes in the blood pool. A strange black and red light burst out from his eyes. The surrounding blood-colored whirlpools were rapidly rotating and squeezing demonic Dao Zhuowen. However, they were unable to cause much harm to him as demonic Dao Zhuowen circulated the grand demonic battle chi in his body to completely block the corrosion of the surrounding blood-colored whirlpools. There are too many blood-colored whirlpools in this sacrificial blood pool. The grand demonic battle chi cannot support me for too long. I have to think of a way to get out of this blood pool. Zhuowen slightly frowned as he looked around at the endless blood-colored whirlpool. His eyes revealed a hint of disappointment. Most of his strength had been confined by Song Dai, coupled with the numerous blood vessels and branches that burst out from the blood pool. Zhuowen's strength had been reduced to less than 10%. Not to mention escaping from this blood pool, he even felt that it was difficult for him to move. Time slowly passed. Finally, the grand demonic battle chi that surrounded Zhuowen had been shattered. The billowing blood-colored whirlpools were like numerous blood-colored rays that eroded demonic Dao Zhuowen's demonic body in an attempt to completely crush it. However, demonic Dao's demonic body was formed by the demonic eye of the Buddha demon eye. Although the sacrificial blood pool was powerful, it was still difficult to destroy demonic Dao's demonic body. Although demonic Dao's demonic body was so tough that the blood pool could not destroy it, the extreme pain caused by the blood-colored whirlpools stirring his body was clearly transmitted to Zhuowen's nerves. So painful, Zhuowen's original body suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. His face became even paler. Although demonic Dao's demonic body could not be destroyed by the blood pool, the pain caused by the injury was transmitted to Zhuowen's nerves. The pain was extremely intense, as if thousands of ants were gnawing at his heart. Even though Zhuowen's willpower was extremely firm, he still groaned from the intense pain. His hands that were pressed against the wall left extremely deep marks on the wall. It could be seen how intense the pain Zhuowen was enduring at this moment. It seems that the two avatars have a great impact on you, Xiao He said with a frown as she looked at Zhuowen, who was groaning in pain. In the blood pool, demonic Dao Zhuowen frowned slightly. Although he also felt the intense pain, he was a demonic Dao cultivator. The only thing that remained unchanged in his eyes was his indifference. He did not reveal any pain. At most, he would frown slightly. When demonic Dao Zhuowen was drifting in the blood pool, a pair of purple-black pupils appeared at the bottom of the blood pool. The pupils looked through the endless blood water and fell on demonic Dao Zhuowen's body. A hint of astonishment appeared in the pupils' eyes. The aura of grand demonic battle chi. This kid also cultivates a grand demonic battle art. Could this be fate? A low and hoarse voice slowly resounded from the pair of purple-black pupils and lingered at the bottom of the blood pool. Demonic Dao Zhuowen, who was drifting with the flow, also heard the voice at the bottom of the blood pool. His eyes narrowed slightly as he asked in a deep voice, "Who is it?" Whoosh! The sound of water splashing was heard. Then, Zhuowen suddenly discovered that a pair of purple-black pupils had appeared in front of him. The pair of purple-black pupils were in the shape of two rings. If one looked at them, it would be extremely easy to feel dizzy. "Who are you?" Demonic Dao Zhuowen narrowed his eyes and stared at the pair of purple-black pupils with vigilance. He did not notice the appearance of the pair of pupils before. The pair of pupils did not pay attention to Zhuowen's question. Instead, they stared at Zhuowen and said indifferently, "Where did you get your grand demonic battle chi and grand demonic battle art?" Hearing this, Zhuowen narrowed his eyes and revealed a look of shock. Why would the pair of pupils suddenly ask such a question? And who was the owner of the pair of pupils? The way they appeared was too strange. Your physical body is really tough. You actually did not suffer any damage in the sacrificial blood pool. However, this is not the place to talk. Come with me. The pair of purple-black pupils glanced at Zhuowen indifferently. Soon after, a purple-black energy wrapped around Zhuowen. Zhuowen wanted to resist, but found that the purple-black energy was too large and did not allow him to resist at all. Whoosh! Soon, Zhuowen was carried away by the mighty force and rushed to the bottom of the blood pool. At the bottom of the blood pool, there was a half-mile-wide vacuum zone. The reason why it was called a vacuum zone was mainly because this half-mile area was covered by a semicircular light barrier. The surrounding blood water was basically blocked by this semicircular light barrier. It was impossible for it to enter this half-meter radius. Whoosh! The pair of purple-black pupils quickly brought Zhuowen into the light shield. The moment his feet landed on the ground, Zhuowen found that the shackles on his body had disappeared. Then, his attention fell on the pair of purple-black pupils in front of him. However, the pair of purple-black pupils did not look at Zhuowen. Instead, they turned into a purple-black stream of light and landed in the center of the area. There, a stooped figure quietly sat cross-legged. Armor Soul. Zhuowen's eyes first landed on the purple-black eyes that were suspended above the human figure. Only then did he turn his attention to the hunchbacked figure below the eyes. How could he not tell that the purple-black eyes that had brought him here were the armor spirit of this hunchbacked figure? However, although the stooped figure in front of him emitted a powerful aura, there were traces of death aura lingering around his body, as if this figure could lose his life at any time. The semicircular light shield above the vacuum area was also supported by this stooped figure, preventing the surrounding blood water from entering. The stooped figure slowly turned around, revealing an aged face that was covered in wrinkles. Moreover, there were strands of dark aura faintly seeping out from this aged face. It looked exceptionally strange and terrifying. Poison? Looking at the strands of black qi on the stooped old man's face, Zhuowen's pupils shrank, and he whispered in surprise. He, sit. The hunchbacked old man waved his sleeve. Immediately, a stone table and 2 stone stools appeared in front of him. He leisurely sat on one of the stone stools. His right hand pointed at the stone stools opposite him as he spoke to Zhuowen. Although his heart was filled with doubt, Zhuowen still followed the stooped old man's instructions and sat opposite him. His eyes were rather cautious as he stared at the stooped old man and asked softly, "Senior is..." When Zhuowen said this, he realized that he didn't know how to address the stooped old man in front of him. You can call me Old M.O. How should I address you, little friend? Old M.O. coughed lightly and smiled at Zhuowen. Zhuowen did not hide his name and calmly said. The stooped old man in front of him seemed to be trapped in the pool of blood as well. However, he did not know who this person was. Could it be that he was related to the storage disk? Zhuowen? Not a bad name. Old M.O. praised, and then went silent for a while, as if he was thinking about something. After pausing for a moment, he continued, "Did you obtain the demon battle chi and demon battle art from the 2 statues in the treasure pavilion?" Hearing this, Zhuowen's pupils shrank as he stared at old M.O. Zhuowen's heart was filled with doubts. He did not expect that this old man would know the location of the demon battle chi and demon battle art. Could it be that these 2 items were placed in the treasure pavilion by this old man? Then who was this old man? There's no need to be too surprised. Just as you thought the demon battle chi and the demon battle art were placed in the 2 demonic statues at the entrance of the Bountiful Treasures Pavilion, Elder Hiroshi admitted it openly. Then who are you? Why would it exist in this sacrificial blood pool? Zhuowen frowned slightly and asked Old M.O. Old M.O. smiled as a chilling light flowed out of his eyes. Because someone wants to use this sacrificial blood pool to completely refine me and take my power for their own. This sacrificial blood pool has existed here for nearly 100 years. It has existed for nearly 100 years. Could it be that Elder has also been trapped at the bottom of this blood pool for nearly 100 years? Zhuowen's eyes were startled as he asked in surprise. Yes, the original purpose of this sacrificial blood pool was to refine this old man. However, you suddenly barged into this blood pool. In addition, you have the aura of the supreme demonic chi on your body, so this old man pulled you here. Elder Emo nodded. Hearing this, Zhuowen frowned slightly. Soon after, he asked, Elder, the one who built this sacrificial blood pool is the demon lord's remnant soul. Do you have any way to escape from this blood pool? Chapter 12:06. The True Grand Devil Master. Oh, is this Song Dai not formed from the Grand Devil Master's soul fragment? Zhuowen's eyes hardened when he heard old Mo's soft curse. Surprise was revealed in his heart as he quietly wondered. Old Emo also noticed that he had lost his composure after cursing. His eyes flickered as he sighed softly. Zhuowen, from the looks of it, you don't seem to know anything about the Grand Devil Master. I really don't know much about the Lord of the Grand Demon. However, I heard that the Lord of the Grand Demon was the only genius in the panicked world who had advanced to the advanced Emperor realm. After the Lord of the Grand Demon founded the Grand Demon sect, he mysteriously disappeared not long after. Everyone thought that the Lord of the Grand Demon might have gone to a higher plane. Who would have thought that we would encounter the remnant soul of the Grand Demon Lord in the Grand Demon sect ruins? Zhuowen muttered. The Grand Devil Master's soul fragment that you are talking about should be Emo Jia. It is this fellow who created this sacrificial blood pool. It is also this fellow who wants to refine me and turn me into his own strength. Old Mo's eyes revealed a ferocious expression when he spoke until this point. His eyes were filled with hatred. Zhuowen's eyes hardened when he heard this. He quickly asked, In that case, who is this Emo Jia? Emo Jia is the last sect master of the ultimate demon sect. He possesses the cultivation of the 6th level D stage. At the same time, he is also a despicable person. Old Mo's eyes were filled with fury when he spoke until this point. He was so angry that he was trembling. Why is this Emo Jia scheming to deal with Elder? Zhuowen asked in a puzzled manner. Old Emo slowly calmed his somewhat uncontrollable fury. He glanced at Zhuowen and sighed, Zhuowen, let me tell you a story about the Grand Devil Master. Are you willing to listen to me? Zhuowen was taken aback. He subconsciously nodded and said, Senior, please speak your mind. Old Emo nodded slightly. Immediately, his eyes became a little unfocused as he softly said, The Grand Demon Master has an ominous body. He caused the death of his parents the moment he was born, causing him to become an orphan. Due to this ominous omen from the moment he was born, his fellow villagers did not wish to cause any trouble and abandoned him in the wilderness. However, the Grand Demon Master is an extraordinary person. He possesses a trace of intelligence the moment he makes a move. He lives in the wilderness with the body of an infant, living like a wolf or a tiger. When he was 3 years old, he could snatch food from the mouths of tigers and wolves. When he was 5 years old, he became the king of wild beasts in the wilderness. When he was 6 years old, he returned to the village and killed over 100 villagers. When he was 10 years old, the sect master of the extreme demon sect encountered the Grand Demon Master. The sect master of the extreme demon sect saw that his talent was extraordinary and he possessed all the characteristics of a demonic cultivator. He knew that the Grand Demon Master was definitely a genius of demonic cultivation. As a result, the sect master of the extreme demon sect became fond of his talent and accepted him as a subordinate, becoming his disciple. The Grand Demon Master did not disappoint the sect master of the extreme demon sect. With the systematic teaching of cultivation, the Grand Demon Master's cultivation basically progressed by leaps and bounds. Back then, the extreme demon sect was only an insignificant demonic sect among the 7 prefectures. However, the Grand Demon Master rose up far too quickly. His breakthroughs were terrifyingly fast as well. A genius like that finally attracted the attention of the 7 prefectures. As a result, the 7 prefectures requested the extreme demon sect to hand the Grand Demon Master over to them. They could see the potential in the Grand Demon Master, so they wanted to take the genius for themselves. However, the Lord of the Grand Fiends had his own pride, and all his abilities were taught to him by the sect master of the Grand Fiend sect. As a result, the Lord of the Grand Fiends rejected the requests of the 7 great sections. However, his rejection angered the 7 great sects, and as a result, the Grand Fiend sect was destroyed in a single night. The only one who managed to escape was the Lord of the Grand Fiends. Since then, the Lord of the Grand Fiends vanished from the entire world, and everyone gradually forgot about him. 10 years later, the Grand Demon Master reappeared. His cultivation had reached mid-emperor. As a result, the Grand Demon Master came looking for the 7 prefectures one by one. Back then, apart from the Great Zhou Institute, the 6 other prefectures were basically massacred by the Grand Demon Master. Back then, blood flowed like rivers. Even though the Great Zhou Institute's master was not weak back then, he still did not dare to contend against the Grand Demon Master. Instead, he chose to retreat. As a result, the Grand Demon Master founded a new extreme demon sect in the panicked world. This time, the extreme demon sect that the Grand Demon Master founded was even more powerful than all the other sects and organizations. It was filled with experts and geniuses. It was extremely powerful, basically surpassing the 7 prefectures. It became the only sect and organization that ruled the panicked world. Elder Mo paused when he reached there, while Zhuowen sank into his thoughts. It seemed like the Grand Demon Master was no ordinary person. He was born with a body of ill omen. Both his parents had died, so he survived in the wilderness as an infant. When he was 6 years old, he killed the entire village that had abandoned him. The Grand Demon Master was a rather cold-blooded and heartless person. However, he possessed a pure demonic heart, which was why his speed of demonic cultivation was so abnormal. Senior, what happened afterwards? How did the Grand Demon Master go missing afterwards? Zhuowen suddenly asked. Elder Mo nodded and continued. After the Grand Demon Master established the new extreme demon sect, his demonic might filled the sky. No organization in the panicked world could compare to him. Afterwards, the Grand Demon Master no longer cared about the matters of the extreme demon sect. Instead, he focused on cultivation, preparing to break through the shackles of the high-class emperor realm that no one had ever broken through before. The figure of an emperor descended from the sky, as if to welcome a new emperor. Countless bolts of lightning spread, turning the sky of the extreme demon sect into a prison of lightning. The might of the heavens was vast and mighty, and all the cultivators in the panicked world knelt on the ground, as if they were paying respects to an emperor. At that moment, the Grand Demon Master stepped out of his seclusion. He was in high spirits, and his eyes shone like stars. He had broken through his shackles, reaching the high-class emperor realm that no one had ever reached before. After breaking through to the high-class emperor realm, the first thing the Grand Demon Master did was head to the Great Zhou Institute and kill the Great Zhou Institute's headmaster. He wanted to take revenge for the 7 prefectures working together to destroy the extreme demon sect. Afterwards, the Grand Demon Master stayed in the extreme demon sect for a few more years. Because there were no longer any opponents he could fight, the Grand Demon Master grew more and more bored of the panicked world. As a result, he decided to challenge the protector of the panicked world and reach the legendary upper realm. Zhuowen's eyes lit up. He asked, "Then the Grand Demon Master fought with the protector of the panicked world?" "Yes." The Grand Demon Master did indeed find the protector of the panicked world and fought with him. The might of the battle was so great that the sky seemed to collapse and the earth seemed to crack open. All the cultivators in the 7 prefectures saw the battle between the Grand Demon Master and the protector. The battle was devastating. Who knows how many cultivators were killed by the shockwaves of their battle? However, the protector of the panicked world was actually even more powerful than the Grand Demon Master. In the end, the Grand Demon Master was defeated and heavily injured by the protector. He fled in panic. Only then did the Grand Demon Master learn that the panicked world actually had such a terrifying existence. The pride in his heart crumbled in that battle. After his defeat, the Grand Demon Master returned to the Grand Demon Sect. He ordered the many experts of the Grand Demon Sect to create a statue that was several thousand feet tall. The statue was based on the Grand Demon Master. Since then, the Grand Demon Master shut himself in the statue to recuperate. In the battle with the protector, the Grand Demon Master's source was injured. It will take a long time for him to recover. Following the Grand Demon Master's seclusion, the Grand Demon Sect fell into a masterless state. As a result, the entire 7 prefectures began to speculate about the whereabouts of the Grand Demon Master. Various versions of the rumors spread through the streets and alleys. However, the Grand Demon Sect was powerful back then, so it did not cause too much of a reaction. However, the Grand Demon Sect became more and more dispirited, and its influence was far from what it used to be. As a result, countless forces in the 7 prefectures began to stir. In the end, many forces were unwilling to be notified by the Grand Demon Sect. They rose up and uprooted the entire Grand Demon Sect. Back then, the last sect master of the Grand Demon Sect was called Emogia. He had some foresight, so he moved the statue of the Grand Demon Master and hid most of the resources of the Grand Demon Sect in the statue, hiding it in the depths of the dangerous Dreamcloud swampland. Emogia was the last sect master of the Grand Demon Sect. Zhuowen raised his eyebrows and asked in surprise. However, Zhuowen only responded with a question and did not say anything else. He knew that what old Emo was about to say was the main point. Zhuowen also had some guesses about old Mo's identity. After Emogia hid the statue of the Grand Demon Master in the Dreamcloud swampland, he went in to find the Grand Demon Master. He wanted to seek the help of the Grand Demon Master, but after he entered the statue, he discovered that the injuries of the Grand Demon Master were far more severe than he had imagined. Even though he told the Grand Demon Master everything, the latter remained indifferent. With no other choice, Emogia could only hide in the statue. After all, the outside world is filled with many forces that want to capture the remnants of the Grand Demon Sect. He would definitely not be able to escape death if he went out, so he might as well stay here. The Grand Demon Master naturally did not mind Emogia being in the statue. As long as he did not disturb his recovery, he would not pay any attention to Emogia. However, I never thought that Emogia would find a secret technique called blood sacrifice among the many resources in the statue. This secret technique used the blood of countless living beings as a medium, and with a strange power, it would refine all the energy of the living beings that fell into the pool of blood. The energy that was refined would naturally be absorbed by the caster, allowing him to obtain even more power. What I never thought was that Emogia would actually place the target of the blood sacrifice on the body of the Grand Demon Master. At this point, old Emo stopped talking, but a hint of anger appeared in his eyes. "You are the Grand Demon Master?" Chapter 1207. Demon Emperor. That's right. This old man is the Lord of Ultimate Demons. Back then, when I was recovering from my injuries in the statue, I was completely unguarded against Emogia. However, that ingrate actually poisoned me in order to steal my strength and advance to the high-level Martial Emperor realm. He even launched a sneak attack on me. Otherwise, even if this old man was heavily injured, I would have been able to tear him to pieces. Elder Hiroshi's eyes were filled with ferocity as he spoke. Clearly, he was still brooding over Emojia's ambush. Zhuowen, how about cooperating with me? If you cooperate with me, I can help you defeat Emojia and let you escape from the sacrificial blood pool. Elder Hiroshi suddenly said to Zhuowen with a hint of hope in his eyes. Zhuowen narrowed his eyes as he looked at Elder Hiroshi. However, he secretly communicated with Xiaohei. Xiaohei, do you think Elder Hiroshi's words are reliable? Also, could Elder Hiroshi really be the Lord of Grand Demons who disappeared a long time ago? This old man's words should be half true. Kid, don't believe all of it. However, it might be true that this old man is the Lord of Grand Demons. However, this kind of old man who has lived for so long is very shrewd. You have to be careful. Xiaohei's indifferent voice rang out in Zhuowen's mind. This caused Zhuowen's heart to shiver slightly. Xiaohei was right. The Lord of Grand Demons was a demonic cultivator. His temperament was as tough as steel, and he would do anything by fair means or foul. Zhuowen still had to be cautious when dealing with such an old monster. May I know how Senior will cooperate with me, and how will you help me defeat Emogia? Zhuowen suddenly asked. However, Elder Hiroshi smiled and said, I am the Lord of the Supreme Devil. I am most proficient in the power of devils. You are a devil cultivator, and a peak Empyrean at that. I can help you break through to the Devil Emperor realm in a short period of time. Once your cultivation breaks through to the Devil Emperor realm, your strength will increase by hundreds or thousands. At that time, you will be of great help to me. Help me break through to Demon Emperor. Zhuowen's eyes shone brightly as his pupils shrank to the extreme. He hadn't expected the Lord of Grand Demons to give him such a great gift. According to his current situation, his demonic clone wouldn't be able to break through to Demon Emperor in a short time. Moreover, devil cultivators were a kind of cultivators who went against the heavens. If one wanted to become a devil emperor, it would definitely be much more difficult than ordinary cultivators advancing to the emperor realm. Of course, correspondingly, their combat strength would also far surpass ordinary emperor realm cultivators. But the Lord of Grand Demons could help him break through to Demon Emperor in a short time. How could Zhuowen not be moved? Of course, he didn't doubt the words of the Lord of Grand Demons. This was a terrifying existence that had broken through to high-level Demon Emperor as a demonic cultivator. The Lord of Grand Demons was definitely an extremely terrifying high-level Demon Emperor. Such an existence understood demons better than Zhuowen. He also understood how to help Zhuowen break through to Demon Emperor. If you believe me, I can help you break through to Demon Emperor in a short time. Of course, the choice is in your hands. If you don't believe me, I won't force you, the Lord of Grand Demons said indifferently. Zhuowen frowned. The temptation of breaking through to Demon Emperor was too great for him. Although he felt that the Lord of Grand Demons' words were somewhat inappropriate, he still wanted to give it a try. After all, this was only Zhuowen's demonic clone, not his main body, so he wasn't very afraid that the Lord of Grand Demons would trick him. After all, the situation of being stuck in the sacrificial blood pool was bad enough, so this method was worth a try. However, Zhuowen couldn't blindly believe the Lord of Grand Demons. He still had a certain level of vigilance in his heart to prevent being tricked. I believe you. I hope you can really help me break through to Demon Emperor, Zhuowen said calmly. Haha, don't worry, I'm the Lord of Supreme Demons, and you've cultivated my Supreme Demon Battle Art. If I can't help you break through to the Demon Emperor realm, then it only proves that my title as the Lord of Supreme Demons is undeserved. The light in the Lord of Grand Demons' eyes flickered with joy when he saw Zhuowen agree. Now, sit cross-legged on the ground and try to circulate the extreme demonic battle art in your body. I will borrow the extreme demonic battle chi in your body and circulate the extreme demonic battle art to help you smoothly break through your shackles, the Lord of Extreme Demonic said again. Zhuowen nodded and sat on the ground. At the same time, he began to remember the specific method of the grand demon battle art he had obtained from the demon statue. Immediately, dark grand demon battle chi began to permeate around Zhuowen like a viscous, inky mist. Now, I will place my hand on your back and use my power to guide you to cultivate the extreme demon battle art. This extreme demon battle art has a total of 18 levels. Every time you cultivate a level, its power will increase by a lot. If you successfully cultivate to the 3rd level, you will smoothly break through the Demon Emperor realm and become a 1st-level Demon Emperor. With that, the Lord of Grand Demons gently placed his thin right hand on Zhuowen's back. Black energy burrowed into Zhuowen's body. The energy was like a guide, guiding the grand demon battle chi in Zhuowen's meridians. It surged through Zhuowen's meridians several times faster than his cultivation speed. Boom! 3 days later, a voice that was like muffled thunder resounded out from within Zhuowen's body. After that, a wisp of a delighted smile appeared on the corners of Zhuowen's mouth as he muttered in a low voice, cultivating the demon battle art to the 1st level in 3 days. This speed is really fast. Continue. With this speed, you'll probably reach the 3rd layer of the grand demon battle art in a month. At that time, you can attempt to break through to the Demon Emperor realm, the Lord of Grand Demons said indifferently. Zhuowen nodded, but he did not slack off at all. He continued to cultivate the Grand Demon battle art. With the Lord of Grand Demons' assistance, Zhuowen's cultivation speed could be described as tremendous. A month quietly passed by. Song Jie was seated in the air above the blood pool. His pitch-black demonic eyes indifferently looked down at the enormous blood pool below as his beautiful eyebrows slightly furrowed. Song Jie, Zhou Bin, and Qin Xian stood silently beside Zhuowen, keeping a close eye on him, so that Zhuowen had no chance of escaping. A month had already passed. He could sense that Zhuowen had not been completely refined. After all, if Zhuowen had been refined, the grand demon battle chi would have entered his body as energy. However, there was no sign of grand demon battle chi in the past month. Clearly, Zhuowen had not been completely refined. You really are tough. You haven't been completely refined even after staying in the sacrificial pool for a month. However, let's see how long you can last. I'll wait a little longer. As Song Jie spoke, she slowly closed her eyes. However, just as she was about to close her eyes, the blood pool below suddenly surged. A pillar of blood shot up into the sky in an anti-clockwise manner. Like a blood python, it shot towards Song Jie. Boom, boom, boom. The moment the first pillar of blood rose into the sky, countless pillars of blood continuously burst out from the pool of blood. They were like countless blood pythons that wrapped around Song Jie. Humph! Song Jie snorted coldly. His jade-like hand pressed down on the void. Billowing demonic aura gushed out and turned into a black cage covered with spikes, blocking the countless pillars of blood outside. The moment Song Jie destroyed the countless pillars of blood, a terrifying emperor aura spread throughout the hall. It was as if the entire hall had sunk into a swamp at this moment. It was extremely heavy and stagnant. Bang, bang, bang. Subsequently, Song Jie was shocked to find that the dome above the hall had completely collapsed at this moment. revealing the cloud-filled sky outside. Through the layers of clouds, Song Jie saw 9 incomparably huge stars descending from the void. The 9 stars were covered with billowing demonic aura. Monstrous demonic aura spread out like invisible ripples. The Emperor Star has descended? Did someone make a breakthrough? Song Jie was startled when he saw the 9 demonic stars descending from the gap in the roof of the hall. Soon after, he thought of Zhuowen's figure. He still remembered that Zhuowen was a peak heavenly sovereign. Now that the Emperor's Star had descended, there was only one possibility. It was that Zhuowen had made a breakthrough. Damn it! That guy actually made a breakthrough at this time. Song Jie's eyes were filled with exasperation. He took a step forward and dodged the 9 demonic stars. When an Emperor Realm cultivator made a breakthrough, the laws of heaven and earth would descend. As soon as the 9 demonic stars descended, they would be protected by the laws of heaven and earth. Therefore, even if Song Jie wanted to stop Zhuowen from making a breakthrough, it would be difficult. At this moment, the blood pool was churning wildly. A horizontal blood path was split open in the middle. A tall and straight figure slowly stood up in the middle of this blood path. He lifted his head slightly, revealing a pair of alternating black and red demonic eyes. His alternating black and red long hair fluttered under the wild and violent wind. His long hair fluttered and danced in the wind. This person was Zhuowen of the demonic Tao. At this moment, his eyes were filled with indifference. With a wave of his right hand, the 9 demonic stars in the sky slammed into the pool of blood. Immediately, the entire hall trembled violently. The 9 demonic stars revolved around Zhuowen. Demonic cultivators are heaven-defying cultivators. In the process of breaking through to the Demon Emperor realm, they will be attacked by terrifying heavenly demons. Zhuowen, be careful. The Grand Demon Lord warned Zhuowen from nearby. Zhuowen nodded. Soon after, his cold eyes stared at the 9 demonic stars that revolved around him. On the surface of the 9 demonic stars, there were countless terrifying demonic shadows that bared their fangs and brandished their claws. These demonic shadows laughed violently. The sound was sharp and ear-piercing, causing Zhuowen to frown slightly. Fight! Zhuowen was not afraid. He circulated the Grand Demon Battle Art. Surging Grand Demon Battle Chi appeared on the surface of his body, forming a pitch-black armor. A Grand Demon Spear, condensed from Grand Demon Battle Chi, appeared in his hand. Swoosh! Chapter 1208. Falling demon powder countless demonic figures danced wildly. Zhuowen's feet moved continuously within the demonic figures. The great demonic spear in his hand was swung repeatedly. Surging great demonic battle chi lingered around Zhuowen like a domain. Bang bang! The great demonic battle chi was extremely terrifying, especially after Zhuowen had broken through to the Demon Emperor realm. His fighting strength had reached an extremely frightening level. With a wave of the great demonic spear, a terrifying black spear shadow was formed around him. The demonic figures that were struck by the spear shadow screeched and scattered. In the sky above the edge of the blood pool, Song Dai quietly watched Zhuowen, who was engaged in an intense battle with countless demonic figures. His eyes had become extremely gloomy. If he intervened, he would be able to stop Zhuowen from continuing his breakthrough. However, a figure standing on the bloody path at the bottom of the blood pool caused Song Dai's footsteps to freeze. This old fellow is really tenacious. He is actually still alive. Song Dai hatefully muttered. His eyes were extremely cautious as he stared at the hunchbacked old man with a purplish-black face. He was aware that this old fellow was likely behind Zhuowen's breakthrough to the Demon Emperor realm. The ultimate demon master placed his hands behind his back. His pitch-black demonic eyes narrowed slightly. Immediately, they landed on Sangdai as an extremely cold glint was emitted from his eyes. Emoji, don't think that I cannot recognize you just because your spirit is attached to the little girl. The ultimate demon master stared at Sangdai and spoke in an indifferent voice. Emoji chuckled and said, "This is all thanks to you. If you hadn't destroyed my body, would I have come up with such a plan to possess this girl's body? You reap what you sow. You actually dared to attempt a sneak attack on me. If I had not discovered it early, it is likely that you would have succeeded." The ultimate demon master's eyes were sinisterly cold as he spoke. The corners of Emoji's mouth were filled with mockery as he said, "How does the falling demon powder taste? This poison is specially made to deal with demonic cultivators like you. After being poisoned by the falling demon powder, the demonic power in your body will continue to scatter with the flow of time. When the last trace of demonic power in your body disappears, your life will also lose its final life force due to the corrosion of this poison. So many years have passed. How much mana do you still have left?" The grand demon master trembled when he heard these words. His eyes were bloodshot as he said in a deep voice, "Emoji, you despicable bastard, I will definitely kill you." Whoosh! As he said that, demonic chi surged out of the Grand Fiend Lord. This demonic chi was the same as Zhuowen's. It was also Grand Fiend Battle Chi. However, the Grand Fiend Lord's Grand Fiend Battle Chi was far denser and more terrifying than Zhuowen's. Just the aura that leaked out was like a mountain had enveloped the entire hall. It was extremely heavy and stagnant. The Grand Devil Lord clenched his right hand, and his Grand Devil Battle Chi condensed into a 10-foot-long halberd. It shot forward, leaving a pitch-black trail in the air as it instantly arrived in front of Emoji. Emoji's expression changed slightly. Her jade-like hand gently tapped the empty space before 100,000 feet tall devil shadow appeared behind her. The devil shadow swung its right hand before an incomparably huge pitch-black long spear came crashing down like a mountain and heavily smashed against the large halberd that was shooting towards her. Dong! The dull sound of metal clashing resounded. Soon after, surging demonic chi spread across the entire hall like dark clouds. Soon after, a deafening explosion was heard. The 100,000 feet tall devil shadow actually took a few steps back from the collision. Every step it took back was like an earthquake, causing the entire hall to shake. However, the large halberd was also sent flying by the devil shadow and was caught by the Grand Devil Lord in the air. Second absolute, third absolute, fourth absolute, fifth absolute. How long are the four of you going to watch the show? Hurry up and stop Zhuowen from continuing his breakthrough. Once he survives the Devil Shadow calamity, even the four of you who are intermediate emperors will have difficulty dealing with him. After stabilizing the Devil Shadow, Emoji shouted at the four people who were in a daze. Zhou Bin, Songjia, and the other two looked at each other when they heard this. In the end, they did not dare to disobey Emoji's order. They shot forward one after another, transforming into four black lightning bolts that instantly rushed towards the demonic Zhuowen, who was surrounded by countless devil shadows. "Zhuowen, I think it's better for you to surrender." Zhou Bin was the first to arrive. He took a step forward, holding a large bronze axe in his hand. He raised it above his head and violently swung it down. It contained a great force that rumbled as it smashed towards Zhuowen. Zhuowen's expression changed slightly. The Grand Devil Spear in his right hand swept out, and the countless devil shadows that surrounded him were completely swept away. Soon after, the Grand Devil Spear did not change as it was suddenly lifted. It was accompanied by a decisive aura as it rushed upwards. The sharp tip of the spear instantly pressed against the blade of the large bronze axe. Clang! The sound of metal clashing resounded. Soon after, Zhuowen frowned slightly and took a dozen steps back. Zhoubin also took a few steps back. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. At the moment when Zhoubin was forced to retreat, Cangjie, Qin Xian, and Chuyu rushed in front of him in a flash. 3 fierce attacks came in an instant and completely sealed Zhuowen's whole body. Chaotic mortal world. Zhuowen suddenly retreated. At the same time, he flicked his right hand and took out the slaughtering oath-breaking blade. He slashed out fiercely. A mortal world fantasy spread out, causing Cangjie, Qin Xian, and Chuyu's attacks to stagnate. Their eyes were blurred. Destruction of life. Slash. The moment the 3 of them fell into the state of chaotic mortal world, Zhuowen took a step forward and slashed out with the slaughtering abstinence violation blade once again. Suddenly, the terrifying blade shadow fell from the void again. At this moment, the blade shadow formed by the slaughtering abstinence violation blade was many times more terrifying than before. After all, Zhuowen was using the body of a devil emperor, coupled with the power of the slaughtering abstinence violation blade. The power of the slaughtering abstinence violation blade was much more terrifying than before. Rumble! When Cangjie, Qin Xian, and Chuyu slowly recovered from the mortal world essence, they were shocked to find that the blood-red saber shadow formed by the kill break had already crushed down. At that moment, the 3 of them were inexplicably horrified. They hurriedly launched an offensive, trying to block the terrifying saber shadow. Rumble! The 3 attacks fell on the blade shadow. Immediately, the blood-red blade shadow stopped in midair as if time had stopped. Then, an extremely terrifying explosion erupted. The blood-red light almost filled the entire hall. Cangjie and the other 2 groaned and retreated continuously. Among the 3 of them, Cangjie and Qin Xian were better off. One of them was a 5th-level emperor, while the other was a 4th-level emperor. Although Zhuowen's battle strength was extraordinarily terrifying after reaching the Devil Emperor realm, and the slaughtering oath-breaking blade's power was even more powerful, the 2 of them were only intermediate-level emperors. They could still withstand the explosive energy formed by the destruction of life. However, Chuyu, who was beside the 2 of them, was only a 3rd-level martial emperor. Due to how terrifying the explosion was, Chuyu's injuries were extremely serious. He clutched his chest with his right hand as his chest heaved violently. With a light cough, he actually coughed out a large mouthful of blood. Evidently, he had injured his source energy. At the moment when the 3 of them retreated, a figure swept over like an arrow. Then, before Cangjie and Qin Xian could react, the figure had already arrived in front of the seriously injured Chuyu. Die! A blade light swept out. Only then did Chuyu realize that something was wrong. When he saw the blade light in front of him, it was already too late. He only had time to put his weapon in front of him. Clang! A blood blade fell on Chuyu's weapon like a butterfly. The blood blade twisted and sent Chuyu's weapon flying. Then, the blood-red blade light continued to sweep toward Chuyu. Puchi! Blood spurted out. Chuyu did not even have time to groan before he was cut into 2 by the blood-red blade light. Blood mist spurted out. After killing Chuyu, Zhuowen hurriedly flew backwards. Soon after, a thick bronze axe landed at the spot where he had been standing. It was Zhoubin who had rushed over from behind. Zhoubin had originally planned to save Chuyu. Unfortunately, he was still a step too late. Thus, at this moment, his expression was somewhat ugly. His eyes were coldly staring at Zhuowen. His chilliness was as cold as the dead of winter. Cangjie, Qin Xian, don't hold back. Attack together and kill this brat. Zhoubin yelled and stepped out. The bronze axe in his hand whistled like a hurricane, rushing toward Zhuo Wen. Songjie and Qin Xian also nodded and rushed out. The three of them surrounded Zhuo Wen in a triangular formation. Fight! Zhuo Wen was not afraid. His body was surrounded by countless demonic shadows. He endured the pain of thousands of demonic shadows corroding his bones. His eyes were still filled with demonic indifference. He swung the slaughter oath-breaking blade in his right hand and the supreme devil spear in his left hand. He was not afraid of the three mid-level Emperor Realm experts in front of him at all. Bang! 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 In an instant, Zhou Bin and the other two clashed with Zhuo Wen. Then there was the sound of weapons clashing. Although Zhuo Wen's strength had increased many times after he had become a Devil Emperor, he was still surrounded by three mid-level Emperor Realm experts. Therefore, Zhuo Wen was almost completely suppressed. Fortunately, the supreme devil battle chi around him was extraordinary. Even if the three mid-level Emperor Realm experts' attacks landed on him through his weak points, most of them were neutralized by the supreme devil battle chi. Only a small part of the attacks landed on his body, causing his blood and chi to boil. At the same time, on the other side of the hall, Emojia and the Lord of Supreme Devil were also engaged in a fierce battle. The terrifying shockwaves of their battle were like raging waves in the sea, filling more than half of the hall. Every time they collided, the hall would shake violently. Even the surroundings of the hall began to crack due to the shockwaves of their battle. Just as the battle between the two sides reached its climax, a figure suddenly rushed out of the passage outside the hall and entered the hall. The figure quickly arrived at the imprisoned Zhuo, one of the demonic Dao. He patted Zhuo, one of the Buddhist Dao, with his right hand. Immediately, Zhuo, one of the Buddhist Dao, turned into a ray of golden light and turned into a golden Buddha's eye. The Buddha's eye drilled into the center of the figure's forehead. Chapter 1209. Black Demon Formation. What a cunning fellow. Emojia, who was engaged in a great battle with the ultimate Devil Master, also noticed Zhuo Wen's actual body, which had secretly slipped into the large hall. His eyes widened as he involuntarily cried out furiously. However, the ultimate Devil Master was in front of him. Although the fury in his heart soared, he was unable to move forward. Grand Demon Lord glanced at Zhuo Wen's main body, who was making small movements. He didn't seem surprised at all. In fact, Zhuo Wen had already told him about Zhuo Wen's doppelganger in the blood pool. Bang! A wretched figure suddenly flew out and heavily smashed into a stone wall on the side of the hall, causing a human-shaped hole to appear in the stone wall. Zhuo Wen, who had just put away his Buddhist doppelganger, had a drastic change in expression. The person who had smashed into the stone wall was none other than his demonic doppelganger. The combined might of three intermediate D-stage experts was terrifying. It was not something that the current Zhuo Wen could deal with. Even though Zhuo Wen's demonic doppelganger had already advanced to the Devil Emperor level, Zhuo Wen's actual body, Zhou Bin, Songjie, and Qin Xian, looked at Zhuo Wen's actual body in the hall after defeating Zhuo Wen's demonic doppelganger. Zhuo Wen's eyelids twitched when he sensed their unfriendly gazes. The three of them exchanged glances and were about to attack Zhuo Wen's actual body below, when Zhuo Wen suddenly spoke. Aren't all of you helping Song Dai to find an opportunity to advance to the advanced D stage? I can give all of you this opportunity. The three of them, who were about to charge at Zhuo Wen, stiffened when they heard this. Zhou Bin stared intently at Zhuo Wen as he frowned and said, "That's right. However, a little heavenly venerate like you can give us the opportunity to advance to the advanced D stage. You must be joking, right?" Songjie and Qin Xian exchanged glances. Their eyes were filled with suspicion. Clearly, they did not believe Zhuo Wen's words. Whoosh! At this moment, Zhuowen's demonic avatar rushed out of the human-shaped hole in the stone wall and landed beside Zhuowen's main body. Its demonic eyes coldly stared at Zhou Bin and the others. "Don't tell me that you believed Song Sa's words?" Zhuowen sneered. Zhou Bin snorted coldly and said, "Song Jia is possessed by the remnant soul of Lord Supreme Devil. Supreme Devil is the only expert in Pang Great World who has advanced to high-level monarch realm. If we don't believe him, do we believe you? Don't you think your words are ridiculous? The real Supreme Devil Lord isn't Song Dai, but that stooped old man. Don't you recognize Supreme Devil Battle Chi? Also, it's not the remnant soul of Supreme Devil Lord that's possessed Song Jia, but the remnant soul of the last sect master of Supreme Devil Sect, Mo Jia. You've all been deceived by Mo Jia," Zhuowen said flatly. Zhou Bin and the others narrowed their eyes at the same time. Their eyes fell on the battle between Mo Jia and Supreme Devil Lord. When they saw the Supreme Devil Battle Chi on Supreme Devil Lord, their eyes became slightly unsightly. In fact, they had already noticed the Supreme Devil Battle Chi on Supreme Devil Lord when the battle between Supreme Devil Lord and Mo Jia began. However, they didn't care too much about it. Now that Zhuowen reminded them, they also noticed something was wrong. They naturally knew about the Grand Demonic Battle Method that the Grand Demonic Lord had created. However, Mo Jia, who they believed to be the Grand Demonic Lord, did not possess any presence of Grand Demonic Chi. Instead, the hunchbacked old man from the pool of blood possessed extremely pure Grand Demonic Chi. Zhou Bin and the others could not help but doubt Mo Jia's words. Could it be that Song Jia isn't Supreme Devil Lord at all, but just the last sect master of Supreme Devil Sect? Mo Jia, as Zhuowen said, that stooped old man is the real Supreme Devil Lord, but this old man doesn't seem to be very strong. Song Jia frowned and said doubtfully. Zhuowen said indifferently, "Could it be that you didn't hear what the Grand Demon Lord said before? He was poisoned by the demon fall powder. Most of his demonic power has been dissolved by the demon fall powder. He doesn't have much demonic power left. All of this was done by Mo Jia. You're working for Mo Jia, but Mo Jia treats you like fools. I'm afraid that once he really suppresses Supreme Devil Lord, not only will the three of you not receive any rewards, but you might even be silenced by Mo Jia." Zhou Bin and the others became uncertain when they heard that. For a moment, they actually began to hesitate. "What are the three of you still doing? Hurry up and capture Zhuowen. Then come help me deal with this old man." Mo Jia, who was fighting Supreme Devil Lord, also noticed Zhou Bin and the others who had suddenly stopped and couldn't help but roar angrily. Zhou Bin and the other two frowned when they saw Mo Jia's vile attitude. Mo Jia really treated the three of them as servants, ordering them around. This caused the three of them to feel extremely uncomfortable in their hearts. If Mo Jia was really Supreme Devil Lord, the three of them wouldn't disobey the promise that Mo Jia had made back then. However, after hearing Zhuowen's words, they began to doubt Mo Jia. "Are you really Supreme Devil Lord?" Zhou Bin suddenly asked Mo Jia in a deep voice. Mo Jia, who was fighting Supreme Devil Lord, had a slightly stunned expression. Just as he was about to speak, Supreme Devil Lord suddenly threw a punch at him, causing Mo Jia to snort and take dozens of steps back. "Bullshit! If Capricorn is really the Lord of Extreme Devil, then what am I?" Yi Zichen asked. "This old man is the Supreme Devil Lord. Are the three of you blind? Mo Jia doesn't have Supreme Devil Battle Chi. He doesn't even know a Supreme Devil Battle Art. How can this guy be Supreme Devil Lord? Can the three of you use your brains?" Supreme Devil Lord began to curse after forcing Mo Jia back. Clearly, he was filled with resentment towards Mo Jia for impersonating him. Mo Jia's expression changed slightly as he coldly said, I am the Supreme Devil Lord. You are a fake. You still want to argue? If you are Supreme Devil Lord, then show me your Supreme Devil Battle Art and Supreme Devil Battle Chi. Everyone knows how to do it, Supreme Devil Lord coldly said. As soon as these words came out, Mo Jia's face sank. The Supreme Devil Art was the core cultivation method of the Supreme Devil sect, and only the Lord of the Supreme Devil had the qualifications to practice it. Although he was the sect master of the Supreme Devil sect, he had never practiced such a supreme cultivation method of the Devil Tao. Sure enough, when Mo Jia was speechless, Zhou Bin and the other two's expressions also sank. How could they not know that Mo Jia was not Supreme Devil Lord? Otherwise, he wouldn't have remained silent when asked about Supreme Devil Battle Art. In other words, you have been playing us like monkeys? Zhou Bin said in a deep voice. There was a trace of anger in his voice. They were palace masters. Because they wanted an opportunity to break through to the high-level martial emperor realm, they joined the 10 Extreme sect under Mo Jia's promise and worked themselves to the bone for him. All of this was for the opportunity to break through to the high-level martial emperor realm. But now, Mo Jia was saying that it was all a lie. Zhou Bin and the other two's anger could be imagined. You are Mo Jia, not Supreme Devil Lord. Very good. You have deceived us for so long and made us use of you for so long. Very good. Zhou Bin took a step forward, and a terrifying emperor's pressure spread out. Like a ray of blue light, he instantly swept towards Mo Jia. Song Jia and Qin Xian exchanged a glance and followed closely behind Zhou Bin. Oh, the three of you are courting death. Mo Jia's expression was extremely ugly. He did not expect that such a melodramatic thing would eventually happen. Zhou Bin and the other two had actually turned against him at this moment. This had caught him somewhat unprepared. Boom, boom, boom. Mo Jia pressed his right hand down. Immediately, the huge demonic shadow behind him roared and swung the huge pitch-black spear in his hand. Pitch-black demonic chi billowed out. Zhou Bin was the first to face Mo Jia. With a roar, Zhou Bin smashed down his bronze axe with the power to split the sky. Song Jia and Qin Xian, who were behind him, did not show any weakness. Each of them used their strongest moves. Mo Jia had deceived them too much. If they did not get rid of Mo Jia, they would not be reconciled. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, Mo Jia and the other two's battle clashed. Although Mo Jia's aura was also at the 5th level martial emperor realm, his battle strength was stronger than ordinary 5th level martial emperors. He was not at a disadvantage in the battle against Zhou Bin and the other twos. Instead, he had the upper hand. The Grand Demon Lord hovered silently to one side. He did not join the battle. Instead, he sneered as he watched Mo Jia and the other two's battle. Senior, why don't you go up and help? I believe that with your strength and Zhou Bin and the other two's help, you'll be able to take down Mo Jia very quickly, right? Zhuowen suddenly asked the nearby Grand Demon Lord. The Grand Demon Lord shook his head slightly. It's not as simple as you think. Moreover, I've been poisoned by a damned poison like the demon fall powder. My demonic energy will decrease with every use. There's no need to waste it now. I'll take action once the three of them have exhausted most of Mo Jia's strength. Demon fall powder? Is there no antidote for the demon fall powder? Zhuowen asked in return. The Grand Demon Lord smiled gently. The demon fall powder is a poison without an antidote, unless the Grand Devil Master glanced at Zhuo when in a meaningful manner when he spoke until this point, but he did not continue. The expression of the Grand Devil Master caused Zhuo Wen to feel puzzled. He did not know what the Grand Devil Master's gaze meant. You three bastards, I want all of you to die, Mo Jia roared furiously. Mo Jia shouted angrily. His voice was full of anger. Although he had the upper hand in the battle with Zhou Bin and the other two, but after all, it was 1 against 3, so he would inevitably reveal some flaws. Therefore, some of the attacks of Zhou Bin and the other two still fell on Mo Jia's body. Mo Jia grimaced in pain and roared unceasingly. Mo Jia formed a complicated seal with his hands. Subsequently, a mysterious power began to revolve around him, forming a strange black formation around him. Chapter 12:10. In the Emperor's mirror, black demon array, Mo Jia spat out a cold voice. Soon after, the array around his body became increasingly solid. Finally, it soared into the sky and imprinted itself on the huge demonic figure behind him. The demonic figure roared towards the sky. Soon after, its originally somewhat illusory body actually became quite real at this moment. The might on its body was also much more powerful and frightening than before. Boom, boom, boom. Soon after, the demonic figure took a step forward. Its huge demonic hand stretched out and blasted towards Zhou Bin, and the other two in an attempt to completely suppress them. Zhou Bin and the other two's faces changed slightly. However, they were not to be outdone. Although they vaguely felt that the demonic figure was a little strange, they were not too concerned. Although Mo Jia was stronger than the three of them, there was a limit to his strength. The three of them were not afraid of Mo Jia. However, they were wrong this time. The black demon array was Mo Jia's strongest move. Its power had vaguely reached the power of a sixth heaven emperor. It would be difficult for Zhou Bin and the other two to block this attack. Boom! The moment the demonic figure's fist came, Zhou Bin and the other two's faces changed. This was because they realized that the demonic figure's attack was actually many times stronger than before. Deng, deng, deng. Under this powerful attack, Zhou Bin and the other two groaned. Soon after, they were pushed back dozens of steps. Only then did they stare at the demonic figure in front of them in horror. All of you die. Mo Jia's face was a little pale. Clearly, using the black demon array had a great impact on him. At this moment, he roared furiously. The demonic figure that was becoming more and more solid took a step forward. A pair of huge fists whistled through the air and blasted towards Zhou Bin and the other two. Giant sky axe. Zhou Bin suddenly swung the bronze axe in his hand. A strong green glow appeared on the surface of the axe and instantly turned into a huge axe that was a few 100 feet long. It carried an indomitable aura and blasted towards the demonic figure's fists. At the moment when Zhou Bin used his strongest move, Songjia and Qin Xian did not want to be outdone. They each used their strongest attacks. 3 terrifying attacks, like 3 bolts of lightning, burst out. Break! Mo Jia snorted coldly. Mo Ying's fists seemed to contain a strange magical power. The moment they touched the huge axe, the axe was crushed. At the same time, the attacks of Songjia and Qin Xian were also broken by Mo Ying's fists. Ah! A miserable shriek sounded out. After the Devil Shadow's fist shattered 3 attacks, it did not lose any momentum and instantly landed on the body of Zhou Bin, who was charging at the front. Immediately, Zhou Bin let out a miserable shriek and directly exploded into a cluster of blood mist under the force of the fist. Not good. Run. Songjia and Qin Xian paled when they saw Zhou Bin die tragically in front of them. They stepped on the void and turned around to flee. Zhou Bin was the strongest among the 3 of them. If Zhou Bin died tragically under the attack of the Devil Shadow, there was no need to mention them. Hee, you still want to escape? It's too late. Mo Jia's cold laughter filled the entire hall. Soon after, The devil figure formed two large demonic spears with both hands under her command. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The two demonic spears were thrown out by the devil's shadow. The whistling sound of the wind resounded throughout the hall. It was extremely ear-piercing. Puff, puff. Sangjia and Chinexayan did not have any power to resist the power of the two demonic spears. They were directly pierced through and exploded into a cluster of blood mist. Looking at this scene, Zhuowen's eyes turned cold. The power of the devil's shadow was extremely terrifying. It was most likely at the 6th level Emperor realm. Zhou Bin and Sangjia were at the 5th level Emperor realm, but they were unable to resist the attack of the devil's shadow. Zhuowen's eyes were filled with fear. He quietly retreated behind the Lord of the Ultimate Demon. Perhaps only the Lord of the Ultimate Demon had the strength to deal with the huge devil's shadow. Senior, can you deal with the current Mo Jia? Zhuowen asked solemnly. The Lord of the Ultimate Demon narrowed his eyes and sighed softly. I'm afraid it'll be a little difficult. The devil's shadow behind Mo Jia has already reached the 6th level Emperor realm after using the Black Demon formation. Although I was once a high-level Emperor due to the Demon Fall powder and being trapped at the bottom of the blood pool for so many years, my demonic power has been reduced to less than a 10th. I'm at most comparable to a 5th level Emperor realm expert. It'll be a little difficult for me to deal with the current devil's shadow. Zhuowen frowned slightly when he heard the Lord of the Ultimate Demon's words. The only person he could rely on was the Lord of the Ultimate Demon. If even the Lord of the Ultimate Demon could not deal with the devil's shadow, there was no need to mention him. However, Mo Jia has placed almost all his power on the devil's shadow. His own power is probably very weak. Therefore, if we can kill Mo Jia, the devil's shadow will collapse on its own, the Lord of the Ultimate Demon suddenly said. Senior, what do you mean? Zhuowen could vaguely guess what the Lord of the Ultimate Demon was thinking. I'll keep the devil's shadow busy while you wait for an opportunity to kill Mo Jia in a single stroke. Only then will we have a chance at victory, the Lord of the Ultimate Demon said sternly. Zhuowen nodded seriously when he heard that. It was indeed as the Lord of the Ultimate Demon had said. This was the only method they could try right now. What are the two of you blabbering on about? Why don't you die already? Mo Jia's cold gaze immediately landed on Zhuowen and the Lord of the Ultimate Demon. If it weren't for the two of them, Zhou Bin and the others would not have turned against him, let alone force him to use the Black Demon formation. As a result, Mo Jia's hatred for Zhuowen and the Lord of the Ultimate Demon was monstrous. The Black Demon formation was his greatest trump card. Once he used it, the side effects would be extremely severe. He would never use a secret technique like the Black Demon formation unless he had no other choice. But now that Zhuowen had used it, how could he not be furious? Mo Jia, don't think that I'm afraid of you just because you've used the Black Demon formation. The Lord of the Ultimate Demon warned Zhuowen again before suddenly taking a step forward. His great demonic battle chi surged out from him as he shot towards Mo Jia in a single moment. He moved extremely quickly, like a black bolt of lightning. Lord of the Ultimate Demon, you've been poisoned by the Demon Fall powder for so many years. Basically, all of your demonic energy should be gone by now. I can tell from the battle earlier that you're only a 5th layer Emperor. There's still some distance between you and 6th layer Emperor. You're dreaming if you want to stand up to me right now. Mo Jia licked his dry lips as he watched the Lord of the Ultimate Demon charge over. A cruel light flashed through his eyes. As long as he refined all of the Lord of the Ultimate Demon's great demonic battle chi, he might be able to break through his shackles and successfully reach High Emperor. Of course, he would not let Zhuowen go either. After all, Zhuowen's demonic clone possessed great demonic battle chi as well. He had to obtain all of that. Boom. The Lord of the Ultimate Demon arrived in front of the Devil's Shadow in an instant. Two enormous, great demonic spears had already formed in his hands, while demonic aura swept out like a monstrous tsunami. The Devil's Shadow roared as he also formed a terrifyingly large demonic spear in his hands. Subsequently, he clapped his hands together and shot towards the Lord of the Ultimate Demon. Bang, bang, bang. Explosions continuously spread across the entire hall. Soon after, a muffled groan was heard. The Lord of the Ultimate Demon had actually fallen into a disadvantage in this exchange. He took a couple of steps back with a muffled groan, while the Devil's Shadow remained unmoving like a boulder. Thud. The Devil's Shadow took advantage of his victory to pursue. He took a step forward, and his two spears shot towards the Lord of the Ultimate Demon like a pair of extremely demonic pythons. The Lord of the Ultimate Demon's expression was a little ugly. Moreover, the purplish-black chi on his face had become even denser, causing his face to turn blurry. It was impossible to see his facial features clearly. Clearly, the demon fall powder had a profound effect on the Lord of the Ultimate Demon. Old bastard, you should die quickly and fulfill my wish. I will allow the Ultimate Demon sect to once again stand tall in this panicked great world and become the strongest overlord above the 7 prefectures. Moreover, I will be able to fulfill your final wish and challenge the protectors again to enter the upper world that you have never seen before. Mo Jie's ferocious voice resounded. The Devil's Shadow had already arrived in front of the Lord of the Ultimate Demon. His two huge spears rushed over with an unstoppable momentum. Monstrous demonic clouds spread and almost enveloped the entire hall. At this moment, the hall became completely dark. Looks like I will also have to go all out. Hopefully, Zhuowen will not disappoint me. The Lord of the Ultimate Demon coughed a couple of times. His face became increasingly dispirited, as though he had aged over a decade. His eyes, which were filled with the vicissitudes of life, pierced through the gap in the demonic clouds and landed on Zhuowen, who was quietly watching the battle. Subsequently, the demonic clouds suddenly surged upwards and directly drowned the Lord of the Ultimate Demon's hunched body. Looking at Yao Ji in the Emperor Mirror, Chui Wei in the Demon Army Hall, an ancient sigh slowly reverberated within the demonic clouds the moment the Lord of the Ultimate Demon's body was completely drowned by the demonic clouds, after which the demonic clouds churned violently. The monstrous Devil's Shadow and the two spears that had rushed out seemed to have stopped time as they paused on the demonic clouds in front of the Lord of the Ultimate Demon. What is going on? Mo Jie's pupils shrunk. He could sense a frightening power from the demonic clouds. This power gave him the feeling of facing a towering mountain. Bang! The demonic clouds churned with increasing intensity, appearing like a monstrous tsunami. Finally, the Devil's Shadow under Mo Jie's feet roared and took a couple of steps back due to a mysterious force. His demonic eyes looked at the demonic clouds in front of him with some fear. When the demonic clouds gradually dispersed, a gigantic demonic body calmly appeared in front of Mo Jie. That demonic body was tens of thousands of zhang tall and was covered with ferocious-looking armor. His face was covered with a black mask. Only a pair of pitch-black eyes could be seen. They were extremely deep, as if they were bottomless abysses. How terrifying! Chapter 12:11. Mo Jie is dead. Clearly, the Grand Fiend Lord had used some sort of secret technique. His current aura was many times stronger than before. Zhuowen, I can only maintain this state for 20 breaths. I will create an opportunity for you during this time. You must find the right opportunity to approach Mo Jie's actual body. At the very least, you need to severely injure him. Otherwise, we will no longer have a chance. A voice was transmitted into Zhuowen's ears. It was the Grand Demon Lord's voice. Zhuowen was startled. He quickly replied, "Elder, don't worry. I will definitely live up to your efforts." The Grand Fiend Lord did not reply. Instead, he took a step forward and shot towards the demonic shadow. He did not have much time left. He only had 20 seconds, so he did not waste too much time on a message. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, the Grand Devil Master's 100,000 feet large demonic body and Mo Jie's demonic figure violently collided. The two of them began to engage in a physical battle like prehistoric beasts. The aftershock from the collision of their bodies was like countless bombs exploding, causing an extremely frightening explosion to reverberate throughout the hall. Zhuowen's expression turned cold as he watched the terrifying collision between the two. His heart trembled. Both the Grand Demon Lord and Mo Jie were currently at the 6th level of the Emperor realm. Every move they made possessed earth-shattering power. Even Zhuowen, who had advanced to the Demon Emperor realm, would find it difficult to endure the shock waves. Although his heart trembled, Zhuowen continued to watch the battle very seriously. He knew that the Grand Demon Lord would create an opportunity for him very soon. Sky-piercing demonic fist. The Grand Demon Lord roared furiously. He threw a punch, and countless demonic clouds churned. Endless black fist shadows surged around the demonic clouds like a tsunami, instantly sweeping towards the devil figure. Mo Jie's expression changed slightly. He formed a seal with his right hand and slapped the devil figure's shoulder. Immediately, the devil figure's demonic aura increased by several times. He raised both his hands, and pitch-black demonic flames surged out, forming an extremely thick wall of fire in front of him. The demonic fist has the power to soar to the heavens. Your demonic flame can't block it. The Grand Devil Master roared. Fist force surged out and heavily smashed into the demonic flame wall. Soon after, the entire hall shook violently. A crack began to appear on the ground due to the shaking. Moreover, this crack continued to expand. Finally, it formed an extremely frightening abyss. The walls of the hall also began to crack. Countless rocks poured down like rain. Break. Grand Demonic Lord's aura was like a rainbow as he exhaled lightly. The demonic flames in front of him crumbled as his fist landed on the demonic shadow. Thud, thud, thud. The specter wailed and actually retreated. Capricorn, who stood on the specter's shoulder, suddenly vomited a mouthful of blood. Her face paled as she stared at the Grand Demon Lord in shock. She had never thought that the Grand Demon Lord would be able to unleash such a terrifying attack. Right now, Zhuowen, who had been paying attention to the battle, stepped out, and 3 pairs of lightning wings appeared on his back. He turned into a blue lightning and flew towards Capricorn, who was on the shoulder of the demon Shadow. Rumble! Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. When Capricorn noticed the sound behind him, he felt his heart tremble. His feet moved, and his body was immediately displaced. Meanwhile, Zhuowen, who had turned into a bolt of lightning, heavily slammed his hand where Capricorn had been. "Bastard! How dare you launch a sneak attack on me?" Mo Jie was initially startled when he saw Zhuowen in front of him. Soon after, a furious expression appeared in his eyes. Zhuowen was just like an ant in his eyes. Yet, Zhuowen actually dared to launch a sneak attack on him from behind. Moreover, Zhuowen had nearly succeeded. Die! Capricorn took a step forward. His right hand turned into a palm as he hurled it at Zhuowen. Pitch-black demonic chi lingered on his right hand like black tentacles. Zhuowen frowned and immediately used the grief treasure seal of the 7 emotions treasured seals. At the same time, he used the anger and love treasured seals on himself to increase his combat strength. Capricorn frowned when he felt the inexplicable sorrow on his body. He felt that his strength was weakening under the effect of the grief treasure seal. Boom! At the same time, Zhuowen threw a punch and heavily hit Capricorn's right palm. A violent force burst out between the two of them. Then, Zhuowen's pupils shrank as he realized that there was a terrifying force coming from Capricorn's right fist. It was as if a mountain was pressing down on him. Puff! Zhuowen spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. Although Capricorn's strength was far inferior to the demon shadows, he still had the strength of a fourth heaven emperor. With Zhuowen's peak heavenly master strength, it was difficult for him to deal with Capricorn. Buddha demon I kill. However, at the instant Zhuowen was blasted flying, a crack split open between his brows, and then the Buddha's devil eye shot out explosively. It split into two, and it transformed into a Buddha's body that was illuminated by Buddhist radiance and a devil's body that was covered in surging devilish clouds. Chaotic mundane. Life-breaking. As soon as the demon emperor's avatar appeared, he waved the slaughter abstinence blade in his hand and used chaotic mundane. A mundane concept gushed out and lingered, causing Capricorn's body to freeze. At the same time, he used life-breaking. A huge and terrifying blood-red blade shadow fell from the void and fell directly on Capricorn's head. When Capricorn regained consciousness, the terrifying blade shadow was already very close to him. Capricorn roared, planning to control the demon shadow to block the attack for him. Don't even think about borrowing the demon shadow's power. At this moment, Tai Mo Lord had already arrived in front of the demon shadow. A storm of attacks fell on the demon shadow, making it impossible for the demon shadow to save Capricorn. Damn it! Capricorn cursed. Helplessly, he could only face the terrifying blood-red blade shadow head-on. He raised his right hand, and demonic chi gushed out, turning into a 3-meter-long halberd. He raised his right hand and met the huge blade shadow in the sky. Rumble! The halberd and blade shadow collided. Capricorn's expression changed slightly, and he began to retreat. After retreating more than 10 steps, he barely managed to stop himself. A trace of blood leaked from the corner of his mouth. Boundless Buddhism. While Capricorn was busy dealing with the blood-red blade shadow, one of the Buddha Dao rushed in from the side. The light wheel behind his head began to expand continuously until it was hundreds of feet in size. At the same time, the 9 flames of karma gushed out from Zhuo, one of the Buddha Dao, lingering around the light wheel, causing the light wheel to emit 9 colors and a mighty power. Bastard! Capricorn cursed. His expression was extremely ugly. Because he had used the black demonic formation and Tai Mo Lord's terrifying punch, he was already heavily injured. Now that 2 of Zhuowen's clones were attacking him at the same time, Capricorn's injuries worsened. With no other choice, Capricorn grasped at the air with his empty left hand. Demonic chi gushed out, forming a thick black barrier in front of him. Boom! The 9-colored halo slammed into the black barrier, causing it to tremble violently as if it could collapse at any moment. Within the black barrier, Capricorn vomited another mouthful of blood. His face paled even further. Swoosh! At the same time, demonic Dao Zhuowen and Buddhist Dao Zhuowen rushed out at the same time, arriving in front of Emojia in the blink of an eye. Demonic Dao Zhuowen slashed out with the slaughter abstinence violation blade in his hand, whereas Buddhist Dao Zhuowen's right hand formed an orchid finger and pointed out. Boundless Buddhism energy rushed out. Crack! The black barrier and halberd collapsed at the same time. Capricorn vomited another mouthful of blood as he was blown away. He slammed heavily into the stone wall to the side, basically embedding himself in it. Awu! The devil shadow let out a sorrowful cry before collapsing an inch at a time. The ferocious black armor on the surface of the Grand Devil Master's body slowly peeled off. His 100,000 feet, large devil body slowly shrank and finally turned back into a hunchbacked old man. However, the current Grand Devil Master was even older than before. The black chi on his face had become even denser. It was almost impossible to make out his facial features and appearance. Cough, cough. Tai Mo Lord coughed violently a few times. His hair had basically turned white, making him seem like a person in his twilight years. He seemed extremely ancient. Zhuowen landed in front of Tai Mo Lord. As he looked at Tai Mo Lord, who was currently extremely weak, a sliver of pity appeared in his eyes. Speaking of which, most of the credit for defeating Capricorn was due to Tai Mo Lord. If Tai Mo Lord had not stopped the demonic shadow, Zhuowen would not have been able to approach Capricorn's main body and defeat him. Don't worry about me for now. Go see if Capricorn is dead, or not. If he's still alive, eliminate him completely. Tai Mo Lord waved his hand and said to Zhuowen. Zhuowen nodded when he heard that. With a thought, Buddhist Zhuowen turned into a golden mountain and arrived in the human-shaped pit where Capricorn was. Capricorn was currently in an extremely miserable state. His eyes had basically lost all light. He was close to death. Don't kill me. Capricorn could not help but cry out when he noticed Zhuowen. Zhuowen completely ignored Capricorn. With a wave of his right hand, the flames of the 9 flames surged out and enveloped Capricorn. With a miserable cry, Capricorn was directly reduced to ashes by the flames. After killing Capricorn, Buddhist Zhuowen returned with demonic Zhuowen to Zhuowen's side under the command of his main body. They both stared at Tai Mo Lord, who was growing older. There's no need to look at me like that. I've already been poisoned by the Demonfall powder, coupled with the fact that I've used a secret technique to forcefully increase my strength earlier. My demonic energy is basically all gone. I won't be able to live for much longer, Tai Mo Lord said with a self-deprecating smile. Looking at Grand Devil Lord, Zhuowen's eyes revealed a trace of sadness. Grand Devil Lord was definitely a rare genius. If he had not been betrayed by Capricorn and ambushed with his talent, he would have been able to recover from his injuries and improve his cultivation. Then, he might have been able to defeat the guardian of panicked macro world and smoothly reach the more exciting upper realm. Unfortunately, the heavens were toying with him, and he had ended up like this. Cough, cough. I'm about to die anyway, so I'll just treat it as doing a good deed before I die. Zhuowen, your demonic Tao avatar is a genius demonic Tao cultivator, and this old man's understanding of the demonic Tao is even deeper than yours. Although with your talent, surpassing this old man in the future might not be a problem. Your current understanding of the demonic Tao cannot compare to this old man's, Grand Devil Lord calmly said. Chapter 12:12. The true face. I am already about to die, but I do not want my inheritance to end here. You have already practiced my grand demonic battle art, and you possess grand demonic battle chi. My inheritance is perfect for you. The grand demonic lord coughed a few times and said in an extremely weak voice. Zhuowen's eyes flickered when he heard that, especially when he saw the hopeful look in the grand demonic lord's eyes. Zhuowen nodded and bowed. I do not dare forget Senior's kindness. The grand demon lord nodded in a gratified manner. He smiled. Come before me and sit down. I'll pass on all my cultivation experiences to you first. These experiences will be much more precious to your future path of demonic cultivation. Without a doubt, it will make your path much smoother. Zhuowen nodded and arrived before the Grand Demonic Lord. He sat down and stared at the Grand Demonic Lord, who had become much older. He sighed and sighed. The Grand Demonic Lord was definitely a legendary existence in the panicked great world, yet he had been reduced to such a state. It really made one sigh. The Grand Demonic Lord also saw the sigh on Zhuowen's face. He shook his head and smiled in a carefree manner. Everyone will die one day. Just who in this world can live forever and obtain eternity? Zhuowen nodded. The Grand Demonic Lord was right. Just who in this world could live forever? Even warriors of the Imperial Power Realm and even the Pilgrimage Realm would die of old age. They just had a longer lifespan than ordinary warriors and were more powerful. However, it was still impossible to achieve eternity. Open your mind. I will pass on all my experiences to you, the Grand Demonic Lord said in a deep voice. Zhuowen's eyes flickered when he heard that. He hesitated for a moment. Although the Grand Demonic Lord did not seem to have any ill intentions, Zhuowen still felt that it was inappropriate for him to open his mind in front of another cultivator. However, there was nothing wrong with what the Grand Demonic Lord had said. If the Grand Demonic Lord wanted to pass on his experiences and information, he needed to open his mind and allow his power to enter his sea of consciousness. Zhuowen, I do not have much time left. The Grand Demonic Lord coughed a few more times. His voice became even weaker and stuttered. Zhuowen nodded. In the end, he chose to believe the Grand Demonic Lord. He closed his eyes and opened his mind. A gleam of light erupted from the Grand Demonic Lord's eyes. Subsequently, he extended 2 fingers of his right hand and landed on Zhuowen's forehead. Energy surged into Zhuowen's forehead. Zhuowen felt a chill between his eyebrows. Then a huge amount of information surged into his sea of consciousness. This information was basically the Grand Demon Lord's experiences over the years of demonic cultivation. Only when he read through the information did Zhuowen truly relax. Clearly, the Grand Demon Lord had not lied to him. He truly did plan on passing on all his years of experience as a demonic cultivator to him. The Grand Demonic Lord had passed on an extremely large amount of information. Zhuowen estimated that he would need half an incense stick of time to pass on everything. Therefore, he was in no hurry. He quietly waited and digested the information in his sea of consciousness. After half an incense stick of time, Zhuowen had basically completely opened his mind. At the same time, he continued to comprehend the information and experiences the Grand Demonic Lord had passed on to him. However, he did not realize that a sharp, cold light had erupted from the Grand Demonic Lord's eyes at some unknown point in time. He formed a seal with his empty left hand, and the black chi on his face gathered at the fingertips of his left hand. Boom! Afterward, the Grand Demonic Lord's left hand shot out as if he had teleported. He pressed it against Zhuowen's chest, and the dense black chi instantly burrowed into Zhuowen's body like a black python. Zhuowen felt his chest tighten. His eyes snapped open, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. He stared at the Grand Demon Lord in front of him. Only then did he discover that the Grand Demon Lord's empty left hand had pressed against his chest at some unknown time. Wave after wave of pitch-black energy surged into his body like a rainbow. What are you doing? Zhuowen had already discovered that something was amiss. He roared out furiously, and the energy within him erupted in an overwhelming manner in an attempt to blast the Grand Demonic Lord away. However, the moment Zhuowen's energy surged out, it was forcefully suppressed by the black energy that had invaded his body. He was unable to use it at all. It's useless. The poisonous gas of the demon fall powder is extremely tolerant. It can even disperse energy, the Grand Demonic Lord sneered. His voice was as ear-piercing as an owl's. Zhuowen's eyes turned cold. He finally realized that the black qi the Grand Demonic Lord had injected into his body was the poisonous gas of the Demonfall powder. Why are you doing this? Zhuowen's eyes became colder and colder. However, the Grand Demonic Lord smiled. He said indifferently, Zhuowen, you're still so naive. I've cultivated for several hundred years. How can I be willing to die like this? I want to break through to an even higher level of cultivation and reach the legendary upper world. Dying like this would be far too much of a pity. So you've set your sights on me? Zhuowen growled. With that, Zhuowen roared out furiously. Immediately, the Buddhist and demonic Zhuowen behind him shot out towards the Grand Demonic Lord at the same time. Due to the Demonfall powder, he was unable to use any strength at all. He could only rely on his Buddhist and demonic clones. Have you forgotten that I have 2 clones? Zhuowen said coldly. He actually did not fear the Grand Demonic Lord because he possessed 2 clones. After all, the Grand Demonic Lord was already on the verge of death. However, the Grand Demonic Lord revealed a strange smile. He said, "How could I forget?" As he spoke, the Grand Fiend Lord raised his head slightly. He stared at the 2 clones calmly. When the 2 clones were about to approach the Grand Fiend Lord, the demonic clone suddenly froze. Afterwards, he suddenly threw a demonic punch. However, he did not throw it at the Grand Fiend Lord. Instead, he threw it at the Buddhist clone beside him. Boom! Caught off guard, the Buddhist clone was directly struck by the demonic lord's clone. He was sent flying and heavily smashed into the stone wall to the side. The powerful impact caused the entire hall to shake violently. What's going on? Zhuowen's pupils constricted when he saw this scene. Just now, his demonic avatar had actually broken free from his control and suddenly attacked his Buddhist avatar. Ha! Do you still not understand? When I helped your demonic lord break through in the pool of blood, I was already preparing for this, said the Grand Demonic Lord. The Grand Demonic Lord enjoyed seeing the shock on Zhuowen's face. He could not help but chuckle aloud. Zhuowen's face was extremely ugly. As it turned out, the Grand Demonic Lord had already been scheming against him at the bottom of the pool of blood. It was laughable that he had believed the Grand Demonic Lord was sincerely helping him. However, what surprised him was how the Grand Demonic Lord had managed to control his demonic lord's clone. Your demonic lord's body is very perfect. It's basically made for me. If I use the demonic lord's clone, I believe I can create even more glorious strength. The Grand Demonic Lord glanced at the expressionless demonic lord beside him and smiled faintly. Everything you said to me before was a lie? Zhuowen said coldly. The Grand Demonic Lord teased. If I didn't say that, would you have fallen for it? Would you have wholeheartedly helped me deal with the Capricorn? Zhuowen's face had become terrifyingly sunken. The Grand Demonic Lord was truly a great schemer. He had failed to discover anything earlier, which had led to him taking a huge tumble. Now, your original body will be the vessel for the Demonfall powder in my body. The Grand Demonic Lord's lips curled into a cruel arc. Soon after, the black aura in his left hand became even denser. It basically surged into Zhuowen's body like a spiral, causing Zhuowen to vomit blood again. A sliver of black aura slowly appeared on his face, and his facial features became slightly blurry under the black aura. The black aura on the Grand Demonic Lord's face gradually dimmed, and his facial features became clearer. Clearly, the Demonfall powder was not an incurable poison. At the very least, the Grand Demonic Lord could transfer it to someone else to break free from the Demonfall powder. Bastard! Zhuowen's eyes burned with fury, but there was nothing he could do. Basically, all his energy had been suppressed by the Grand Demonic Lord through a strange method, using the Demonfall powder that had surged into his body. As a result, he was unable to use any of his strength at all. Swoosh! The Buddhist avatar rushed out from the stone wall and pounced forward once more. Unfortunately, it was intercepted by the demonic avatar. The great battle between the Buddhist and demonic avatars erupted with intense energy. However, Zhuo Wen's demonic avatar had already advanced to the demon emperor realm, while the Buddhist avatar was only at the peak of the Empyrean realm. Thus, the Buddhist avatar was suppressed by the demonic avatar as soon as it came into contact with the demonic avatar. However, the Buddhist clone's body had yet to reach the level of indestructibility, so it really was rather difficult for the demonic clone to kill the Buddhist clone. Kid, calm down. In your current situation, there might be other ways to deal with it. Xiao Hei's voice suddenly rang out, causing Zhuowen to gradually calm down. He frowned and said, Xiao Hei, my original body has been sealed, and the demonic clone has been controlled by the Grand Demonic Lord. Is there another way? Of course there is a way. Wait until this old guy finishes transferring the poison from the Devilfall powder. He should be planning to seize your demonic doppelganger. At that time, it will be your only chance to counterattack. But now, you need to wait patiently, Blackie said lightly. Zhuowen frowned when he heard that. In the end, he believed Xiao Hei's suggestion. The fury in his eyes gradually faded, replaced by indifference. The Grand Demonic Lord also noticed the change in Zhuowen's expression. Although he was slightly surprised, he did not pay too much attention to it. He believed that Zhuowen had accepted his fate, which was why the fury in his eyes had vanished. When the last strand of Demonfall powder entered Zhuowen's body, the black mist on Zhuowen's face had become so dense that his facial features were no longer visible. The Grand Demonic Lord slowly stood up and shook his sleeve. Black demonic energy surged out, turning into a black rope that bound Zhuowen. Chapter 1213. Resources. Your demonic Dao clone possesses demonic battle chi and has reached the 3rd level of the demonic battle art with my help. This demonic body is perfect for me. The Grand Demonic Lord looked at his demonic Dao clone with burning desire in his eyes. When he saw Zhuowen's demonic Dao clone in the sacrificial pool, he had already secretly planned to possess it. However, due to Mo Jie's existence outside the pool, the Grand Demonic Lord did not immediately take action. Instead, he quietly helped Zhuowen break through, so that he could help him deal with Mo Jie. After defeating Mo Jie, the Grand Demonic Lord had finally revealed his fangs. At the same time, he used the hidden trump card he had hidden in Zhuowen's body. The Buddhist clone had been completely suppressed by the demonic Dao clone. Under the Grand Demonic Lord's orders, the demonic Dao clone used demonic power to imprison the Buddhist clone on the spot. The Grand Demonic Lord extended his right hand and pressed his thumb against the demonic Zhuowen's forehead. The latter did not resist at all. He stared at the Grand Demonic Lord in a daze. Souls come and go, the Grand Demonic Lord murmured. Soon after, a wisp of black light surged out from his forehead. The black light burned even brighter. In the end, it turned into a black line that shot towards the demonic Dao clone's forehead. The demonic Dao clone did not resist. Like a puppet, he stared blankly at the Grand Demonic Lord. Swoosh! Around 5 seconds later, the black line on the Grand Demonic Lord's forehead completely entered the demonic Zhuowen's body. The Grand Demonic Lord's withered body slowly closed his eyes. He fell to the ground like a pile of mud, without making a sound. Clearly, the Grand Demonic Lord had transferred his spirit to the demonic Zhuowen's body. Now is the time. A deep voice rang out. Soon after, a wisp of black light shot out from the forehead of Zhuowen's main body. It turned into the figure of Xiao Hei. It was Xiao Hei. At the same time, Zhuo, who was imprisoned by the magic power, flicked his finger and summoned the demon-sealing green coffin. Although he couldn't move now, Blackie could. With a wave of Blackie's tiny claws, he grabbed the demon-sealing green coffin and gently patted it on the coffin lid. Suddenly, the demon-sealing green coffin began to grow wildly, expanding to dozens of feet. Then, the coffin lid opened by half, and a suction force directly sucked the demonic avatar in. It just so happened that the grand demonic lord's spirit had entered the demonic Tao clone. Before he could adapt to his new demonic Tao body, he was devoured by the demonic sealing green coffin. Although he wanted to resist the suction force, he was powerless. After a short stalemate, he was devoured by the demonic sealing green coffin. The green coffin closed, and the hall returned to peace. The grand demonic lord had miscalculated this time. He had miscalculated that there was still an existence like Xiaohei in Zhuowen's body. If he had known, he probably would not have tried to possess Zhuowen right in front of Xiaohei, nor would he have given Xiaohei such an opportunity. Boom, 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 boom. As soon as the demonic sealing green coffin closed, it began to shake violently. Soon after, the grand demonic lord's wild roars rang out. He had managed to possess the demonic Tao clone after so much difficulty, but now he was being suppressed by the demonic sealing green coffin. How could he not be furious? Unfortunately, the demonic sealing green coffin was a treasure that specialized in restraining demonic creatures. Demonic cultivators possessed demonic energy as well. Under the restrictions of the demonic sealing green coffin, most of the demonic energy was unable to unleash much of its power. Although he cursed furiously within the coffin, he was unable to leave. The Grand Demonic Lord is not simple. Fortunately, the demonic body he possessed was only at the first layer of the Demon Emperor. If it was a high-level Demon Emperor, the demonic sealing green coffin might not have been able to suppress him. Xiaohei murmured softly with narrowed eyes. Xiaohei, it's time for you to remove the restrictions on me, right? Zhuowen said in a deep voice nearby. Xiaohei shrugged and arrived on Zhuowen's shoulder. With a wave of her little claw, she removed the restrictions on Zhuowen. She looked at Zhuowen, whose face had turned black, and said, You need a scapegoat to remove the poison from your body. With the restrictions removed, Zhuowen regained his freedom. He slowly stood up and nodded. Yes. However, the demonic falling powder has a great effect on demonic cultivators. It doesn't have much effect on ordinary people, so there's no need to rush. With that, Zhuowen looked at the demonic sealing green coffin and said, How should we deal with the Grand Demonic Lord? The blood demon is in the demonic sealing green coffin. Let the blood demon teach the Grand Demonic Lord a lesson first, and let him know how to behave. After a period of time, when the old fellow is exhausted, we can release him. At that time, we can completely erase the old fellow's soul. Xiaohei chuckled. Hearing this, Zhuowen nodded. The blood demon still existed in the demon sealing green coffin. This blood demon was an ancient sacred level living being. Its bloodline was extremely powerful. Although its origin was damaged and its strength was greatly reduced, its strength was not something that the demonic Tao doppelganger, whose cultivation was only at the first Heaven Demon Emperor realm, could compare to. Sure enough, after the Grand Demonic Lord vented for a long time in the green coffin, a miserable shriek was emitted. Zhuowen and Xiaohei knew that the Grand Demonic Lord had likely encountered the blood demon inside. After Zhuowen sat cross-legged and recuperated for a while, he kept his Buddha avatar. Soon after, he began to size up the surroundings of the large hall. He knew that the great demon sect in the past was very glorious in the panicked great world. It must have left behind many good things. Kid, the sacrificial blood pool contains extremely dense blood power. It will be quite beneficial to the blood demon. Throw the demonic ceiling green coffin in and let it absorb the blood power inside, Xiao He suddenly said. Zhuowen nodded when he heard this. He beckoned with his right hand and threw the demonic ceiling green coffin into the blood pool. Immediately, an extremely terrifying blood-red vortex swept out from the center of the blood pool. He could clearly see the blood power in the pool surge into the demonic ceiling green coffin in the form of a line of blood. Zhuowen, thank you very much. A heavy voice rang out in Zhuowen's head. Zhuowen knew that it was the blood demon's voice. He chuckled softly and said, "Help me teach the grand demonic lord a good lesson. Also, my promise from before still stands. Once I become so powerful that you cannot threaten me, I will set you free. However, the prerequisite is that you cannot do anything to harm me before I set you free. You will even have to listen to my orders. If something like what happened to the Qingxian Empire happens again, you can forget about ever breaking free from the demonic ceiling green coffin." The blood demon fell silent when he heard that. Soon, the blood demon's voice rang out again. "All right, I was foolish last time. I apologize to you. If you keep your promise, I will not harm you in the future." "That's good. Help me take good care of the grand demonic lord." Zhuowen nodded with a smile. "TSK, TSK. Don't worry, I will take good care of him." With that, the grand demonic lord's hysterical screams rang out from the demonic ceiling green coffin again. However, Zhuowen was completely indifferent to it. Instead, he began to search the hall. He would not let go of the resources of the grand demonic sect. They were indispensable resources to the Zhuo family. After searching for half a day, Zhuowen failed to discover anything. This made Zhuowen frown slightly. "Kid, go over there and take a look." Xiao He suddenly pointed at a dilapidated seat at the edge of the hall. The seat was made from piles of bones, but it was currently damaged. It seemed rather ancient. Zhuowen had indeed subconsciously ignored the seat of bones when he searched the hall earlier. Now that Xiao He had mentioned it, it seemed that the seat of bones was not as simple as it seemed. Zhuowen's eyes were quickly drawn to a skull below the seat when he arrived before it. The main reason why he was drawn to it was because the skull was extremely complete. It did not show any signs of damage. The entire seat of bones was damaged, and only the skull was complete. It was a huge loophole in itself. Zhuowen bent down and tried to pick up the skull with his right hand. Soon after, he discovered that the skull seemed to have taken root in the ground. It could not move at all. What a strange skull. Zhuowen narrowed his eyes and did not pick it up. Instead, he carefully examined it for a while. His right hand gently rotated, and the skull, which was originally like an iron hoop, was smoothly rotated. Soon after, the sound of a mechanism activating rang out. "Is it a switch?" A glint shot out from Zhuowen's eyes. Soon after, he clearly saw the white bone seat slowly sink as the entire large hall began to shake intensely. Soon after, Zhuowen clearly saw the stone wall in front of the large hall begin to slowly collapse, revealing a dark space behind it. There's actually another world. Inside, could it be the resources of the Great Devil Sect ruins? Looking at the scene behind the stone wall, Zhuowen could not help but be stunned on the spot. This was because he discovered that the space was filled with many spiritual stones. In addition to spiritual stones, Zhuowen also saw many weapons, spiritual herbs, jade slips, secret manuals, and many other resources. Stepping into the space, Zhuowen looked at the items in shock. Most of the spiritual treasures were Emperor spiritual treasures. There were more than a dozen Emperor spiritual treasures. One of them was even a mid-level Emperor spiritual treasure. Most of the spiritual herbs were 6th and 7th grade spiritual herbs. Occasionally, there were 8th-grade spiritual herbs mixed in. However, the number of such spiritual herbs was extremely small. Found the Great Devil Sect ruins, obtained the truth of the Great Devil Sect's decline, and also found out the whereabouts of the Great Devil Lord. The mission of the second heaven has been completed. An indifferent voice rang out in Zhuowen's mind, causing Zhuowen's body to tremble. He knew that the owner of the voice was the Song Long Taoist. He did not expect that the mission would be completed by him just like that. I have to return after completing the mission. If I can't take these things with me, wouldn't it be a waste? Zhuowen looked at the many resources in front of him, his heart filled with reluctance. If he took these resources out, it would be beneficial to the Zhuo family and the others. However, the space in his spirit ring was limited. He could not take so many things with him. Chapter 12:14. Free entry. I can actually enter and exit this world freely. Doesn't that mean that I can also bring the others in the Azure Dragon Hall in? Zhuowen's eyes flickered. The flow of time in this world was 365 times faster than the outside world. A year here was a day in the outside world. What the Zhuo family lacked the most now was time. As long as the Zhuo family was given enough time, the Zhuo family would be able to completely grow stronger. Yes, but the others are not qualified to challenge the Guardian. Only if you defeat the Guardian and pass the mission of the third heaven and earth will the others be qualified to enter the third heaven and earth. The cold voice once again sounded in Zhuowen's mind, causing Zhuowen to nod slightly. There's no rush now. Let's deal with the Lord of Supreme Demon first. Since he could bring people in, Zhuowen was not in a hurry to collect the resources in this space. He planned to give all the resources in the Supreme Demon Sect ruins to the Zhuo family and Lu Hantian. He hoped that they could grow stronger as soon as possible so that they would have more confidence in facing the Blue Dragon Hall in the future. With that, Zhuowen came to the blood pool and sat down silently. The blood power in the blood pool was extremely surging. It would probably take some time for the blood demon to completely absorb it, so Zhuowen needed to wait. Now that my demon body has broken through to the Demon Emperor realm, I wonder when my main body will successfully advance to the Demon Emperor realm. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, Zhuowen frowned slightly. Although his human body cultivation had reached the peak of the Empyrean realm for some time, he still hadn't felt the opportunity to break through. However, he also knew that the more talented a genius was, the more difficult it was to break through to the Demon Emperor realm. If his demon body didn't rely on the help of the Lord of Supreme Demon, it wouldn't be so easy for him to break through to the Demon Emperor realm. Boy, I'm afraid it's more difficult for your main body to break through than for your demon body and Buddha body, Xiao He said in a deep voice as she appeared on his shoulder. Why? Zhuowen asked curiously. After a moment of silence, Xiao He said, It's mainly because of me. Once you break through to the Emperor realm, I will recover most of my soul origin under the power of the Emperor Star. At that time, I will bestow you with an extremely powerful dragon skill. However, because my origin energy is far too vigorous, ordinary Emperor Stars are unable to recover my origin energy. If you can accumulate enough star energy for my origin energy to recover, you won't be able to break through to the Emperor realm. Zhuowen also fell silent. Then he stood up and scolded Xiao He. You dog, Xiao He, are you trying to trick me? No wonder I couldn't break through, even though I felt like I had accumulated enough. It's all because of you. Xiao He coughed dryly and quibbled. Boy, you should be content. Once your main body breaks through to the Emperor realm, with my help, your battle prowess will definitely be more terrifying than your demon body and Buddha body. Then what if I can't break through? Zhuowen's gaze was rather unfriendly. Ahem. If you can't break through, you can only blame your lack of talent. It has nothing to do with me. Xiao He shamelessly pushed the blame onto Zhuowen. Seeing Xiao He's shameless behavior, Zhuowen's face darkened. However, he was not truly angry. Instead, he thought to himself that it would be quite difficult for his main body to break through to the Emperor realm because of Xiao He. You can try the Emperor's tomb. Many Emperor realm experts have died there. If your main body wants to break through to the Emperor realm right now, you can only rely on accumulating and absorbing enough star energy. When that time comes, you'll be able to break through to the Emperor realm, Xiao He said in a heavy voice. Zhuowen nodded. Xiao He was right. Since a barrier had appeared out of nowhere in his main body's cultivation because of Xiao He, if he wanted to break through this barrier, then he could only accumulate sufficient strength. I have to try the Emperor's tomb, but let's deal with the Zhuo family first. Also, there's less than a year left before the cold poison in Mu Qinshue's body disappears. I need to hurry to the Jiashan Academy before the 3 years are up. Zhuowen frowned. Xiao He nodded and continued, let's deal with the Lord of the Grand Demons first. After a while, the Lord of the Grand Demons should be exhausted by the blood demon in the demon-sealing green coffin. When that happens, I'll take the opportunity to enter his body and grab his soul. Zhuowen had no objections to that. Xiao He's attainments in spirits were extremely high. Even if the Lord of the Grand Demons had been a high-level demon emperor when he was alive, his soul was probably not a match for Xiao He. Let's wait first. Zhuowen quietly sat down as he spoke. He waited for the demon-sealing green coffin to finish absorbing the power of blood. A month slowly passed. The pool of blood in the hall had already dried up a little. A 10-foot large blood coffin stood quietly at the bottom of the pool. This blood coffin was the demon-sealing green coffin. Due to the blood demon, the demon-sealing green coffin's surface had already been covered by a blood-red color, making it look extremely strange. Bang! The blood coffin suddenly trembled. Immediately, it shot out and smashed into the ground a short distance away from Zhuowen. The terrifying force caused the entire hall to tremble, creak. A hole slowly opened in the blood coffin. Immediately, an extremely miserable figure landed on the ground from the blood coffin. This figure was the demonic body that the Lord of the Grand Demons had possessed. However, the Lord of the Grand Demons' current condition was clearly not very good. His face was extremely pale, and his body twitched violently as if he was having a seizure. Swoosh! The moment the demonic body was released, Xiao He rushed out and directly entered the spot between the demonic body's brows. Around 10 breaths' time, Xiao He once again rushed out from between the demonic body's brows. However, her little claws were holding a small black person. This small person's face was exactly the same as the Lord of the Grand Demons. Clearly, this was the spirit of the Grand Demons. After the spirit of the Grand Demons was extracted, Zhuowen immediately regained control over the demonic body. A thought passed through his mind, and the demonic body slowly stood up. It silently stood behind Zhuowen. What method did the Lord of the Grand Demons use to so easily seize control of my demonic body? Zhuowen muttered to himself. His gaze landed on the spirit of the Grand Demons. Although he seemed to be talking to himself, he was actually asking the Lord of the Grand Demons. The spirit of the Grand Demons trembled. He had never thought that he would end up like this. In particular, Xiao He's spirit was so powerful that he felt like it was as vast as an ocean. His spirit was like an ant before Xiao He, unable to withstand a single blow. If I tell you, will you let my soul live? Grand Demon, Lord asked with a hopeful look in his eyes. Zhuowen sneered. He extended a finger with his right hand, and a sliver of the nine flames karmic fire surged out. It landed on the Grand Demon's body, immediately burning the Grand Demon's right arm to ashes. Soon after, the spirit of the Grand Demons let out a miserable shriek. Do you still have the right to negotiate with me right now? If you don't want to die right away, then hurry up and tell me, Zhuowen said indifferently. The Grand Demons endured the pain of his spirit being burned. As a result, he gritted his teeth and growled. The reason why I placed the two statues in the Bountiful Treasures Pavilion back then was actually as a precaution. I tampered with the Grand Demonic Battle Chi in there. If someone absorbs the Grand Demonic Battle Chi, I'll gain control over that person's body. That's why I was able to take over your body so easily. Old fox, you sure have a lot of plans. Zhuowen was startled. He originally thought that the two statues in the Bountiful Treasures Pavilion were treasures, but he never thought that they would be time bombs. He had almost ended up helping the Grand Demons. The Grand Demons hurriedly smiled, fawningly. Zhuowen, I'm actually very useful to you. I created the Grand Demonic Battle Method that you cultivate, so I can help you reach a high level of it quickly. That way, you'll be able to break through much faster. Zhuowen shook his head with a bitter smile. Once bitten, you'll always be afraid of ropes. It's not very likely that I'll trust you. With that, Zhuowen shot a meaningful glance at Xiao He. Xiao He chuckled. The soul of a high-class emperor is quite a good tonic. The Grand Demon's face finally changed drastically when he heard that. He could imagine what Xiao He was going to do next, so he hurriedly begged for mercy. Unfortunately, Xiao He did not give him any chance to beg for mercy. She suddenly opened her mouth and swallowed the Grand Demon's soul. At the same time, she smacked her lips and muttered that it didn't taste very good. I'll make a trip out of the second world first. I'll bring grandfather, Brother Hantian, and the others in first. With a thought, Zhuowen slowly vanished from the hall after dealing with the Grand Demons. When he opened his eyes, he appeared in the square of the Azure Dragon Hall once more. Zhuo Xiangding, Lu Hantian, and many others were currently gathered around the square. Everyone stared at Zhuowen in a daze. They remembered that Zhuowen had only vanished recently, so why had he returned now? Zhuowen was not surprised. The flow of time in the second world was vastly different from the outside world. He had only stayed in there for a little over a month, so only a little over 2 hours had passed outside. Zhuowen, why have you come out so quickly? Zhuo Xiangding walked up and asked in confusion. Lu Hantian, Elder Shiwan, Zhuo Xiangding, Luo Xing, and Qing Lian gathered around Zhuowen as well. Their eyes were filled with doubt. Clearly, they shared the same thoughts as Zhuo Xiangding. Zhuowen was surprised. Afterwards, he explained the flow of time in the second world to them. Only then did everyone understand. At the same time, when Zhuowen told them that he could bring people in and out of the second world freely, they all erupted into an uproar. What a cultivator needed the most for cultivation was time. As long as you had enough time, coupled with certain opportunities, it was only a matter of time before you broke through the shackles. No matter which force it was, if they wanted to have a deep foundation, they would need a lot of time to accumulate. Chapter 12:15. Ryaka's Zhuowen looked at the people around him, including the members of the Zhuo family and the core members of the Celestial Empire that Lu Hantian had brought. There were only 200 to 300 people in total. Such a number was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot for a large force. It might not even be enough to fill the gaps between their teeth. Thinking of this, Zhuowen slowly floated in the air and looked down at the crowd. His loud voice rang out. Everyone is now in the same boat. With this Azure Dragon Palace, you will obtain endless benefits. However, you will have to pay a certain price, and contribute accordingly. Zhuo Xiangding led the members of the Zhuo family and looked up at Zhuowen quietly. Their eyes were full of respect. Zhuowen was the pride of the Zhuo family. They naturally followed Zhuowen's lead. Whatever Zhuowen said, they would do. However, Zhuowen's words were not for the Zhuo family, but for the people of the Celestial Empire. Zhuowen, the Azure Dragon Palace is indeed amazing. If you have any requests, just say it. Lu Hantian, will be the first to listen to you. Lu Hantian stepped forward and nodded at Zhuowen. This old man is already so old. I can't make the decision myself. Listening to Zhuo Xiaoyu is also a good choice. Elder Shiwan smiled and came to Lu Hantian's side. The 5 servants led by Zi Yang, as well as LV Yitao, Qing Lian, Luo Xing, Miao Lu, and the others all stood out. They stared at the figure in the sky with determined gazes. Although they did not say anything, their attitudes had already made their intentions clear. Since Lu Hantian and the other higher-ups had expressed their opinions, the others had no objections. They all looked at Zhuowen and waited for Zhuowen to continue. I want to establish a force called Ryuka. Are you willing to join this force called Ryuka? Zhuowen said slowly. Although his voice was calm, there was a hint of excitement in his tone. It was obvious that Zhuowen's mood was not as calm as he looked on the surface. Ryuka. As soon as these words came out, many people in the Celestial Empire were stunned. They quickly thought of the superforce Ryuka that dominated the entire eastern continent 10,000 years ago. Back then, Zhuowen was chased by Emperor Qing. It seemed that Zhuowen was a Ryuka's descendant. Zhuowen and even the entire Zhuo family was a clan descendant of the Ryuka. I'm willing. Zhuo Xiangding took the lead and shouted. His eyes were filled with excitement. They were Ryuka's descendants and had changed their appearances for countless years. Now, they could finally restore their own surname. Of course, now was not the time to truly stand tall in the eastern continent and bring the Ryuka to greater heights. However, Zhuowen had made a good start. Lu Hantian's eyes were as calm as water. He was the first to know that Zhuowen was a Ryuka's descendant. Therefore, when Zhuowen proposed to establish a Ryuka force today, he was not surprised at all. I, Lu Hantian, am willing to join. Lu Hantian laughed. As soon as Lu Hantian spoke, Elder Shiwan, Miao Lu, Lu Yitao, Luo Xing, Qing Lian, and the others all spoke in agreement. The eyes of the people from the Celestial Dynasty flickered, and they all agreed to join the Long family. When Zhuowen said that the Azure Dragon Hall was a divine spirit treasure, they knew that following Zhuowen would have a limitless future. A saint-level spiritual treasure was enough to cultivate an extremely terrifying force. In the mysterious 9 Serenities realm in the eastern continent, those powerful forces all had their own saint-level spiritual treasures. Therefore, the forces in the 9 Serenities realm were generally much stronger than those in the outside world, and the 9 Serenities realm was known as a paradise for experts. Floating in the air, looking at the responses of the people below, he smiled and nodded. His heart was filled with pride as he said loudly, Ryuka will rise in the Azure Dragon Hall. In the future, its name will spread throughout the eastern continent and even the heavenly armor continent. Now, I will bring you to the second heaven. As he spoke, Zhuowen waved his sleeve. Suddenly, the entire square was filled with a mighty force of space, enveloping everyone. Then, everyone disappeared from the square. When everyone came back to their senses, they found that they had arrived at a large hall. However, what made everyone frown was that the hall was filled with corpses. In the center of the hall, there was a dried-up pool of blood. It was like a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Some of the women in the crowd trembled in fear when they saw this scene. Their beautiful faces were incomparably pale. This scene was too bloody. Anyone who saw it would feel a little uncomfortable. Looking at the doubts in everyone's eyes, Zhuowen briefly explained some of the things that happened when they entered the panicked world. Only then did everyone feel relieved. At the same time, they were quite afraid of the Lord of Extreme Demon that Zhuowen mentioned. Fortunately, Zhuowen had already dealt with him. That space contains all the resources of the Extreme Demon sect. It can be used to develop our Ryuka. In the future, our Ryuka will take root in this panicked world. When our Ryuka has a certain foundation, we will be able to reappear in the Eastern continent. The Blue Dragon Hall will not be able to do anything to us. Zhuowen pointed at the space in front of them and said in a clear voice, following the direction that Zhuowen pointed at, everyone saw that there were many resources piled up in that space. There were spirit stones, spirit herbs, spirit treasures, cultivation method secret books, and so on. However, most of the cultivation method secret books in the Extreme Demon sect were related to devil cultivation. Other types of cultivation method secret books were relatively rare. Big Brother Hantian, Grandfather, and Elder Shiwan. In the future, the three of you will be the leaders of the Ryuka. These Ryuka people will all be under your control. Also, you should distribute these resources. It would be best if you do it fairly. Zhuowen suddenly said to Lu Hantian, Shuoxiangding, and Elder Shiwan, the panicked world is very large. We can first establish a base of Ryuka in the panicked world and absorb new blood in this world to strengthen the power and influence of the Ryuka. The three of them nodded. Zhuowen's idea was not bad. This panicked world was an isolated world created by the Zonglong Taoist with his supreme saint power. It was undoubtedly the safest place to develop the Ryuka. At least, they did not need to be remembered by the Blue Dragon Hall and have an accident. After a little arrangement of everyone's matters, Lu Hantian, Zhuoxiangding, and Elder Shiwan entered the space and began to distribute the resources inside. If there were any surplus, they planned to keep it first and use it later. At the same time, they were also preparing to set up some reward systems. Good things must be given to warriors who have contributed to the Ryuka or to geniuses with great talent. Of course, these were all in the future. After all, the Ryuka had not been established yet. In about a month's time, the resources of the Extreme Demon sect had been distributed fairly under the arrangements of Lu Hantian, Zhuoxiangding, and Elder Shiwan. Many people in the Ryuka did not have any objections to the arrangements made by the three of them. Of course, the Extreme Demon sect was an extremely large force after all. The resources contained in it could not be all plundered by more than 200 people in the Ryuka. Most of the resources were already in the hands of the Ryuka higher-ups and would be used as the foundation for the continued development of the Ryuka in the future. Zhuowen, we plan to take the Ryuka people to the 7 prefectures and develop our Ryuka there. On this day, Lu Hantian came in front of Zhuowen and said to Zhuowen. Zhuowen was sitting cross-legged on the blood coffin. When he heard Lu Hantian's words, he slowly opened his eyes and said, if we want to develop the Ryuka, we should go to the 7 prefectures. Brother Hantian, you can take the Ryuka people there. Here is a map of the 7 prefectures and the dreamy cloud swampland. You can go to the Great Xang Prefecture to develop your forces. I have a more detailed map there. After saying that, Zhuowen flicked his finger and handed a jade slip to Lu Hantian. The latter took the jade slip and looked at Zhuowen in surprise. Zhuowen, don't you plan to go with us? Zhuowen shook his head and said, no, there are many devil cultivation scriptures in the great devil sect ruins. I plan to comprehend all of them. Perhaps it will be of great benefit to the promotion of my Devil Dao avatar. Upon hearing this, Lu Hantian nodded his head and did not try to persuade Zhuowen any further. At this moment, Zhuowen gave him an extremely powerful feeling, especially that demonic avatar. Just the demonic aura emanating from its body caused Lu Hantian to feel a little apprehensive. He did not doubt that if he were to fight against this demonic avatar, he would not be able to withstand even one blow. Thinking back to the little guy who was only at the Ultimate Emperor stage back then, and now he had reached a level that even he had to look up to, Lu Hantian couldn't help but sigh in his heart. However, his eyes were filled with fighting spirit. Although Zhuowen's talent was a little abnormal, Lu Hantian, wasn't weak either. Especially with the help of the powerful soul treasure of the Azure Dragon Hall, Lu Hantian believed that his cultivation would be able to advance by leaps and bounds. Zhuowen, after we confirm the address of Ryuka, I will personally make a trip to the Dreamcloud swampland and give you the address of Ryuka. If you come out of seclusion, you can come to Ryuka to take a look. Lu Hantian said to Zhuowen again. Soon after, Zhuo Xiangding and Elder Xiwan began to arrange for people to leave the Great Devil Sect ruins and head to the 7 prefectures. I want to accompany Big Brother Zhuo here. A clear voice sounded out, following which Miao Lu walked briskly to Zhuowen's side and quietly looked at the calm expression on Zhuowen's face. Looking at the stubborn expression on Miao Lu's face, Lu Hantian felt a little helpless. He could only let her be and did not stop her. Although Miao Lu's cultivation was low, Zhuowen's strength was extremely strong, and it was more than enough to protect Miao Lu. Luo Xing and Qing Lian looked at each other and actually left the group. They came to a place not far from Zhuowen and quietly sat cross-legged in the hall. Obviously, the 2 women were the same as Miao Lu. They also planned to stay and accompany Zhuowen. This kid really has good luck with women. Lu Hantian was stunned. He immediately scratched his head and said with a little jealousy. Elder Xiwan, who was standing at the side, shook his head and said, I say, Old Han, you should dress yourself up neatly and wash your face. Your luck with women will also be good. Lu Hantian stared and groaned. I say, Xiwan, what do you mean? I am already handsome enough. If I deliberately dress up, there will be countless beauties throwing themselves at me. That will be troublesome. It is better to be like this now. Low-key, low-key. Chapter 12:16. Cunning Lu Hantian led everyone out of the Grand Demon statue very quickly according to the map Zhuowen had given them. Over 200 people headed towards the Grand Tsang Prefecture of the 7 prefectures in a mighty fashion. They planned to develop a base there. Zhuowen remained seated in the hall. Over the past month, Lu Hantian had already cleaned up the bloody hall. Although the light was a bit dim, it was still a lot cleaner and tidier. At this moment, Zhuowen's main body slowly opened his eyes, and he was rather speechless as he looked at Qing Lian and Luo Xing, who sat cross-legged nearby, and Miao Lu, who stood before him with a pair of watery eyes. Why are the 3 of you in the hall? Zhuowen suddenly asked. Brother Zhuo, I just want to stay with you. I feel safe with you, Miao Lv replied without any hesitation. However, as if she had realized that there was some ambiguity in her words, Miao Lv covered her mouth with her right hand. Like a child who had done something wrong, she no longer dared to say anything else. Qing Lian and Luo Xing looked at each other and smiled resplendently. We have the same thoughts as Miao Lv, Zhuowen shrugged when he heard the same answer from the 3 women. He felt somewhat helpless. Luo Xing and Clear Lotus had made good progress in their cultivation. They had already reached the initial stage of the Heavenly Venerate realm. However, Miao Lv's cultivation was a little weak. She was only at the Ultimate Emperor realm. However, Miao Lv was the youngest. Her talent was already pretty good for reaching the Ultimate Emperor realm at such a young age. Brother Zhuo, how long do you plan on staying here? Miao LV seemed to have forgotten the awkwardness from before and asked again. Zhuowen's eyes flickered. With a wave of his sleeve, he summoned his demonic and Buddhist clones. After having the two clones cultivate in another corner of the hall, Zhuowen's eyes flickered. It might take a year or two. I've been poisoned by the Lord of the Grand Demon's Demonfall powder. Although it doesn't pose much of an obstruction to my main body, it's still a poison, so I'll need some time to expel it. Miao LV, Qing Lian, and Luo Xing were not surprised that Zhuowen had two clones. Zhuowen had already told them about his clones. Then we'll wait for you to expel the Demonfall powder from your main body, Luo Xing said seriously. Zhuowen nodded. My demonic body's cultivation has already reached the level of a demon emperor. If the three of you have any questions about cultivation, feel free to ask my demonic body. It will answer some of your questions about the way of the martial way. With that, Zhuowen slowly closed his eyes and began to expel the Demonfall powder that the Grand Demon Lord had planted in him. Although the Grand Demon Lord had said that there was no cure for the Demonfall powder, Zhuowen discovered that the celestial force he had fused with an immortal stone was actually able to expel the poison from the Demonfall powder. However, the immortal stone could only be used once a day, and there was an extremely large amount of Demonfall powder in his body. The Lord of the Grand Demon had accumulated the poison in his body over the past century. It was extremely terrifying, so Zhuowen estimated that it would take him a year or two. Fortunately, the flow of time in the panicked great world was completely different from the outside world. A year here was only a day in the outside world, so he had plenty of time and was not in a hurry to leave the panicked great world. Moreover, the great demon sect had so many demonic cultivation scriptures, which were extremely beneficial to his demonic body. Zhuowen believed that if he stayed here for a few years, his demonic body might be able to break through the shackles and reach the level of a second or even third layer demon emperor. Its power would become extremely terrifying. Time slowly passed. In the hall, Zhuowen's main body was basically using celestial force to expel the demonic qi in his body. Moreover, he discovered that as he continued to use the immortal stone, the formation in the immortal stone seemed to be perfecting itself. The time it could continue to fuse with celestial force was also constantly increasing. After this discovery, Zhuowen could be said to be wild with joy. He worked even harder to use the immortal stone to expel the Demonfall powder poison. After a year passed, Zhuowen's main body slowly opened his eyes, and his gaze erupted with a dazzling bright light. Because he noticed that after expelling the poison for a year, the time the immortal stone could continue fusing with immortal energy could actually reach 10 times a day. What was even more surprising to him was that the strange formation within the immortal stone actually possessed the ability to repair itself. Previously, the self-repair ability was not very obvious, so Zhuowen did not notice it. However, due to the stimulation of the Demonfall powder, the self-repair ability of the formation in the immortal stone had obviously sped up a lot, which made Zhuowen pleasantly surprised. Zhuowen knew that since the formation in the immortal stone had the ability to self-repair, it was only a matter of time before the formation completely recovered. However, whether it would take a long time or a short time was not something Zhuowen could guess. After the Demonfall powder was completely expelled, Zhuowen's complexion became much better. He slowly stood up and stretched. Luo Xing, Qing Lian, and Miao LV also saw Zhuowen stand up and stood up one after another. Luo Xing came before Zhuowen and said, "Half a year ago, Senior Hantian came here once and gave me the address of Ryuka." With that, Luo Xing flicked her finger and handed a jade slip to Zhuowen. Clearly, the jade slip recorded the address of Ryuka. After flipping through it, Zhuowen discovered that Lu Hantian had established Ryuka's forces in Heaven's Vault City in the northwest corner of the Great Xiang Prefecture region. It was said that half a year ago, they had already developed Ryuka to such an extent that it might have already become the strongest force in Heaven's Vault City. Let's go take a look at Heaven's Vault City. With a wave of his sleeve, Zhuowen withdrew his Buddhist and demonic clones into his body. Soon after, he led the 3 women out of the ruins of the extreme demon sect. The surroundings of the dreamy cloud swampland were still filled with mist. The statue of the extreme demon lord stood silently in the center of the swampland. Wrapped in mist, it seemed so mysterious and distant. Xiaohei, you've woken up. As soon as they walked out of the statue of the extreme demon lord, Zhuowen was surprised to discover that Xiaohei, who had remained motionless in his sea of consciousness, had actually woken up. He remembered that a year ago, Xiaohei had fallen into a deep slumber after devouring the soul of the extreme demon lord. She planned to completely digest the soul of the extreme demon lord. Kid, are you planning to leave the statue? Xiaohei suddenly asked in surprise. Zhuowen nodded. Soon after, he briefly recounted the events that had occurred over the past year. Soon after, he discovered that Xiaohei had descended into silence. After a while, Xiaohei once again opened its mouth and said, "Brat, after this dragon, Lord absorbed the soul of this grand fiend, Lord, I discovered something." What is it? Zhuowen asked in confusion. The extreme demon, Lord still had a trick up his sleeve. After all, he's a high-level demon emperor. His own essence is still extremely powerful. Although the extreme demon, Lord's demonic power, has mostly been exhausted because of the demon fall powder, his own essence is still. Xiaohei's voice suddenly came to an abrupt halt. Zhuowen narrowed his eyes and said in shock, "You're saying that the extreme demon lord's essence is still hidden somewhere?" Actually, after the extreme demon lord transferred all the demon fall powder to your body, there was no need for him to take over your body. However, he chose to do so. Don't you find it strange? Xiaohei said in a deep voice. Zhuowen's eyes were a little dark when he heard this. He nodded and was silent for a moment. Then he waved his sleeve and took out a huge ship. This ship was a flying soul treasure that Zhuowen had found in the ruins of the extreme demon sect. This ship was called the Black Cloud Sail. There was a black cloud-like sail on its main mast. When it was unfurled, it was like a dark cloud that covered the sky. That was why it was called the Black Cloud Sail. Let's take this Black Cloud Sail to Firmament City in the Great Xiangfu region, Zhuowen said with a smile. Luo Xing and the other 2 girls nodded. After the 4 of them sat on the Black Cloud Sail, a strange black cloud spread out around the Black Cloud Sail. With a whoosh, it turned into a black bolt of lightning and shot toward the periphery of the dreamy cloud swampland at an extremely fast speed. Not long after the Black Cloud Sail left, a figure surrounded by surging demonic aura appeared at the forehead of the statue of the extreme demon lord. The figure only revealed a pair of black demonic eyes, which were filled with monstrous hatred. That damned Zhuowen. I never thought that there would be such a terrifying existence in his body. He actually managed to devour the soul of my body so easily, causing me to be heavily injured. I will not let this matter rest. The figure shrouded in black gas hatefully glanced at He Yunfan, who was leaving in the distance, then took a step forward. Demonic chi surged out of his body as he charged in the opposite direction. However, as soon as he shot off, a terrifying force shot towards him. Thump, thump, thump. The figure was caught off guard and was knocked back by the force. He stared at the figure that had suddenly appeared in front of him in shock and cried out, You really are a sly old fox. You actually have a clone. No wonder you gave up on your body and possessed my weak demonic body. So you have clones as well. At this moment, demonic Dao Zhuowen was shrouded in demonic qi. He stood in the air and looked down at the Grand Demon Lord's clone. The Grand Demon Lord's clone wasn't very powerful. It was only at the first level of Emperor Realm. Due to the damage to its soul, its battle prowess was probably weaker than ordinary first-level emperors. However, it possessed an extremely powerful source. It was the source of the Grand Demon Lord's high-level demon emperor. It was a pity that the extreme demon Lord's soul was just too heavily damaged. Although he possessed the origin energy of a high-class demon emperor, he was unable to immediately use it and convert it into his own strength. The extreme demon lord's clone probably planned on taking the origin energy with him and hiding somewhere to cultivate. He would only emerge once his cultivation recovered. At that time, he would probably come for revenge against the 7 prefectures, and Ryuka, the extreme demon lord's clone, was a scourge. Zhuowen could not allow him to live. Chapter 12:17. Black Cloud Sail, however. The Grand Demon Lord did not flee for long before a golden light surged over. Subsequently, the Grand Demon Lord backed away with a sunken expression. Behind him, the Buddhist Zhuowen narrowed his eyes. The light will behind his head shone with a dazzling Buddhist light. Grand Demon Lord, you won't be able to escape today. The demonic Zhuowen took a step forward and pressed his right hand down. Surging Grand Demon Battle Qi turned into endless demonic clouds that crushed down. The Grand Demon Lord roared. He grabbed with his right hand, and a monstrous demonic claw appeared in an attempt to break through the demonic clouds. Bang! Unfortunately, the Grand Demon Lord's demonic claw was nowhere near its peak. It only lasted for a while in the demonic clouds before collapsing. Ugh! The Grand Demon Lord spat out a mouthful of blood and flew backwards. By the time he returned to his senses, Zhuowen had already arrived in front of him. Zhuowen extended his right hand and grabbed the Grand Demon Lord's neck. His cold eyes stared at the Grand Demon Lord, causing his heart to tremble. "Let me live. I'm willing to become your servant." The Grand Demon Lord screamed at the top of his lungs. After all, his throat was in Zhuowen's hand, so his voice was naturally a little abnormal. He clearly understood that he was no match for Zhuowen with his current strength. As a matter of fact, given Zhuowen's hatred for him, it was very likely that Zhuowen would kill him. Hence, he immediately begged for mercy, hoping that Zhuowen would spare his life. "Oh, you're willing to become my servant?" Zhuowen was a little surprised by the Grand Demon Lord's tact and asked in surprise. The Grand Demon Lord replied bitterly, "Do you think I have any other choice? If I don't yield, only death awaits me." Zhuowen nodded when he heard this. He grabbed the Grand Demon Lord's neck with his right hand and formed a complicated seal with his left hand. At the same time, Zhuowen pulled out a strand of mental energy from his Naiwen palace. It turned into a small golden snake and entered the Grand Demon Lord's forehead, forming a golden imprint. "This is a slave imprint. Since I have planted a slave imprint in you, you are my slave. Your life is under my control," Zhuowen said calmly. This slave seal was a secret technique in the Myriad Evolution scripture. It was a secret technique that specialized in enslaving other martial artists. It was even more reliable than the method Zhuowen had used to control Xiang and the other 4. The reason why Zhuowen hadn't used it back then was because he hadn't cultivated the Myriad Evolution scripture to the point where he could extract mental strength to control other martial artists. The Grand Demon Lord naturally sensed the terrifyingly powerful seal on his forehead, and a sliver of sorrow appeared in his eyes. He knew that once Zhuowen planted a slave imprint in him, he would become Zhuowen's servant for the rest of his life. However, it was fortunate that he could escape death. After planting the slave imprint, Zhuowen spread out his hands and said, "Give me your source energy." The Grand Demon Lord's face stiffened. He sighed softly and waved his sleeve. Immediately, the surging demonic aura around him gathered on his right hand. In the end, it turned into a black ball in his right palm. Dense demonic aura lingered on the surface of the black ball. Zhuowen immediately sensed the Grand Demon Battle Chi in his body spin at a crazy speed after taking the black ball from the Grand Demon Lord. It seemed to crave the black ball in his hand. This black ball actually contains such dense demonic origin. Zhuowen muttered with narrowed eyes as he sensed the wild Grand Demon Battle Chi in his body. Obviously, this is the origin of a high-rank demon emperor. How can it not be dense? Xiao Hei's disdainful voice rang out in his head. Zhuowen shrugged. His gaze landed on the Grand Demon Lord again. He said, "You should know how to use this demonic origin, right?" The Grand Demon Lord nodded and respectfully said, "This old servant naturally knows. Master possesses the Grand Demon Battle Art and the Grand Demon Battle Chi in his body. Absorbing this demonic origin is most suitable. However, this is the origin of a high-rank demon emperor after all. Master is only a first-level demon emperor right now. So this old servant believes that Master should not be in a hurry to absorb it all. Instead, absorb a portion of it. Once you cultivate the Grand Demon Battle Art to its peak and absorb all of it, you might be able to directly break through to the high-rank demon emperor." Hearing the Grand Demon Lord's suggestion, Zhuowen asked somewhat dubiously, "Are you sure?" The Grand Demon Lord lowered his head and said, "Don't worry, Master. This old servant wouldn't dare deceive Master. The Grand Demon Battle Art has a total of 18 layers. Every 3 layers allows one to advance to the Demon Emperor realm. Originally, if Master relied on himself to cultivate, it would take a very long time. However, with this old servant's demonic origin, it should be relatively easy to cultivate the Grand Demon Battle Art to its peak. If Master absorbs the Grand Demon Battle Art after reaching its peak, the effects will be the greatest. Kid, this old man probably isn't lying to you. After all, this is the origin of a high-rank demon emperor. It's a bit of a waste for you to absorb it at such a low cultivation. Once you reach the 6th layer of the Demon Emperor realm, the effects will probably be maximized," Xiao Hei said in agreement. Zhuowen nodded. When he heard that, he said, "I'll trust you this once. Since you've become my servant, you should serve me well. If I can see your loyalty, I will help you recover to your peak." The Grand Demon Lord was stunned. Soon after, excitement appeared in his eyes. He asked, "Master, are you serious?" "Of course I am." Zhuowen nodded. With a wave of his sleeve, he disappeared with the Grand Demon Lord and Buddhist Zhuowen. Swoosh! A ship shrouded in black clouds passed through the air. Through the gaps in the clouds, 4 figures could be seen standing on the deck. They were a man and 3 women. The 4 of them were Zhuowen, Miao Lu, Qing Lian, and Luo Xing. Swoosh! With the sound of something breaking through the air, 3 figures charged onto the deck from the black clouds. The crisp sound of their feet landing on the deck immediately alerted Miao LV, Qing Lian, and Luo Xing. However, Zhuowen slowly turned around with his hands behind his back. Looking at the 3 figures, a smile appeared on his face. When Miao LV and the others saw that the newcomers were Zhuowen's 2 clones, they relaxed their vigilance. The 3 women's beautiful eyes curiously landed on the stooped Grand Demon Lord beside Zhuowen. "Brother Zhuo, who's this old man?" Miao Lu asked out of curiosity. "He's my servant, Mo Kue," Zhuowen said with a smile. He had already said before that the Grand Demon Lord was dead, so the three of them probably would not believe him if he said the old man was the Grand Demon Lord. As a result, Zhuowen could not be bothered to explain. He directly named the Grand Demon Lord Emokue and made him his servant in the future. The three women looked at each other. Although they were puzzled, they did not raise any more questions. After all, this was Zhuowen's private matter. It was not convenient for them to get to the bottom of it. The black cloud sail was extremely fast. It crossed the void like a black bolt of lightning and soon arrived at the Great Song Prefecture's Sky City. The Sky City was not very far from the Great Song Prefecture's Great Song City. Ever since the Great Demon Sect ruins appeared, countless cultivators from the 7 prefectures had not returned. A year had passed, and the other cultivators from the 7 prefectures had all kinds of guesses. The most reliable guess was that the Grand Demon Lord was hiding in the Great Demon Sect ruins, so all the cultivators from the 7 prefectures who went there were wiped out. The Great Song Prefecture's master, Xiangjie, and countless elite cultivators from the Great Song Prefecture were all buried in the Great Demon Sect ruins. In an instant, the Great Song Prefecture's Great Song Prefecture declined. The other forces in the Great Song Prefecture were somewhat restless, wanting to replace the Great Song Prefecture. However, a starving camel was still bigger than a horse. Although all the elite cultivators of the Great Song Prefecture, including Xiangjie, were buried in the Great Demon Sect ruins, the foundation of the Great Song Prefecture still existed. It was really difficult for ordinary forces to replace it. When the black cloud sail landed, it attracted the attention of many cultivators in the Sky City. Zhuowen's group of 5 walked down the black cloud sail and went straight to the core of the Sky City. There stood a rather tall mansion. The 2 words, Ryuka, were engraved on the plaque above the mansion. A shout immediately attracted the attention of Zhuowen's group of 5. Zhuowen followed the voice and immediately saw LV Yitao leading a group of people towards them. "Brother LV," Zhuowen said with a smile, "I didn't expect you to stay there for so long. Come with me to Ryuka first. Senior Hantian and Elder Shiyuan miss you very much." As LV Yitao spoke, he pulled Zhuowen and the rest towards the Long family. This scene caused many warriors in the surroundings to discuss and whisper among themselves. Ryuka had risen in the Sky City half a year ago. Moreover, the higher-ups of this Ryuka had a 2nd-level Emperor Realm expert and a powerful level 6 Arcana Master. There were also many Celestial Masters under their command. Therefore, in half a year, the Ryuka had quickly developed into the most powerful force in the Sky City, suppressing the other local forces in the Sky City. LV Tao was an extremely powerful genius in Ryuka. He was very famous in the Sky City and was known as the most powerful person among the younger generation in the Sky City. At this moment, seeing the famous LV Yitao treating Zhuowen's group so warmly, the other cultivators in the Sky City were naturally surprised. They secretly guessed the identity of Zhuowen's group. Under LV Tao's lead, Zhuowen also entered the Ryuka Mansion. It had to be said that the Ryuka Mansion was indeed quite magnificent. There were countless pavilions, terraces, and pavilions. There were also many cultivators guarding inside, and the security was very tight. When they entered the hall, Zhuowen also found that Zhuo Xiangding, LV Hantian, and Elder Shiyuan were already waiting inside. When they saw Zhuowen, the 3 of them got up and happily welcomed him. After a round of greetings, Zhuowen also asked about the current development of the Ryuka Mansion. The answer he received was indeed very gratifying. In the past half a year, the Ryuka Mansion had completely established itself in the Sky City. Because of the Ryuka Mansion's strength, it had attracted many cultivators in the Sky City, causing the number of people in the Ryuka Mansion to reach nearly 1,000. This was only half a year. If the Ryuka Mansion was given more time, it would probably develop even more. Zhuowen, if we become the most powerful force in the Dekangfu region, then the Ryuka Mansion will be completely on the right track, Elvi Hantian said, happily. Chapter 1218. Second Layer Demon Emperor hearing Zhuowen's heroic words. The entire hall fell silent. Then Lu Hantian stood up abruptly and said excitedly, "Haha, our horizons are too narrow. We are only restricted to the great Song Prefecture. You are right, Ryuka wants to become the strongest force in the entire panicked great world and surpass the great demon sect." In the hall, the others also came back to their senses. Their faces were flushed red, and their eyes were filled with excitement. "Zhuowen, I plan to gather the Ryuka forces and take down the Great Song Prefecture. With the Great Song Prefecture as our headquarters, we will spread our forces to the other 6 prefectures. We will spread our Ryuka forces throughout the 7 prefectures and become the strongest force in the 7 prefectures." Lu Hantian suddenly proposed. Zhuowen shook his head and said, "Big brother Hantian, Ryuka has only been developing for half a year. There is no hurry. Let's wait for 3 years before we make our move. The Ryuka is not as strong as you think." Hearing this, Lu Hantian came back to his senses. Just now, because of Zhuowen's words, his blood was stirred up, so he was hot-headed for a moment. He patted his head and said, awkwardly, "Hee, I was too excited. In these 3 years, develop Ryuka well. After 3 years, we will take down the Great Song Prefecture. Then, within 10 years, we will take down the other 6 prefectures and let the panicked great world respect our Ryuka." After speaking, Zhuowen turned to Zhuo, Xiangding, Elder Shiwan, and Lu Hantian, and transmitted his voice. "Grandfather, big brother Hantian, Elder Shiwan, I plan to go into seclusion for 3 years. The flow of time in the panicked great world is 365 times faster than the outside world. I plan to use this difference to improve my strength." Zhuo Xiangding, Elder Shiwan, and Lu Hantian looked at each other and nodded. They knew that outside the Blue Dragon Hall, there was an arcane heavenly master and 2 4th-layer Emperor realm warriors waiting for him. If Zhuowen did not improve his strength as soon as possible, it would be difficult for him to go out. Therefore, Lu Hantian sent people to bring Zhuowen to a rather quiet attic in the Ryuka Prefecture. Although Miao Lu, Luo Xing, and Qing Lian wanted to follow, they were stopped by Lu Hantian. Since Zhuowen needed to go into seclusion, he could not be disturbed. After entering the attic arranged by Lu Hantian, Zhuowen also brought the Lord of Extreme Devil with him. After all, his demonic Dao doppelganger had cultivated the Extreme Devil battle art created by the Lord of Extreme Devil. In terms of demonic Dao, the Lord of Extreme Devil knew much more than him. Therefore, Zhuowen brought the Lord of Extreme Devil with him, mainly to help him cultivate the Extreme Devil battle art. After all, with a good teacher by his side, cultivation would be much faster than fumbling around on his own. After entering the attic, Zhuowen dismissed the people sent by Lu Hantian. With a wave of his hand, he summoned his demonic Dao doppelganger and said to the Lord of Extreme Devil, "In the future, you will be responsible for guiding my demonic Dao doppelganger in the Extreme Devil battle art. You should be able to get my demonic Dao doppelganger to the 6th level in 3 years, right?" The Lord of Extreme Devil bowed slightly and said politely, "Don't worry, Master. With Master's talent, it shouldn't be a problem for him to reach the 6th level in 3 years. However, I have a suggestion. Would you like to hear it?" "Speak," Zhuowen said indifferently. The Extreme Devil battle art has the word battle in it. As the name suggests, this demonic Dao Codex is most suitable for battle. Of course, if you want to break through faster, you only need to let your demonic Tao doppelganger fight more and find powerful opponents to fight. Through battle, you can comprehend the mysteries of the extreme devil battle art. Then, breaking through will be much easier. The Lord of Extreme Devil said respectfully. Zhuowen frowned slightly. You mean to say that if I want to break through the extreme devil battle art quickly, I have to constantly fight and advance through battle? Yes, back then, I comprehended the concept of battle in battle. So I created this extreme devil battle art. The easiest way to break through in this demonic Tao Codex is through battle. It is also the most suitable demonic Tao Codex for demonic Tao cultivators. Demonic Tao cultivators do not fear battle or death. However, the first 9 levels of the extreme devil battle art are the foundation. It doesn't necessarily require battle comprehension. I can guide master. The Lord of Extreme Devil said. If that's the case, then guide me first and help my demonic Tao doppelganger break through, Zhuowen said with a faint smile. The Lord of Extreme Devil nodded. He naturally had no objections. The pavilion was very large, and the courtyard surrounding it was even larger than the pavilion itself. The environment was elegant and serene. Zhuowen planned to let his demonic Tao doppelganger cultivate in the courtyard and have the Lord of Extreme Devil properly guide him in cultivating the extreme devil battle art. Meanwhile, his main body and Buddhist Tao doppelganger plan to cultivate in the pavilion. Because of Xiaohe, Zhuowen did not have high hopes that his main body could break through in 3 years. After all, Xiaohe's origin was far too powerful. If he wanted to materialize, the amount of astral energy required was far too great. With Zhuowen's current cultivation speed, it would be difficult for him to accumulate enough astral energy for his main body to break through to the Emperor realm. As a result, Zhuowen placed the opportunity for his main body to break through to the Emperor realm in the embittered sea of Misery's tomb. He knew that after powerful Emperor realm cultivators died, they would condense astral crystals with extremely dense astral energy. If he could find enough astral crystals in the tomb, then his main body would be able to accumulate enough astral energy. When that happened, he would be able to break through to the Emperor realm in one fell swoop. Xiaohe would also be able to completely materialize. Xiaohe really is a freak. Not only does materialization have to be delayed until the Emperor realm, but because of him, it's actually harder for my main body to break through to the Emperor realm than it is for my Buddhist and demonic Tao doppelganger, Jianchen murmured to himself. With a wave of his sleeve, he summoned his Buddhist Tao doppelganger and had it continue cultivating the nirvana of the great sun. His Buddhist Tao doppelganger was also a peak celestial venerable. Zhuowen hoped that his Buddhist Tao doppelganger could use the nirvana of the great sun to break through to the Emperor realm during this time. Kid, you're bad-mouthing me again. Xiaohe appeared on Zhuowen's shoulder and said unhappily. Zhuowen pursed his lips and said rather seriously, Xiaohe, do you think my Buddhist Tao doppelganger can use the nirvana of the great sun to break through to the Emperor realm? Xiaohe glanced at the Buddhist Tao doppelganger and said, it should be possible. However, the level of the nirvana of the great sun is a little low. I'm afraid it can only reach the first level of the Buddha realm at most. If you want your Buddhist Tao doppelganger to continue breaking through, you need to find a stronger Buddhist Tao codex. Hearing this, Zhuowen nodded. However, there were even fewer Buddhist Tao cultivators in the Eastern land than demonic Tao cultivators. This Buddhist Tao codex was really difficult to find. Kid, have you forgotten about the monk in blood-red clothes? Isn't that guy from the Great Lane Temple in the Divine Spectre realm? After you enter the Divine Spectre realm, you can let your Buddhist Tao doppelganger enter the Great Lane Temple to cultivate. That place will definitely give your Buddhist Tao doppelganger a lot of opportunities, Xiao He suddenly said. Zhuowen's eyes flashed. Xiao He was right. He had forgotten the purpose of the monk in blood-red clothes. From the memories of the monk in blood-red clothes, he knew that the Great Lane Temple was not a weak force. It was said that there were saints in it as well. It was a powerful force in the Divine Spectre realm that was second only to the Divine Spectre Academy's inner court. Your idea is not bad. After I enter the Divine Spectre realm, I'll let my Buddhist Tao doppelganger enter the Great Lane Temple and let my demonic Tao doppelganger enter the demonic Tao sect. This way, it won't delay the cultivation of my doppelganger, Zhuowen said with a grin. Time flew by quickly, and 3 years passed in a flash. On this day, Lu Hantian led the Ryuka people to Datsang City to attack the Datsang Mansion. The Great Tsang Manor's foundation was indeed deep. Although the manor lord and many elite cultivators had perished in the Great Devil Sect's ruins, there were still 2 martial emperors among them. One was a 3rd-level martial emperor, while the other was a 2nd-level martial emperor. Relying on the 2 emperor realm warriors, the Datsang Mansion was able to completely resist the Ryuka's attack. In fact, the Ryuka who were attacking were at a disadvantage in this battle. At this moment, in the Firmament City, Ryuka, in the quiet courtyard, a towering black pillar suddenly soared into the sky. Demonic chi lingered around the black pillar. At the same time, countless demonic shadows descended from the sky. The ear-piercing screeches of the demonic nature resounded throughout the entire Long family. Under the black pillar, Zhuowen of the demonic Tao slowly stood up, his black and red hair fluttering in the wind. His black and red eyes stared at the endless demonic creatures in the sky, and he said coldly, "Demonic tribulation, what's there to fear?" As he spoke, Zhuowen of the demonic Tao took a step forward, rolling extreme demonic battle chi in his hand, condensing into an extreme demonic spear. With a wave of his right hand, demonic chi surged out, transforming into towering spear shadows. The surrounding demonic shadows were instantly pierced by these spear shadows, turning into rolling black chi. In the courtyard, the Lord of the extreme demonic Tao raised his head slightly, looking at Zhuowen of the demonic chi in the sky. His turbid eyes revealed a hint of surprise, and he muttered in a low voice, "In 3 years, he has cultivated the extreme demonic battle art to the 6th level, and even advanced to the 2nd-level demon emperor. Master's talent can be said to be 1 in a million. Within 10 breaths, countless demonic shadows were dealt with by Zhuowen of the demonic Tao, and Zhuowen's aura soared to the extreme. His cultivation could be considered to have completely entered the 2nd-level demon emperor realm. Zhuowen of the demonic Tao's aura was far more terrifying than the average 2nd-level emperor realm. Even 3rd-level emperors couldn't compare to him. With Zhuowen of the 2nd-level demon emperor realm, Zhuowen was confident that he could fight 4th-level emperors. Whoosh! Zhuowen slowly landed in the courtyard and asked the Lord of the extreme demonic Tao, "How is the Ryuka army now?" It's said that it's not very good. There are still 2 emperor realm warriors in the Great Tsang Mansion. Coupled with the geographical advantage, the Ryuka army has yet to capture the Great Tsang Mansion. The Lord of the extreme demonic Tao said respectfully. "Then I'll go take a look," Zhuowen said nonchalantly. Then he turned into a demonic cloud and quickly left the Firmament City. At this moment, in the sky above Great Tsang City, 2 figures were constantly engaged in a fierce battle. 18 stars were constantly colliding, and the terrifying Emperor's aura was like a multiplied pressure, crushing everyone's body. Boom! The 2 figures clashed again, and then separated. One of them was a rather sloppy man who looked like a beggar. He stared unkindly at a middle-aged man in purple in front of him. Chapter 1219. All the cultivators in the great Song mansion stood on the city walls, looking down coldly at the Ryuka cultivators. Lu Hantian stood proudly in front of the Ryuka cultivators. He stared at the man in purple and said, "Our Ryuka's development is unstoppable. Your great Song mansion's elite cultivators, Sangje, will inevitably decline. Why don't you join our Ryuka?" "Nonsense. Our great Song mansion has stood tall for almost 100 years. How can we decline just because you say so?" The man in purple said coldly. Lu Hantian snorted and said, "Since that's the case, let's fight." As he spoke, Lu Hantian took a step forward, and 9 cold white emperor stars shot out. At the same time, Lu Hantian's soul armor sealing gate came crashing down from the sky with the 9 stars revolving around it. After advancing to the Emperor realm, Lu Hantian's sealed door became even more terrifying. The huge door was tens of thousands of feet wide and almost covered the entire great Song city. The violet-clothed man's gaze narrowed, but he was not afraid. He also released his Emperor Star and Armor Soul. His Armor Soul was a massive violet goshawk. When it spread its wings, it was like a violet cloud that covered the sky. At this moment, whether it was the Ryuka cultivators or the great Song City cultivators, they all looked up at the sky. When they saw the 2 Emperor Realm cultivators releasing their sealed door, they knew that they were going all out. The outcome of this battle depended on the outcome of the battle. The sealed door came crashing down, and a sharp whistling sound swept out. The purple eagle was not to be outdone. It let out a sharp cry, and its huge purple wings flapped. Gusts of purple wind turned into a purple storm that spread out. Boom! The sealed door and the purple storm collided, and an extremely terrifying shockwave spread out between the two. The entire void trembled. "Seal!" Lu Hantian waved his sleeve, and the sealed gate erupted with an extremely blazing light. Countless strands of sealing power spread out and directly enveloped the purple storm, causing the purple storm to freeze and be sealed in midair. Upon seeing this scene, the violet-robed young man's heart pounded. This Lu Hantian was also at the 3rd level of the immortal Emperor realm, but his combat prowess was so terrifying. The violet-robed young man's eyes flickered. He stepped out and shouted, "Green Jade, help me!" With that, the man in green, who had been standing behind the man in purple, nodded. He formed a seal with both hands and immediately released his armor soul. The man named Qing Yu was another Imperial Realm cultivator from the great Song Mansion. His cultivation was slightly lower than the man in purple. He should be around the 2nd level of the Imperial Realm. However, even if he was at the 2nd level of the Imperial Realm, if he teamed up with the man in purple, Lu Hantian would not be able to handle it. As expected, when Qing Yu released his Vine Armor Soul, Lu Hantian's expression changed drastically. The vine was like a giant hand that slammed onto the sealed door. Then, the sealed door, which had the upper hand, suddenly shook violently and was pushed back. The moment the sealed door was pushed back, the suppressed purple eagle let out a shrill cry. It flapped its wings, and its sharp voice rolled out. Together with the vine, it slammed onto the surface of the sealed door. Then, there was a clear and crisp sound. Traces of cracks appeared on the surface of the sealed door. Uffed! Lu Hantian spat out a mouthful of blood from the corner of his mouth, and his complexion became extremely gloomy. He didn't expect that Qing Yu would suddenly attack him, so he was caught unprepared. Now that the purple-robed man had successfully defeated him, Lu Hantian had suffered a serious injury. Despicable. Many Ryuka warriors glared at the man in purple. The man in purple's cultivation was similar to Lu Hantian's. He was obviously suppressed by the latter, but he still asked his companions to attack. Lu Hantian together. Bullying with numbers was a despicable act. The winner takes all. How is this despicable? The man in purple stood in the void and said calmly. He then signaled to Qing Yu, and the two of them continued to pursue Lu Hantian. They knew that as long as Lu Hantian died, the Ryuka army would collapse. If you want to touch old Han, you have to get through me first. An angry roar was heard. Then, Elder Shiwan took a step forward. Terrifying mental energy burst out from his spiritual ring, and yuan crystals that were emitting white light flew out. These yuan crystals were arranged in front of Elder Shiwan in a strange and mysterious way, forming a mysterious pattern array. 10,000 galloping horses. The cries of horses were heard. Then, countless shadows of horses rushed out from the array in front of Elder Shiwan. The sound of the galloping horses' hooves resounded in the entire space. It was as if 10,000 horses were galloping. It was a spectacular and terrifying scene. Destroy them together. These two people are the higher-ups of Ryuka. We can't let them live. The purple-robed man snorted coldly. He stepped on the purple goshawk's spine and gently clenched his right hand. A purple halberd appeared in his hand. The purple halberd exuded a terrifying emperor's aura. It was clearly a powerful emperor weapon. Qingyu nodded. She stepped on the vines that grew endlessly, and a green longsword appeared in her hand. Both of them did not want to waste any time and wanted to end the battle quickly. They both used their strongest attacks. The green sword radiance and countless purple halberd shadows turned into a terrifying purple energy hurricane. Boom, boom. Immediately, the crowd below was shocked to see that in the sky above, the horrifying, illusory image of thousands of horses first stopped, then collapsed inch by inch and disappeared without a trace. The purple-robed man and green jade continued to rush toward Elder Shiwan and Lu Hantian with great momentum. Lu Hantian's eyes were cold. He flipped his right hand and took out the Yuan Qi Tower. The Yuan Qi Tower grew from the size of a palm to a few hundred feet tall. It stood in front of Elder Shiwan and Lu Hantian. Boom! The purple-clothed man and Qing, you didn't even glance at the tower as they directly launched attacks at it. However, to their astonishment, the tower was actually extremely tough. Their attacks were completely blocked by the tower, and the price they had to pay was merely a slight shake from the tower. This Emperor artifact is so tough, yet it's actually completely undamaged after receiving our full-powered attacks. Qing Yu's eyes narrowed as she spoke with some surprise. The two of us also have Emperor weapons in our hands. However, they are both low-tier Emperor weapons. Yet, it only shook slightly after receiving the attacks of two low-tier Emperor weapons. This pagoda-shaped Emperor weapon is most likely a mid-tier Emperor weapon or above. The purple-clothed man guessed with a fiery gaze. It's a mid-grade Emperor weapon. Qing Yu was startled, and a greedy look appeared in his eyes. The two of them looked at each other and nodded as if they had reached an agreement. They had to kill Lu Hantian, and they had to seize the tower-shaped Emperor weapon in front of them. With such a mid-grade Emperor weapon guarding the Great Tsang Mansion, their Great Tsang Mansion would have another layer of protection. Kill. Thinking of this, Qing Yu and the man in purple attacked the Yuan Qi Tower with all their might. The aftermath of the terrifying attacks stirred up a terrifying energy ripple in the air. Puqi. Lu Hantian's face instantly turned pale. After all, the Yuan Qi Tower was a mid-grade Emperor weapon. He was a low-grade Emperor realm expert. To maintain the operation of the mid-grade Emperor weapon would consume a lot of his energy. Now that the man in purple and Qing Yu were attacking with all their might, it could be said that Lu Hantian was in an even worse situation. Xiuan, you go first. Lu Hantian said to Elder Shiwan in a deep voice. Elder Shiwan shook his head and waved his sleeve. A terrifying mental energy formed a terrifying barrier in front of the Yuan Qi Tower. It took a lot of pressure off Lu Hantian. If I leave, I'm afraid that you won't be able to hold on. Hearing this, Lu Hantian sighed and secretly blamed himself. I was too impulsive in this battle. I should have waited for Zhuowen to come out of seclusion before attacking the great Song Mansion. Now that things have turned out like this, it's like trying to steal a chicken only to end up losing the rice used to lure it. Elder Shiwan shook his head and said, "It's not your fault. Didn't the information say that there was only one Emperor Realm expert in the great Song Mansion? Who would have thought that there would be another Emperor Realm expert in there? If the information was accurate, you wouldn't have attacked the great Song Mansion before Zhuowen." Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, a terrifying demonic cloud surged in the sky. An earth-shattering demonic aura came crashing down, causing many cultivators in Great Song City to shudder in fear. What's going on? What a terrifying aura! Countless people raised their heads and stared at the demonic cloud that was getting closer and closer. Their eyes were filled with shock. Even the purple-clothed man and Green Jade, who were attacking the Vitality Pagoda, stopped their attacks and stared at the demonic cloud with fear in their eyes. The two of them could also feel the terrifying aura of the demonic cloud. Finally, the demonic cloud that covered the sky came to the sky above Great Song City. Then, the demonic cloud slowly descended in the shape of a funnel. At the entrance of the funnel, a demonic youth with long black and red hair slowly walked over. Every step that he took, the sound of his footsteps seemed to be able to stifle the heartbeat of the crowd, causing them to be unable to breathe. "You are." The purple-clothed man's eyes narrowed. Looking at the demonic youth that was walking over, he actually felt a sense of fear and trepidation. "Ryuka Dragon Script," Zhuowen said indifferently. Taking a step forward, he appeared above the purple-clothed man and Green Jade, as if he had teleported. He pressed down with his right hand, and a terrifying great demonic battle chi surged out and turned into a terrifying demonic hand. Rumble! The purple-clothed man and Green Jade's faces changed drastically. With a sharp cry, the purple-clothed man patted the purple goshawk under his feet. The goshawk screeched and turned into a huge purple shadow, exploding out. Green Jade also summoned her green vines and used her strongest attack to attack the demonic hand. "Destroy," Zhuowen said softly. The demonic hand was like a hot knife through butter as it slammed onto the purple goshawk and green vines. Then, a mournful scream rang out. The purple goshawk and green vines couldn't withstand the demonic hand for even a breath and directly shattered into nothingness. "You two will die too." The demonic hand didn't lose its momentum and once again slammed onto the purple-clothed man and Green Jade. The two of them didn't even make a sound before they exploded into a cloud of blood mist. Chapter 12:20. Gao Shu swoosh. 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 Everyone's gaze fell on the demonic youth who had descended from the demonic clouds. The purple-robed man and Green Jade were both at the Third Heaven Emperor realm, while Green Jade was at the Second Heaven Emperor realm. Both of them represented the strongest combat power in the Great Song Mansion. However, both of them were instantly killed by the demonic youth. All the martial artists in Great Song City started to tremble. Their faces were pale, and their legs were trembling. They stared at the demonic youth, who was floating in the air, with fear in their eyes. The only two Emperor Realm martial artists in Great Song Mansion had been killed by him. Who else could stop this demonic youth? Are you still going to put up a resistance? Zhuowen stood in the air and looked down at all the martial artists in Great Song City. His clear voice was like a demon's voice as it spread out and lingered in everyone's ears. All the martial artists in Great Song City slowly retreated. The fear in their eyes became more and more intense. They were starting to feel afraid. Those who surrender will not die. Those who put up a resistance will be killed. Zhuowen spat out another sentence, which finally destroyed the confidence of all the martial artists in Great Song City. Then, the city gates of Great Song City slowly opened, and the Ryuka martial artists cheered as they poured into Great Song City. Swoosh! Elder Shiyuan and Lu Hantian rushed to Zhuowen's side. Lu Hantian looked at Zhuowen in surprise and said, "Zhuowen, your demonic avatar has broken through to the second Heaven Demon Emperor realm?" Zhuowen smiled and nodded. He had confirmed Lu Hantian's guess. "That's fast." Lu Hantian and Elder Shiyuan looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. A demon emperor and an ordinary emperor realm martial artist were two completely different concepts. The difficulty of breaking through to the demon emperor realm was definitely hundreds of times more difficult than an ordinary emperor realm martial artist. Perhaps some talented geniuses could break through from the first Heaven Emperor realm to the second Heaven Emperor realm in 3 years, but it was impossible for a demonic cultivator to do so. However, Zhuowen had done it. There was no doubt that Zhuowen's talent in demonic cultivation was far beyond an ordinary demonic cultivator. Of course, if Lu Hantian and Elder Shiyuan knew that Zhuowen had the Lord of the Supreme Demon Emperor realm by his side, they would not be so surprised. It was indeed not too difficult for a second Heaven Demon Emperor to kill an ordinary third Heaven Emperor realm martial artist. After knowing that Zhuowen had reached the second Heaven Demon Emperor realm, Lu Hantian and Elder Shiyuan were not too surprised. You can occupy the Great Song Mansion first. Next, I plan to use my demonic avatar to conquer the other 6 prefectures with you. I will strive to unify the 7 prefectures within 5 years and bring my long family to an unparalleled level of power. As Zhuowen spoke, he took a step forward and entered Datsang Mansion. Elder Shiyuan and Lu Hantian looked at each other and were pleasantly surprised. They knew that with the help of Zhuowen's demonic avatar, conquering the other 6 prefectures would be much easier. The reason Zhuo, when proposed this, was mainly because the Extreme Devil Lord had told him that if he wanted to make a quick breakthrough in his Extreme Devil battle art, the only way was through constant fighting. Zhuo hoped that while conquering the other 6 prefectures, he would be able to fight against powerful Emperor realm cultivators. This would allow his Extreme Devil battle art to break through and allow his Demon Emperor realm to reach a higher level. When Ryuka completely conquered Datsang Mansion, the entire panicked Great World was shaken. Ryuka's name spread across the 7 prefectures. Countless forces knew about the rising force called Ryuka, although the upper echelons of the 7 major prefectures had all disappeared without a trace in the ruins of the Supreme Demon Sect. The 7 major prefectures were, after all, a huge force that had been passed down for many years, and their foundation was much deeper than ordinary forces. If they wanted to attack a colossus like the Great Song Mansion without an extremely strong high-end force, it was simply impossible. The rumor about Ryuka's Long also spread like wildfire. He had killed the remaining 2 Emperor Realm experts of the Datsang Mansion in an instant. One of them was a 3rd-level Emperor Realm expert, while the other was a 2nd-level Emperor Realm expert. Many warriors fell silent when they heard such a rumor. Killing a 3rd-level Emperor Realm expert in an instant. Such strength had already reached the level of the Lord of the 7 prefectures. If the Lord of the 7 prefectures didn't appear, no one would be able to compete with him. However, The Lord of the Seven Prefectures had disappeared in the Supreme Demon Sect ruins. Therefore, everyone knew that the rise of Ryuka was unstoppable. After all, with such a terrifying existence like Longwen, it was reasonable for Ryuka to conquer Datsang Mansion. The Ryuka spent half a year moving their base of operations to Datsang City. They began to establish their forces in Datsang City. At the same time, they announced that they would be recruiting new blood from the Datsang Prefecture. They would select talented geniuses to join the Ryuka, causing the Ryuka's forces to continuously grow. On the other hand, Demon Dao's Zhuowen led Lu Hantian, Elder Shiwan, Zhuoxiangding, and a group of Ryuka elites to conquer the other 6 prefectures. With Zhuowen's existence and the terrifying battle strength of the Ryuka's upper echelons, the Ryuka army was unstoppable. They conquered one city after another. With the Datsang Prefecture as the center, they first conquered the Datsang Prefecture, followed by the Great Tang Prefecture, the Great Han Prefecture, and the Great Chu Prefecture. These 4 prefectures were much weaker than the Great Zhou Prefecture and the Great Qin Prefecture, and they did not even have many Emperor Realm cultivators left. As such, the Ryuka army did not encounter much resistance in these 4 prefectures. What was worth noting was that the Great Qin Mansion and the Great Zhou Institute were actually impregnable. Moreover, both the Great Qin Mansion and the Great Zhou Institute actually had a 4th-level Emperor Realm cultivator overseeing them. Although Zhuo, Wen's demonic avatar, had reached the 2nd-level Demon Emperor Realm, his battle prowess was at most comparable to a 4th-level Emperor Realm cultivator. It was basically impossible for him to defeat or kill a 4th-level Emperor Realm cultivator. Moreover, the Great Qin Prefecture and the Great Zhou Prefecture knew that the Ryuka army was too powerful, and the 2 prefectures were intimately interdependent. As such, the Great Qin Prefecture and the Great Zhou Prefecture came to an agreement and joined forces. The armies of the 2 prefectures gathered at the Great Qin Prefecture's Gaoshu Prefecture. Gaoshu Prefecture was an extremely dangerous place in the Great Qin Prefecture. Its terrain ranged from low to high, and it was a classic example of a place that was easy to defend and difficult to attack. This was also why the Great Zhou Prefecture's army was gathered at the Great Qin Prefecture. The Great Qin Prefecture and the Great Zhou Prefecture's 2 4th-stage emperors were also stationed at Gaoshu Prefecture. Zhuowen had fought with these 2 4th-stage emperors before, but he was unable to do anything to them. In fact, the 2 of them were even able to suppress Zhuowen when working together. We've already stopped at Gaoshu Prefecture for 2 years, and we haven't been able to attack for 2 whole years. Lu Hantian stood on a tall mountain slope as he stared at the Gaoshu Prefecture's perilous terrain with a trace of worry in his eyes. Elder Shiwan stood beside Lu Hantian and sighed. It's basically impossible for the Ryuka army to break through this perilous terrain. If we want to win this battle, Zhuowen has to defeat the 2 Emperor Realm cultivators and destroy the only obstacle at Gaoshu Prefecture. Only then will our Ryuka army be able to enter Gaoshu Prefecture unimpeded and take down the Great Qin Prefecture. Once the Great Qin Prefecture takes down the Great Zhou Prefecture, the already deserted Great Zhou Prefecture will not be a problem either. Lu Hantian nodded. In the void behind him, there were extremely dense demonic clouds lingering and gathering. Above the demonic clouds, a demonic young man with long black and red hair sat cross-legged quietly. Zhuowen is breaking through to the 3rd level of the Demon Emperor Realm. If he can completely break through to the 3rd level of the Demon Emperor Realm, the 2 Emperor Realm cultivators from the Great Qin Prefecture and Great Zhou Prefecture won't be a problem. I hope that Zhuowen can succeed this time, Lu Hantian muttered in a low voice. He was very clear that this battle was mainly dependent on Zhuowen. If Zhuowen could defeat the two Emperor Realm cultivators, then the Ryuka army would definitely win this battle. Above the demonic clouds, Zhuowen slowly opened his eyes and muttered in a low voice, "There's still some distance between me and the third level of the Demon Emperor Realm. Perhaps I can try this." As he spoke, Zhuowen flicked his finger and took out a black ball. This black ball contained extremely dense extreme demonic battle chi. It was the two balls of extreme demonic battle chi essence that he had obtained from the two demon statues. Back then, Zhuowen had only used one ball of extreme demonic battle chi essence to form his demon body, and he had kept the other ball. Now, Zhuowen decided to use the remaining ball of extreme demonic battle chi essence to forcefully break through to the third level of the Demon Emperor Realm. I hope it won't disappoint me. As he spoke, Zhuowen clenched his right hand and crushed the black ball. The terrifying extreme demonic battle chi circled around Zhuowen and covered his entire body, making him look even more mysterious and distant. In the land of Gaochu, there were groups of soldiers in fine armor patrolling the various passages. The inside was airtight and heavily guarded. However, these soldiers all had a rather similar action, and that was to frequently raise their heads to look at the sky with reverence in their eyes. This was because there were two majestic figures sitting cross-legged, quietly floating in the sky above Gaoshu. These two figures were surrounded by a terrifying emperor's might. The emperor's might that spread out was like a towering mountain, causing all things to tremble. These two figures were the only Emperor Realm cultivators in the Great Qin Palace and Great Zhou Institute. The Emperor Realm cultivator from the Great Qin Palace was called Qin Lei. He was rather old, and his hair was white. However, his face was rosy, and he was as lively as a young man. The Emperor Realm cultivator from the Great Zhou Institute was called Zhou Yan. This Zhou Yan was an extremely talented youth in the Great Zhou Institute. He was only around 30 years old, but his cultivation had already reached the Emperor Realm. These two people were left behind by the Great Qin Palace and Great Zhou Institute's mansion masters in advance to suppress the bad elements in the Great Zhou Institute and maintain order in the Great Demonic Sect. After all, this trip to the Great Demonic Sect ruins was risky. If they brought all the elites in the Great Qin Palace and something unexpected happened, the Great Zhou Institute would definitely fall into chaos. That Ryuka Longwen has already stayed in the demonic clouds for 2 months. I wonder what he's doing? Zhou Yan frowned slightly. His sharp gaze gathered above the demonic clouds in the sky, as if he wanted to see through it. Chapter 12:21. 6 Ding 6 Jia formation. While Qin Lei and Zhou Yan were secretly conversing, the demonic clouds in the sky suddenly surged wildly, as if something was stirring within the demonic clouds. It was extremely strange. As the demonic clouds churned, a terrifying demonic aura spread out, causing the surrounding air to stagnate. Boom, boom, boom. Demonic hurricanes swept out from the layers of demonic clouds, attracting the attention of countless cultivators. This is Zhou Yan's pupils shrank. He also felt the sudden increase in demonic aura in the demonic clouds. His sharp eyes pierced through the layers of demonic hurricanes and landed on a figure in the core area. At the core of the demonic clouds, Zhuowen's hair fluttered wildly. The demonic aura around him was like a black python, rapidly lingering around his body. His black and red demonic eyes became deeper and deeper, carrying a mysterious demonic light. His demonic aura was monstrous. Moreover, as time passed, Zhuowen's aura became more and more intense, like a small spark turning into a raging inferno. His aura increased rapidly, causing Zhou Yan's heart to palpitate and his body to tremble. This guy is breaking through. He intends to break through to the third level of the Demon Emperor Realm. Qin Lei's right hand trembled as his lips trembled slightly. Zhou Yan's expression changed drastically. When Zhuowen was only a second-level demon emperor, his battle strength was already extremely difficult to deal with. The two of them, who were fourth-level demon emperors, could not suppress Zhuowen even if they joined forces. Now, if Zhuowen broke through to the third level of the demon emperor realm, Zhuowen would be even more terrifying. At that time, the two of them might not be his match. Let's attack together. We must stop Zhuowen from breaking through to the third level of the Demon Emperor realm. Zhou Yan and Qin Lei finally understood the seriousness of this matter. They knew very well that if Zhuowen broke through to the third level of the Demon Emperor realm, the two of them would be in a bad situation. Whoosh! Without saying a word, Zhou Yan and Qin Lei rushed out. Terrifying emperors, aura spread out, and 18 emperor stars descended from the void. In a strange trajectory, they took the lead and rushed towards the demonic clouds in the sky. Qin Lei and Zhou Yan actually made a move. Not good. Zhuowen is currently at the critical juncture of breaking through. Lu Hantian also saw the two terrifying emperor mites that suddenly erupted from Gaoshu, and his face changed greatly. He naturally saw Zhuowen's breakthrough, but he didn't expect Zhou Yan and Qin Lei to attack without saying a word, wanting to interrupt Zhuowen's breakthrough. Sure, Yuan, it's up to you. You should have prepared enough in the past 2 months. You must not let them interrupt Zhuowen's breakthrough. Lu Hantian suddenly looked at Elder Shiwan behind him. When Zhuowen absorbed Super Devil Battle Qi 2 months ago, Lu Hantian and Elder Shiwan had already guessed that Zhuowen might make a breakthrough in the near future. Therefore, Elder Shiwan had already arranged a basic restriction formation in the region where Zhuowen was. 6-6 armor formation. Elder Shiwan bellowed and waved his sleeve. Suddenly, pieces of metacrystals gushed out from his spiritual ring. With the void where Zhuowen was as the center, 6 armor shields appeared. Each armor shield was close to 1,000 feet in size. Just one armor shield alone had the power to cover the sky and cover the sun. Boom! The 18 Emperor stars descended, and the terrifying pressure seemed to have increased gravity by hundreds or thousands of times, causing the entire void to collapse, forming a terrifying black hole. Bang! 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 Dazzling golden light appeared on the surface of the 6 armor shields. When the 18 Emperor stars landed on the surface of the shields, an earth-shattering explosion sounded. It was as if thunder had fallen from the 9 heavens. The 6 armor shields were extremely tough. Although the power of the 18 Emperor stars was terrifying, the 6 armor shields only shook for a moment before returning to normal. However, the 18 Emperor stars were ejected and fell beside Zhou Yan and Qin Lei. A 6th grade defensive origin formation? Zhou Yan stopped dozens of meters away, and a look of surprise appeared in his eyes. Qin Lei snorted coldly and said, "Brother Zhou, let's end this quickly. Once Zhuowen breaks through to the 3rd Heaven Demon Emperor realm, we will also be in trouble. Don't hold back. Let's break through this 6th grade origin formation immediately." Zhou Yan nodded. Immediately, the two of them took out their own life Emperor weapons. Zhou Yan's Emperor weapon was a large saber with a ghost head. It was more than 10 feet long, and there was a strange line of blood on the blade, as if a drop of blood had left a mark on the blade. Qin Lei's Emperor weapon was a long rod that looked like a rock. Blood ghost head. Fire ring rod technique. As soon as the two of them took out their Emperor weapons, they unleashed their strongest moves. Zhou Yan slashed at the void with his ghost head saber in his right hand. Immediately, the bloody lines on the blade became even denser and more demonic. Then, the bloody lines burst out and turned into a bloody skull. The bloody skull was close to 10,000 feet in size and almost dyed the horizon blood red. Qin Lei was not to be outdone. He waved the long rod in his hand, and suddenly a roaring sea of fire swept out with a whistling momentum. Countless rod shadows were like a monstrous tsunami, and the rod shadows were mixed with extremely terrifying flames. It looked like a sea of fire that could burn the sky. It was terrifying and terrifying. How terrifying! In the Ryuka camp, countless warriors raised their heads and stared at the bloody skull that covered the sky and the countless rod shadows. Their hearts trembled. This was the power of two fourth-level emperors. In front of this power, they were like ants that could not withstand a single blow. Lu Hantian and Elder Shiwan, who were in the 6-ding-6 armor formation, were both in the middle of the formation. Their eyelids twitched violently as they stared at the two attacks that were coming towards them. A sense of inferiority rose in their hearts. Boom, boom, boom. The two attacks arrived in an instant and blasted on the 6 armor shield. Then, the 6-ding-6 armor formation shook violently, and cracks appeared on its surface. Break! Zhou Yin took a step forward, and the ghost head broadsword in his hand fiercely smashed onto the shield. Immediately, the cracks on the surface of the shield increased at a crazy speed. Finally, it shattered into countless fragments, revealing the demonic clouds that were constantly churning within the shield. It's not that easy to break through. Zhou Yin laughed nastily. With a twist of his wrist, the ghost head broadsword drew a 180-degree arc and slashed out horizontally. The huge bloody skull behind him suddenly opened its bloody mouth and drilled into the surging demonic clouds, swallowing all of the demonic clouds in one gulp. Looking at this scene, many of the Ryuka warriors turned pale. Zhuowen, who was at the critical moment of his breakthrough, had been swallowed by the bloody skull. Even if Zhuowen did not die, he would be disturbed by this and suffer from the backlash. Bastard! Lu Hantian and Elder Shi Yuan couldn't help but curse. They were so angry that they were trembling in anger. Two ants dare to scold me? Zhou Yan's cold gaze immediately fell on Lu Hantian and Elder Shiwan. He stepped forward, and the large sword slashed out horizontally. A strange bloodline flashed across the blade as it slashed in front of the two. Boom! Lu Hantian and Elder Shiwan's face changed drastically. Lu Hantian waved his right hand and summoned the elemental Chi Pagoda to block in front of him. However, Zhou Yan's strength was much stronger than Lu Hantian. When the slash came, Lu Hantian spat out a mouthful of blood and retreated a few steps back. Hee, the two of you are the top two Ryuka warriors other than Longwen. If I kill the two of you, the Ryuka army will collapse. Zhou Yan's gaze was cruel as he dashed out again. This time, he used all of his strength, intending to kill both Lu Hantian and Elder Shiwan together. Swoosh! However, the moment Zhou Yan rushed out, a sound of something breaking through the air burst out. Zhou Yan's pupils shrank, and he hurriedly turned around to block it. Unfortunately, his movements were too slow. The moment he raised the ghost head broadsword, the sound of something breaking through the air had already reached his chest and pierced through it. Puff! Zhou Yan spat out a mouthful of blood as he was sent flying by the huge force. Finally, he slammed into a rock wall not far away. When he struggled to get up, he was shocked to find that the thing that pierced through his chest was a great demon spear that was filled with demonic aura. Is that Longwen? Zhou Yan's right hand gripped the handle of the supreme demon long spear as he stared at the blood-colored skull in the air. At this moment, the blood-colored skull was roaring miserably. Then it suddenly swelled up and exploded into a cloud of blood-colored powder. Amidst the countless blood-colored powder, a figure surrounded by countless demonic shadows slowly walked over. A pair of black and red demonic eyes coldly stared at Zhou Yan, causing the latter's hair to stand on end. Break! Zhuo Wen slowly spat out a single word. Suddenly, the countless demonic shadows surrounding him screamed and were shattered into nothingness. As soon as the demonic shadows disappeared, Zhuo Wen's aura became even more terrifying. It directly soared from the second level of the Demon Emperor to the third level of the Demon Emperor. Are you trying to interrupt my breakthrough? As he spoke, Zhuo took a step forward and arrived in front of Zhou Yan in an instant. He took out his exterminating oath-breaking blade and slashed horizontally. 1,000 feet long bloody blade shadow stretched across the void and fell heavily on Zhou Yan's body. No! Zhou Yan's eyes bulged as he shouted. He raised the ghost head blade in his hand and tried to block the terrifying blade shadow. Unfortunately, Zhuo, who had broken through to the third heaven demon emperor, used the exterminating oath-breaking blade. Its power was much more terrifying than before. He already had the strength to kill a fourth heaven demon emperor. As the blade shadow fell, Zhou Yan's voice was completely drowned out. Then, the rock wall turned into nothingness. There was nothing there. Zhou Yan and the rock wall behind him had been completely destroyed. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Gasps could be heard. Zhuo had only used one blade, and Zhou Yan, who was a fourth heaven demon emperor, had died without leaving a corpse behind. Run! Looking at this scene, Qin Lei did not hesitate and immediately rushed towards the land of Gaoshu. Zhuo, who had broken through to the third heaven demon emperor, was too terrifying. Zhou Yan was killed in one move. How could he have the courage to stay and face Zhuo? Chapter 12:22. 10 years Qin Lei's expression changed drastically. He had naturally sensed the slaughtering abstinence violation blade coming down from the sky. With a loud roar, he waved the long rod in his hand. Countless rod shadows, which were accompanied by flames, shot out explosively towards Zhuo. Chaotic mundane world. Zhuo indifferently spat out these words, and a worldly concept swept out from the slaughter abstinence violation blade and spread out. Affected by this concept, the staff in Qin Lei's hand stiffened and actually stopped in midair, and his eyes became even more blurred. Taking advantage of the fact that Qin Lei was mesmerized by the worldly concept, Zhuo Wen's slaughtering abstinence violation blade turned into a beam of red light. With a 60-degree arc, it bypassed the long staff that was swinging horizontally. The terrifying blade light actually swept past Qin Lei's neck. When Qin Lei woke up from the mundane world in 10th realm, he felt extreme pain in his neck. Then, he realized that his body was slowly falling to the ground in front of him. A dull thud was heard when his head hit the ground. Then, Qin Lei felt his scalp tighten. He realized that Zhuo had unknowingly reached out with his right hand and grabbed his head. Then, his consciousness became more and more blurry. In the end, his consciousness fell into darkness. Zhuo held Qin Lei's head and stepped into the void. Countless demonic clouds surrounded him as he came to the top of Gaoshu. He threw Qin Lei's head down and said in a cold voice, "Qin Lei and Zhou Yan are dead. Do you still want to resist?" Rumble. Qin Lei's head rolled into the inner wall of Gaoshu like a rubber ball. Countless warriors in Gaoshu saw it. Then, the inner wall of Gaoshu fell into a strange silence. They seemed to be digesting the shocking reality in front of them. After a short moment of silence, the entire Gaoshu became restless. The 2 4th-level emperors in Gaoshu, Zhou Yan and Qin Lei, were dead. Although many warriors did not dare to believe it, when Qin Lei's head was thrown down from Zhuo's hand, they had no choice but to believe it. Now, I'll give you a choice. Go with me, and you'll prosper. Go against me, and you'll die. Zhuo clasped his hands behind his back. His demonic voice resounded in everyone's ears. Everyone, Don't be fooled by him. Gao Shu is the Great Qin Mansion's most powerful military fortress. It won't be easy for him to charge in by himself. Suddenly, a voice rang out from the crowd, causing the originally wavering hearts of the crowd to instantly return to their senses. Yes, how can we surrender just like that? Immediately, many of the soldiers who had regained their senses were fired up. Under the encouragement of that person, they were filled with fighting spirit. Are you not going to surrender? Zhuowen narrowed his eyes as his attention landed on the person who was encouraging the crowd. This person was clad in silver-white armor, and his gaze was somewhat sinister. His aura was actually around the Second Heaven Emperor realm, and he should be a general of the Great Qin Mansion. Die! Zhuowen roared as he clenched his right hand. Instantly, a supreme demon spear appeared in his hand. With a swoosh, the spear shot out towards the general clad in silver-white armor. That person's eyelids twitched when he saw the supreme demon's spear shooting towards him. A look of fear appeared in his eyes as he hurriedly retreated, following which the supreme demon's spear slammed into the ground where he was standing, instantly creating a crater that was dozens of feet wide. Countless rocks flew in all directions. Looking at the crater created by the supreme demon spear, the general's heart trembled. He knew that if he had been hit by the supreme demon spear, he would have died, without a doubt. Release the arrows and kill this traitor. The general steadied his mind and shouted. Immediately, countless soldiers gathered on the land of Gao Shu and lined up neatly. Soon after, the sound of bowstrings being drawn rang out continuously, appearing to be very neat and tidy. Swoosh, swoosh, following which the sound of bowstrings being drawn continuously rang out. Countless arrows filled the entire sky, transforming into a dense rain of arrows that instantly enveloped Zhuowen's entire body. Zhuowen quietly stared at the countless arrows as he stood in the air. With a stretch of his right hand, surging demonic qi revolved around his body, forming a black barrier. Countless arrows rained down and bombarded the black barrier, but they were unable to move it in the slightest. After this wave of arrows passed, Zhuowen stroked his right hand, and the black barrier gradually disappeared. His pair of demonic eyes looked down at the people of Gao Shu as he indifferently said, "Are you sure you can kill me?" Looking at the unharmed Zhuowen in the sky, all the soldiers of Gao Shu felt a chill in their hearts. This fellow was too terrifying. Such a terrifying rain of arrows actually had no effect on him. "Continue." The general once again roared, but his words were only halfway through when they abruptly stopped as if they were choked in his throat. After that, Zhuowen appeared in front of this person at an unknown time and grabbed his neck with his right hand. "Continue speaking," Zhuowen said indifferently. The general's eyes narrowed as he waved his hands, but it was of no use. Zhuowen's demonic power had completely sealed the power of his body. It was impossible for him to escape from Zhuowen's palm. "Kacha!" Zhuowen didn't hold back. His right hand exerted force, and instantly the general's head tilted to one side as he completely lost his breath. The vitality in his body was also cut off by Zhuowen. "Those who comply will prosper. Those who defy will die." Throwing the general aside, Zhuowen looked around as his indifferent voice rang out. The surrounding soldiers fell into silence. Not long after, these soldiers put down the weapons in their hands. They were very clear that with a terrifying expert like Zhuowen, no matter how many of them there were, they were probably like ants and would be slaughtered by Zhuowen. "Open the city gates." Zhuowen continued. The surrounding soldiers opened the city gates in a daze, and the Ryuka army swarmed in, completely occupying Gaochu. The faces of all the Ryuka cultivators glowed with excitement. They knew that once Gaochu fell, the Great Qin Mansion and Great Zhou Institute would fall as well. Big Brother Han Tian Elder Xiuan, I'll leave the rest to the two of you. I plan to make a trip back. After dealing with the matters in Gaochu, Zhuowen didn't plan to stay any longer. After instructing Lu Hantian and Elder Xiuan, Zhuowen left Gaochu. Oh, demonic runes? Just as Zhuowen flew 10,000 miles into the sky, a black pattern appeared on his face. He wasn't unfamiliar with this pattern. It was the demonic runes he had obtained from an abandoned demonic weapon. Sitting in the sky, Zhuowen transmitted his thoughts to Xiaohe in his main body, telling Xiaohe about the abnormality of the demonic runes. However, Xiaohe's reply was to tell Zhuowen to come back first. Half a month later, the demonic Dao Zhuo returned to the Great Song Province's Long family. Within the courtyard, his main body and his Buddhist avatar were still cultivating. But when the demonic Dao Zhuo arrived at the courtyard, his main body slowly stood up and walked towards the demonic Dao Zhuo. His attention also fell on the demonic Dao Zhuo's face that was constantly flickering with demonic runes. Xiaohe, what's going on? Zhuowen asked with a frown. Your demon avatar has reached the level of Third Heaven Demon Emperor and is qualified to forge his own demonic weapon. That's why this demonic rune has such an abnormality. It wants to become the core of your demonic weapon. Xiaohe pondered for a while and said, Demonic weapon? Zhuowen's pupils shrank. He had heard a lot about the power of the demonic weapon from Xiaohe. If he could really forge a demonic weapon, it would undoubtedly be beneficial to his combat strength. Kid, you can engrave this demonic rune on the slaughtering oath-breaking saber and use your demonic power to nurture the slaughtering oath-breaking saber. Let the demonic rune and the saber fuse together. Perhaps you can create an extremely powerful and terrifying demonic weapon. Xiaohe suddenly said. Zhuowen's eyes flickered. He nodded and said, Let me give it a try. If it really works, perhaps the power of the slaughtering oath-breaking saber can be enhanced. With that, Zhuowen's mind moved slightly. The demon avatar took out the slaughtering oath-breaking saber and then reached his right hand into his cheek. With a gentle pinch, he grabbed the demonic rune on his cheek and slowly imprinted the demonic rune on the blade of the slaughtering oath-breaking saber. BZZT, BZZT, BZZT. An ear-piercing sound resounded. Immediately, Zhuowen discovered that the demonic rune was surging with demonic aura. This demonic aura was getting denser and denser, almost shrouding the entire slaughtering oath-breaking saber. Thump, thump, thump. A heartbeat sounded. The demonic rune began to pulse rhythmically like a heart, continuously instilling demonic power into the slaughtering oath-breaking saber. At the same time, the demon avatar Zhuowen held the slaughtering oath-breaking saber with both hands. His own demonic power was also infused into it. It blended with the demonic power of the demonic rune and converged into a surging demonic power, refining the slaughtering oath-breaking saber. Now, it's just a matter of time, Xiaohe said calmly. Zhuowen nodded. He was not in a hurry. Only 5 years had passed in the panicked big world. In other words, only 5 days had passed in the outside world. There were still 2 months before the opening of the emperor's tomb. Hence, Zhuowen planned to stay in the panicked big world for 10 years. He was prepared to make his Buddha avatar break through to the emperor realm in these 10 years. If possible, it would be best for his body to break through as well. Of course, Zhuowen knew that the chances of his body breaking through to the emperor realm were much lower than that of his Buddha avatar. He was just giving it a try. In fact, his main focus was still on his Buddha avatar. Cultivation knew no time. 10 years passed in the blink of an eye. Zhuowen used the 3rd year to completely refine the demonic rune into the slaughtering oath-breaking saber, making the slaughtering oath-breaking saber more compatible with his demon avatar. Moreover, with the demonic rune, the surface of the slaughtering oath-breaking saber was no longer blood-red. Instead, it was black-red. The blood chi and demon chi existed at the same time. Zhuowen named it the slaughtering demonic saber. In the 7th year, the Buddha avatar, who had been cultivating the nirvana of the great sun, finally welcomed the opportunity to break through. In that year, the light of Buddha shone on the entire Dikangfu region. A huge Buddha shadow appeared above the void. The pair of Buddha eyes that opened and closed contained the evolution of the century. There was no sadness or joy. On that day, countless warriors in the Dikangfu region looked up at the Buddha's shadow. A strange feeling of worship arose in their hearts.